Chapter 1641. Boom! The goddess of the Zhao clan displayed her supreme technique, manifesting the 3,000 worlds in an attempt to obliterate Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei also had a trump card. He used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal path, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His battle prowess instantly increased by 10 times. Such a powerful force spread out from Gu Fei's body, causing the entire world to tremble. With just one punch, he had smashed a hole in the 3,000 worlds technique. Swoosh! He displayed his fastest speed and charged out from the gap in the 3,000 worlds technique. He then charged towards the goddess of the Zhao clan. His monstrous killing intent caused the sky to change color. Heaven shrouding hand, a beautiful hero of the chaotic world. Gu Fei roared and slammed his right hand towards the goddess of the Zhao clan. His palm grew infinitely larger, instantly enveloping the entire sky. The incomparably huge palm emanated a terrifying fluctuation that caused the hearts of the experts present to palpitate. Dao runes interweaved on the palm, condensing the power of the Dao and circulating the rhythm of the Dao. This was definitely a power that was infinitely close to that of a demi-saint. Even an ordinary half-saint would not be able to withstand this attack from Gu Fei. The space below the palm directly shattered. The pitch-black spatial cracks were like bolts of black lightning, spreading in all directions. All the experts who were watching the battle from afar paled, and then hurriedly dodged. Swoosh! A huge spatial crack the size of a mountain instantly flashed by. Several figures were instantly devoured by the spatial crack and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. This was a spatial crack. If one was devoured by it, they would definitely die. Even supreme experts with holy weapons would be lost in the chaotic void if they were devoured by a spatial crack, even if they didn't die. It's one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal path. The eyes of the goddess of the Zhao clan shone brightly. She was both surprised and overjoyed. Only one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal path, the Heaven Ascension secret art, could instantly increase Gu Fei's battle prowess to such a degree. I can't let this guy go. The eyes of the goddess of the Zhao clan became extremely sharp. She rushed into the sky, and a divine light shone from her body, enveloping her. Then, she directly collided with the giant hand that slammed down from the sky. Boom! Immortal of crafts. There was a loud noise, and the entire void seemed to be collapsing. Countless divine lights of the Great Path rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan and shook Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. The divine light of the Great Path that rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan was like a peerless divine sword. They contained divine power and pierced through Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. So he's finally using his saint weapon? Gu Fei frowned. In the end, his opponents still used this kind of power. At the same time, an ancient mirror appeared above the goddess of the Zhao clan. The surface of the mirror shone with a myriad of divine lights, completely breaking through Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. Buzz! The ancient mirror shook, and a divine light rushed out from the surface, instantly enveloping Gu Fei. Then, it sucked Gu Fei into the divine mirror and sealed him. This was a saint weapon of the Zhao clan of the ancients. It could emit destructive divine light, and it could also imprison people in the mirror. Everyone watching the battle from afar was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Such a powerful cultivator was sealed by the divine mirror just like that? This was too sudden. A look of joy appeared on the face of the goddess of the Zhao clan. The 9 secrets of the Immortal path, the goddess of the Zhao clan muttered to herself. This was an unparalleled great technique created by the Supreme Great Elder. In ancient times, the 9 secrets of the Immortal path were known as undefeatable great techniques. If the Zhao clan of the ancients could obtain this secret technique, then in this great era, the strength of the Zhao clan would definitely increase greatly. In this great era, strength was the most important thing. Only with great strength could one go further than others, and even fight for the opportunity to become a saint in this era. In this great era, there were many strong cultivators. All kinds of lost inheritances surfaced, and all kinds of rare constitutions appeared. This was destined to be a grand event. someone prophesied that in this great era, someone would become a saint. At this time, Gu Fei, who was sucked into the ancient mirror, encountered the greatest danger of his life. This divine mirror was a saint weapon, and he was sealed in a strange void where he couldn't reach the sky or the earth. Divine chains formed from the Tao patterns of the Great Path wrapped around him tightly. There was no end to each of the divine chains as they disappeared into the void. Tao patterns kept appearing in the void, intertwining with each other. A terrifying saintly might filled the void, shocking the heavens. It was incomparably terrifying. Could this be the void within the mirror? Gu Fei was sealed in the void, but he wasn't anxious, nor did he panic. The other party didn't seem to want to kill him, and had other intentions. Hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao and I'll spare your life. The voice of the Zhao clan's goddess rang out in the void. It was so loud that it shook Gu Fei's soul, making him feel an immense pressure. So you want the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Gu Fei suddenly understood. This Zhao clan's goddess must have seen through the secret art he used to ascend to the heavens. She must be up to no good if she wanted this supreme secret art. Live or die? You decide. The voice of the Zhao clan's goddess rang out again. As far as she was concerned, her opponent's life was already in her hands. There was no room for negotiation. Humph. I want to live. Gu Fei sneered. Although he was temporarily imprisoned, he hadn't even used his greatest trump card yet. Did she really think she could seal him like this? Then hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the great earth city. The voice of the Zhao clan's goddess trembled. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was a supreme secret art that could make immortal cultivators go crazy. If she could obtain this secret art, her cultivation and strength would definitely increase greatly. If she could obtain the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, Dong Huang would be nothing. His combat ability would increase tenfold. The Zhao clan's goddess was confident that she could trample Dong Huang under her feet and become invincible in the eastern domain. But I don't want to hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to you. Gu Fei smiled as he said this. The Zhao clan's goddess couldn't help but be angry. This guy was too despicable. If she didn't show him how powerful she was, did he really think that she couldn't deal with him? As she thought about it, the divine chains of the Great Path wrapped around Gu Fei's body made a clanging sound. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on the divine chains, and a nearly transparent divine fire appeared on the divine chains. When Gu Fei saw this divine fire, his expression changed immediately. This was a type of fire of the way. Not only could it burn one's flesh, but it could also burn one's primordial spirit. As long as one was burned by this kind of fire, their body and soul would be destroyed. Nothing would be left. Roar. Under the burning of the fire of the way, Gu Fei let out a series of angry roars. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on his body as he tried to resist the fire of the way. However, the power of the divine mirror came from all directions, suppressing the power that was awakening in his body. How dare you! You forced me to do this. Gu Fei made up his mind and was about to use the divine weapon of the Great Path. Then, a beam of divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. Within the divine light was a simple divine sword. Chapter 1642. The battle between Gu Fei and the goddess of the Zhao clan was a fierce and intense battle. The goddess of the Zhao clan displayed a great technique that intimidated all the spectating experts. The Zhao family had a goddess, and the eastern family had Dong Huang. The goddess of the Zhao family had the cultivation and strength to contend with Dong Huang. This wasn't a lie, but the two had never fought before. Many people were looking forward to a battle between the two, but the primordial Zhao family and the eastern family had already formed an alliance. A battle between two rising stars would most likely never happen. But today, the experts of the eastern region had finally seen the goddess' power. Even Gu Fei, who had killed the city lord of Dong Huang's city, had been sealed by her. The performance of the goddess of the Zhao clan was shocking. Such cultivation and strength were enough to shake the #1 throne of the Eastern Royal Eastern region. But unfortunately, the two great experts had never fought before. It was hard to say who was the number one in the eastern region. At this time, Gu Fei was sealed in the divine mirror. The goddess of the Zhao family wanted to obtain the 9 secrets of the immortal path. She didn't hesitate to use flames of the way to burn Gu Fei. Roar! Gu Fei felt his soul tremble. This kind of flames of the way was very terrifying. If he was burned, no matter how strong his martial body was, he would probably be turned to ash. Strands of translucent flames had Dao patterns faintly visible. They followed the dozen chains of the great Dao around Gu Fei and burned towards Gu Fei. You've already lost. As long as you agree to hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal path, you won't have to be a slave of the Zhao family for 100 years. I've lost? Haha. Gu Fei laughed as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. His body began to emit a terrifying aura. Rumble, the entire space shook as a terrifying power emanated from Gu Fei's body. Even the slightest fluctuation was enough to make the space almost collapse. Clang! The chains of the great Dao around Gu Fei's body shook and actually showed signs of dissipating. What? The voice of the Zhao family's goddess rang out. Her voice was incomparably shocked. She never would have thought that under such circumstances, Gu Fei could still resist. This was simply unbelievable. One should know that this heavenly Dao mirror was one of the trump cards of the Zhao clan of the ancients. It was a great saint weapon, second only to the human emperor divine weapon. Even with the cultivation of the Zhao clan's goddess, it was difficult for her to make this great saint artifact display even a 10,000th of its divine might. This Gu Fei was sealed in the divine mirror's internal space, but he still had the ability to resist. Could it be that he was a supreme great saint? The primordial Zhao clan had been passed down for countless years. They had once produced an invincible emperor second only to the extreme Dao supremes. This clan knew many great secrets of the world. There was no lack of saints in the ancient times, or even the distant ancient times. It was impossible for all of them to have perished. There must have been some who had survived. However, after the destruction of the primordial world, saint-level existences suddenly disappeared. Many of the old-timers were convinced that the vanished saints would return one day. At that time, they would be the rulers of the world. The human world was an opportunity to become a saint. No one was willing to miss it, especially those old-timers who had lived to this day. At this time, the Zhao clan's goddess couldn't help but recall some of the rumors from the ancient times. Many saints had sealed their cultivation to play around in the human world. A few thoughts flashed through the Zhao clan's goddess mind. Gu Fei's terrifying aura, which could make one's soul tremble, was becoming stronger and stronger. She felt uneasy. You forced me to do this. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head to the sky and roared. His eyes shone with a resplendent divine light. Like 2 bolts of lightning, a beam of violet light shot out from between his brows. How is this possible? The Zhao clan's goddess's voice rang out once more. This time, her voice was trembling. This fellow actually cultivated a nascent spirit, and it was incomparably powerful. How could a descendant of the martial ancestor cultivate a nascent spirit? This was beyond the Zhao clan's goddess's understanding. One had to know that the martial ancestor's bloodline only cultivated the martial body. That was the supreme way to achieve the Dao with the physical body. There was no need to cultivate a nascent spirit. However, what shocked the Zhao clan's goddess was that the divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's brows did not contain a nascent spirit, but an ancient sword. This was an ordinary ancient sword that did not attract anyone's attention. However, as soon as it appeared, the Zhao clan's goddess, who was outside the divine mirror, trembled. Buzz! The ancient sword vibrated. Then, driven by the power of Gu Fei's nascent spirit, it slashed at the divine chains of the great path wrapped around him, completely ignoring the saint-level power in this space. This was the space inside the divine mirror, and there was a saint-level sealing power. Even if a saint was sealed here, it would be absolutely difficult for him to escape. Moreover, Gu Fei was not a saint. In the Zhao clan's goddess's eyes, Gu Fei, who was sealed inside the divine mirror, was undoubtedly a piece of meat on the chopping block. She could cut him however she wanted. However, the appearance of this ancient sword was a variable. Clang. Wherever the edge of the ancient sword passed, a few of the divine chains of the great path wrapped around Gu Fei's body were immediately cut and dissipated in the void. What? The Zhao clan's goddess was truly shocked. Everything inside the divine mirror was under her control, and she could sense everything that was happening inside. What kind of sword is this? It can actually cut the divine chains of the great path condensed by a great saint tool. Even if this ancient sword is also a great saint tool, it does not have such power. The Zhao clan's goddess felt more and more uneasy. The clanging sounds continued, and the divine chains of the great path wrapped around Gu Fei's body were continuously cut by the ancient sword. Then, they dissipated in the void. In the end, all the divine chains of the great path were cut by the ancient sword, and Gu Fei broke free. He grabbed the ancient sword in his hand, and a wave of sword qi, which was not very powerful, spread out from the ancient sword, blocking the surrounding saint-level sealing power. Could it be that in your hand is, at this time, the Zhao clan's goddess was already dumbfounded. She sat cross-legged high in the sky, and the divine mirror was suspended in front of her. Divine patterns of the great path lingered above the divine mirror. Everyone thought that the Zhao clan's goddess was driving the divine mirror to refine Gu Fei, who was sealed inside, but no one thought that she could not hurt Gu Fei at all. The Zhao clan's people in the Zhao clan's divine city all breathed a sigh of relief. That madman had finally been sealed, especially those who had attacked the Taishan sect. They were surprised and happy at the same time. Gu Fei, the big trouble, had been eliminated. Of course, there were not many people from the Zhao clan who had attacked the Tianxian sect back then. These people were all glad that Gu Fei had been sealed in the divine mirror by the Zhao clan's goddess. He was definitely going to die. Chapter 1643. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, the goddess of the Zhao clan, who was high up in the sky, had a grave expression on her face. The power of the great path surged throughout her body. KNZ, what was going on? Someone noticed that the goddess of the Zhao clan was acting strangely. She was channeling the power of the great path with all her might. It was as if a god of the great path had descended into the world. Strands of laws of the great path lingered around her body. Could it be that something had happened? The divine city of the Zhao clan was completely silent. All the members of the Zhao clan were paying close attention. One must know that the goddess was the pride of their clan. Everyone believed that the goddess was definitely stronger than Donghuang. What number one in the eastern region? It was all bullshit in front of the goddess. Could it be that Gu Fei didn't die? Someone thought of something, and couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. He was sealed by a great saint tool, but he still didn't die? That was absolutely impossible. The group of Zhao family clansmen in the Zhao family divine city was even more uneasy. Good heavens, divine runes of the great path rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan. All of the runes landed on the divine mirror in front of her. She was using a restrictive spell to completely awaken the divine mirror. A powerful saintier aura filled the 9 heavens, intimidating all living beings within a radius of 100,000 miles. This was a supreme saintier aura that caused all living beings to tremble. The experts in the distant sky did not leave. Everyone wanted to know the result. At this moment, a supreme holy aura spread out from the divine mirror. All the experts in the sky had no choice but to retreat further away. Saintly might represented invincibility in the human realm. In the mortal realm where the sages were extinct, no one would dare to provoke a major power that possessed a flawless sacred weapon. This kind of power was too powerful. Just as the goddess of the Zhao family wanted to completely awaken the divine mirror, Gu Fei did not idle around in the space within the divine mirror. He held the purple gold divine sword in his hand and directly slashed out. A transparent sword wave rushed out from the purple gold divine sword and directly tore through the void. It was just a sword wave, but it had cut a long hole in the space inside the great sage tool. The aura of the outside world had entered through the hole. Just as Gu Fei's sword broke through the interior of the divine mirror, a crack appeared on the surface of the divine mirror and the Zhao family's goddess was sent flying. This great sage tool felt threatened and awakened on its own. A terrifying great sage might spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the Zhao clan's divine city was affected and shook. In the distant sky, many powerhouses fell from the sky. This was the might of a great sage, and no one could withstand it. All living beings within a radius of 1,000,000 miles were terrified. All of them prostrated on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the great sage might. The Zhao family's goddess suffered an impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her expression immediately became weary. She never thought that Gu Fei would actually break the seal of the divine mirror and escape. The divine mirror trembled, and endless ancient Tao patterns lingered. The entire world was collapsing, and all the cultivators prostrated on the ground. Even the Zhao family members in the Zhao family's divine city were no exception. The aura of a great sage appeared between the heavens and the earth, shaking the world in all directions. Something had happened to the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity. Several powerful divine senses probed from other regions. They were not afraid of the great sage might and sensed everything that was happening here. The great change that happened to the Zhao family had alarmed the peerless figures of the human realm. The divine mirror was damaged, and Gu Fei rushed out from the space inside the divine mirror. He had the purple gold divine sword to protect him. Even the great sage might could not harm him at all. This was the horror of an extreme saint weapon. Even if it was not awakened, it was not something a great sage tool could compare to. He used the universal void step and appeared directly in front of the Zhao family's goddess. At this time, the divine mirror suddenly retracted all the divine light and flew into the Zhao family's divine city. The terrifying great sage might retreated like the tide. The great sage tool flew away on its own. I lost. The Zhao family's goddess had to admit that she had lost. Although she had already used the great sage tool, she would still lose because the other party had the legendary killing weapon. A divine sword that could destroy a great sage tool was definitely an extreme divine sword. Gu Fei had such an extreme divine sword in hand. Not to mention the Zhao family's goddess, even if a half-sage came with a saint weapon, he would most likely die with a grievance. Only a half-sage with a great sage tool could fight him. Then hand over those people. Gu Fei did not make a move. He had a grudge with the Zhao family who had once attacked the Taishan sect. As for the other people of the Zhao family, as long as they did not provoke him, he did not care about them. The Zhao family's goddess nodded. She reached out to wipe away the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth and then walked toward the Zhao family's divine city. On this day, Gu Fei's name spread throughout the eastern domain. After the Dongfang family heard the news, they originally planned to send experts with saint weapons to kill Gu Fei. However, after the Zhao family's goddess was defeated by Gu Fei, the Dongfang family did not appear again. What a joke. Even the Zhao family's goddess was no match for Gu Fei after using a great sage tool. If others came with saint weapons, wouldn't that be suicide? Some people had already thought that Gu Fei might have a legendary extreme divine weapon. However, no one dared to have any ideas about Gu Fei. The Zhao family's goddess was stunning enough, but she was no match for Gu Fei. No one was willing to provoke this god of death. The people of the Dongfang family felt extremely uneasy. This Gu Fei had already grown up. He was a great enemy of the Dongfang family. After this day, the people of the Dongfang family restrained themselves. No one went out rashly. The Zhao family's goddess was willing to admit defeat. In less than half a day, she had investigated everything and then handed the 3 people of the Zhao family to Gu Fei. There were only 3 experts of the Zhao family who had acted in the past. Each of these 3 people was a powerful cultivator. One of them was even at the peak of the realm. This kind of person was definitely a rare cultivator 100 years ago. If these 3 people were to act, they would definitely be able to easily break the great formation of the Dragon Valley. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly killed the 3 people on the spot. Then, he used the 9 secrets of the Immortal path to search the memories of the 3 people's primordial spirits. He learned everything that had happened in the past. It turned out that in order to eradicate the Taishan sect, the Dongfang family had invited the 3 great experts of the Zhao family with great gifts. These 3 great experts were really amazing. With one move, they broke the killing formation that He Tian had laid down. Then, the people of the Dongfang family swarmed into the Dragon Valley, killing almost all the remaining disciples of the Taishan sect and destroying the Taishan sect. Only a few important people of the Taishan sect had escaped the Dragon Valley. However, at that time, the experts of the Dongfang family had chased after them. It was unknown whether these disciples of the Taishan sect were dead or alive. Look, the first novel with no mistakes, your best choice. To find a novel, please add more and better novels with no mistakes, all are here. Chapter 1644. The enmity between Gu Fei and the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients could be considered settled for a while. Although the people of the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients were angry, there was nothing they could do. Even the goddess of their clan had been defeated. Unless they used the power of the clan, there was no way they could compete with this warrior. However, the people of the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients had some scruples. It was not a good thing to reveal the power of the clan too early, so the Zhao family could only endure. In the great world of the human world, although the forces of the ancient clan were powerful, it did not mean that they were invincible in the world. At this time, the water in the human world was very deep. The existences in the major forbidden areas were even more feared by the forces of the ancient clan. The name of Gu Fei, once again, shook the eastern domain. Some old friends knew that he had returned. Some people's blood was boiling, and they wanted to fight with him. Some people were panicking, afraid that this evil star would come to their door. In particular, the forces that had enmity with Gu Fei in the past were even more uneasy. The Beitang family immediately announced that the mountain gate was sealed. All the disciples of the family were not allowed to go out, and they also activated the mountain protection formation. The Beitang family was far away in the land of southern Yan, so Gu Fei did not have the time to find trouble with them. Another super force, the Dongfang family, was in the eastern domain. It was impossible for Gu Fei not to go to the Dongfang family. The source of all the enmity was the Dongfang family. In the past, the hatred between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chen was known to all the cultivators in the eastern domain. In the end, Dongfang Chen was killed by Gu Fei, which led to the elders of the Dongfang family. Even among the Dongfang family's older generation experts, many had died in Gu Fei's hands. Even the city lord of the East Royal City, Dongfang Yuan, who was a half-step saint, was killed by Gu Fei. The hatred between him and the Dongfang clan was getting deeper and deeper. It was impossible to resolve it now. The Dongfang family had stood in the eastern domain for tens of thousands of years. They had once produced an invincible human emperor, who had quelled the chaos of the eastern domain and made great contributions to the human race. However, this was the merit of the human emperor. As the descendants of the human emperor, the Dongfang family became more and more arrogant and domineering. They thought that they were the descendants of the human emperor and wanted to unify the eastern domain. The Taishan sect was also part of the Dongfang family's scheme. However, with the return of the ancient barons, the Dongfang family's goal of dominating the eastern realm would be difficult to achieve. The ancient barons also possessed an incomparably deep foundation. 100 years ago, Taishan Mountain collapsed, and the ferocious demons, who had been sealed for countless years, awakened. The forces of the demons appeared in the eastern domain. Under the various variables, the eastern territory formed a situation of 3 legs of a tripartite confrontation. The Dongfang family did not want a tripartite confrontation, but the power of the primordial Zhao family and the Devil's Den was enough to contend with the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family had no choice but to ally with the primordial Zhao family to fight against the demons together. In the past 100 years, the eastern region had never been at peace. The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the primordial era had been constantly fighting against the demons in the Devil's Den, and many of their experts had fallen. However, the past 100 years of war had become a way for the Dongfang family and the Zhao family to train their troops. In the past 100 years, the two families had produced many stunning figures. Dong Huang of the Dongfang family rose rapidly during this period. At this time, the Dongfang family was as if they were facing a great enemy. They already knew that Gu Fei had the legendary divine weapon of the Great Path, which was a great killing weapon. It was a supreme divine weapon left behind by a supreme being. Although no one could truly use it, just a wisp of the divine might of the Great Path was enough to destroy a super sect. Even an ancient family that had produced a Renhuang had to be careful when dealing with it. At this time, Gu Fei was walking in the eastern domain. He had entered the heavenly market and explored the bottomless devil's denver. He wanted to find some old friends, but 100 years had passed. His old friends had either fallen or were no longer in the eastern domain. No one mentioned the three great Taoist schools of the past anymore. The Guanxing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect had already submitted to the forces of the primordial era and became peripheral forces of the primordial era. They were no longer as powerful as they were in the past. The Guanxing Celestial sect had submitted to the Zhou family of the primordial era and avoided the disaster of annihilation. As for the Shangqing sect, they had also disappeared. In the past 100 years, no one from the Shangqing sect had appeared again. The Shangqing sect, Li Mengyao, on top of a mountain peak, a silhouette stood there and uttered such a statement. This person was speaking out of emotion. It was Gu Fei. Thinking back to the past, there were two silhouettes that he had never forgotten. They were hidden deep inside his heart. However, after he achieved success in his cultivation, he could no longer find the two people he missed. This made Gu Fei feel a little regretful. However, he believed that one day, he would be able to meet them again. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain peak for a long time. The sunset glow was like blood, elongating his silhouette. He stood against the wind and his long hair danced in the wind. It's time for me to pay the Dongfang clan a visit. Gu Fei muttered to himself. At his level of cultivation, he no longer feared anyone in the mortal world. Other than the few forbidden existences in the mortal world, Gu Fei had nothing to worry about. Whoosh! Gu Fei's silhouette disappeared from the mountain peak. A few withered leaves flew up and then slowly landed on the ground. It was as if he was never there. The Dongfang clan was located in the middle of a mountain range in the eastern domain. The mountain range was undulating and resembled dragons that were wriggling on the ground. Mist lingered between the mountains. Within a radius of thousands of miles, a great world was formed. This kind of heaven and earth was rare in the eastern domain and even the entire Tinglong continent. If He Tian was here, he would definitely be able to tell that this place was extraordinary. A clan that has produced a Renhuang sure is extraordinary. A silhouette appeared outside of this area. At this moment, the sky had darkened and the sun was setting. The horizon was bright red. Could this be the legendary 9 Dragons Soaring Heaven game? Gu Fei had once read the Yuan spirit memories of the celestial race's ancestor, so he knew quite a number of immortal Dao arts. This qi-gazing art was one of them. This art allowed one to observe the momentum of the world and the circulation of Yuan qi. The space in front of him seemed extremely calm, but there were traps everywhere. The heaven and earth interweaved. If one were to observe with the eyes of the god, one would be able to see extremely obscure Dao patterns in the air. It seems that the Dongfang clan is prepared. Seeing this, Gu Fei knew that his plan to suddenly attack the Dongfang clan would not work. Now, it seemed that he could only force his way through. If that's the case, then let's do it. Gu Fei soared into the sky from the mountain peak, then extended his right hand and pressed forward. A terrifying martial path true force quickly condensed on his palm, then surged out. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. A huge golden hand appeared high up in the sky, emitting a shocking wave of energy. It slammed towards the celestial realm in front of him. When the huge hand appeared, the wind and clouds immediately surged. The peace of the entire area was instantly broken. Enemy attack! An angry roar rang out in front of him. Then, the alarm in the area rang rapidly. Countless silhouettes rushed out from the mountains. There was not a single person before, but now, over 100 people jumped out. Bzzz. The void trembled as the Dao patterns hidden in the air began to appear. They interweaved into mysterious Dao patterns that shot towards the huge golden hand. Bam! The Dao patterns collided with the golden hand. The hand crumbled and a large amount of golden light shot out in all directions like meteors. Every single golden light tore through the void. Most of them were blocked by the Dao patterns that emerged from the void, but a few still managed to shoot into the formation. Boom! A golden light descended from the sky and struck a mountain peak. The entire mountain was instantly turned into dust and disappeared from the world. Bam! The earth shook as the golden light landed on the ground. The ground within a radius of 1,000 zhang collapsed. The entire area shook and dust rose into the sky. A bottomless pit appeared on the ground. The people of the Dongfang clan were extremely shocked to see this scene. This person's combat strength was too terrifying. Just a little essence could cause such a terrifying result. 2 specks of golden light that shot into the formation were intercepted by someone. All of you, retreat to the ancient land. A person whose body was covered in dazzling starlight shouted. His voice shook the mountains. This person was extremely powerful. He was the one who intercepted the golden light just now. In another direction, another powerful figure walked over. This person's aura was completely different from the person who was covered in dazzling starlight. His entire person was like a black hole. The void around him was collapsing, forming a dark place without any light. He seemed to be able to devour everything. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw these 2 people. These 2 people were extremely powerful and had the aura of saints lingering around them. They were 2 half-saints. The Dongfang clan really hid their strength well. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh. This Dongfang clan was indeed a dragon's pool and tiger's den. With such strength, it was no wonder that even the primordial Zhao clan didn't dare to touch the Dongfang clan. You are Gu Fei. The half-saint who was covered in dazzling starlight shouted. I heard that the girl from the Zhao clan was also defeated by you. A gloomy voice was heard. The half-saint who stood in the dark spoke. His voice was extremely feminine, causing goosebumps to appear on Gu Fei's body. 2 old farts came out. Gu Fei didn't enter the formation. This formation was definitely a killing formation personally arranged by the ancient emperor of the human race. Although only a corner of the formation pattern was revealed, it was still emitting a shocking murderous aura. He could feel the ancient aura from the 2 half-saints inside the formation. Such characters must be the foundation of the Dongfang clan. They slept until the present and only woke up when the great era of the human realm appeared to fight for the opportunity to become a saint. Do you dare to come in and fight? The half-saint who was covered in dazzling starlight was incomparably powerful. He directly challenged Gu Fei. He cultivated a great technique that could draw the power of the 9 heaven stars for his own use. There seemed to be a vague starry sky faintly appearing around his body. Chapter 1645. Gu Fei took action to probe the Dongfang clan and lured out 2 half-saints. These 2 half-saints were old antiques. They weren't from the current era. They were peerless experts who had only awakened in the past 100 years. These antiques were much stronger than ordinary half-saints. Gu Fei was shocked that 2 of them appeared in the Dongfang clan. That's 2 ancient half-saints. Even the ancient desolate forces wouldn't be this strong. With such a foundation, they could indeed contend against the ancient desolate forces. The Dongfang clan had been able to stand tall in the eastern domain for countless years. Their inheritance had never been severed. This wasn't due to luck or coincidence. Gu Fei, do you dare to come in and fight? The 2 half-saints spoke. Although their voices weren't loud, they shook the void and spread to the entire area. The mountains outside the grand formation shook as well. Humph, 2 old farts. How shameless, trying to scam me. Gu Fei coldly said. The ancient sovereign killing formation enveloped the entire Dongfang clan. If he entered, these 2 fellows would most likely activate the formation to kill him. This was the ancient sovereign killing formation, a grand formation personally laid down by the ancient human sovereign. It had protected the Dongfang clan for countless years. No one had ever been able to break through it. The ancient human sovereign was an existence second only to the extreme supremes. They were nearly invincible in the three realms. The ancient sovereign killing formation was absolutely terrifying. Unless an extreme supremacy came, no one could break through it. The two half-saints couldn't help but blush when they heard Gu Fei's words. They really had the same idea earlier. They wanted to lure Gu Fei in. However, they weren't fools. They wouldn't fall for it. Come out and fight. Gu Fei stood in the void with his long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like an otherworldly supreme supremacy. Although he didn't emit any powerful aura, there was an invisible pressure that made him look down on the world. The half-saints flickered with starlight as they rushed out of the ancient sovereign killing formation. This junior dared to look down on them? Since he's courting death, let's fulfill his wish. A feminine voice rang out, and the black-robed ancient sage-to-be, who was standing in the darkness, strode through the air toward Gu Fei. An existence like the half-sage Gu was not someone the Zhao clan's goddess could compare to. Although Gu Fei had defeated the Zhao clan's goddess and might possess an extreme sacred weapon, the two half-sages of the Dongfang clan did not fear him. The supreme saint weapon wasn't something that could be used casually. Even if Gu Fei had the supreme saint weapon, it was impossible for him to activate the power of the exalted saint weapon in a short period of time. The two ancient half-sages knew that Gu Fei would not be able to activate the power of the exalted sage artifact. That was why they dared to walk out of the ancient sovereign killing formation and approach Gu Fei. Kill. Gu Fei didn't say anything. There was no need for him to say anything. He directly attacked with the heaven-covering palm again. It covered the sky and directly slapped towards the two ancient half-saints. Rumble, a terrifying power spread out. As soon as the heaven-covering palm appeared, the entire world darkened. The void cracked and a huge golden hand descended from the sky. This was the power of the metal element. Gu Fei's primal chaos true power could evolve into the 5 elements of yin and yang. The entire heaven and earth's metal element energy seemed to be attracted by Gu Fei, converging from all directions. Ancient battle skill. The eyes of the half-sage Gu, who was surrounded by faintly discernible starlight, shot out a dazzling divine light. He took a step forward and struck with his right hand. A huge star rushed out of his palm. Boom! A peerless power of the stars erupted from the huge star, illuminating the entire world. A divine might appeared between the heavens and the earth. The word saint had already been attached to the semi-sage. It had a trace of the aura of a saint. Bang! Like a real star rising, the huge star fiercely collided with Gu Fei's golden hand, producing a muffled sound. The heavens and the earth shook. The powerful force directly tore the void apart, turning the void into a chaotic void. Gu Fei's giant hand and the huge star dissipated at the same time. The destructive power spread out and swept in all directions. The mountains within a radius of 100 miles all collapsed. Buzz! Countless Dao patterns appeared in the void. The ancient sovereign killing formation was in operation, blocking all the destructive power that was heading towards the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family's territory was not affected at all. This was the power of the ancient sovereign killing formation. Even the power of a saint couldn't shake it at all. The Dao patterns that the ancient sovereign left in the world were inextinguishable. Stars shift. The ancient star sage shouted. Endless starlight rushed out of his body. A starry sky appeared around him and many huge stars condensed. Above the firmament, countless stars flashed and sprinkled down. The ancient star sage displayed a supreme technique and attracted the power of the stars from the firmament to strengthen his body. Boom! The starry sky that emerged around the ancient star sage saint's body was enhanced by the power of the stars in the firmament. It became clearer and clearer as stars circled around his body. Kill. The ancient star sage was like a supreme war god under the starry sky. He charged towards Gu Fei. His murderous aura shocked the heavens and the earth, causing Gu Fei to become extremely solemn. Bang! The ancient star sage threw out a palm. Many huge stars were guided by him and rushed towards Gu Fei along with his palm. The powerful power of the stars shook the heavens and the earth. You want to kill me with this level of power? Gu Fei sneered and rushed forward. He waved his fists and the huge stars shattered under his fists. He broke into the starry sky that the ancient star sage had created. This, the powerful combat power that Gu Fei had suddenly revealed, shocked the ancient star sage. A warrior who had achieved success in cultivation was too powerful. He was only a level 6 almighty, but he could compete with the ancient star sage. If he became an ancient star sage, he would be invincible. The ancient star sage was moved by Gu Fei's limitless potential. He could not let this person continue to grow. If this person continued to grow, the entire Dongfang family would be in trouble. The old antiques of the Dongfang family more or less knew about the grudge between the Dongfang family and Gu Fei. Gu Fei had killed many experts of the Dongfang family. Even Dongfang Yuan had died in his hands. This made the ancient star sage want to kill Gu Fei. The ancient star sage, who was emitting a cold aura, did not make a move. It seemed that he disdained to join forces with the ancient star sage to deal with a junior. Roar! The huge stars around the ancient star sage exploded and released a peerless power of the stars. All the power of the stars was guided by the ancient star sage and rushed towards Gu Fei. Tao patterns were faintly discernible in the endless starlight. The aura of a sage lingered. Gu Fei encountered the fiercest attack. There was starlight in all directions. Every starlight was like a divine rainbow, emitting terrifying waves that could destroy everything. The ancient star saint unleashed a supreme technique and sealed the void. He trapped Gu Fei in the starlight, intending to obliterate Gu Fei and obliterate both his body and soul. Buzz! The void shook and the stars in the sky shone with dazzling starlight. Beams of light shot down from the sky. The power of the stars in the starry sky was drawn down. The endless power of the stars increased the ancient star sage's combat strength rapidly. The ancient star sage used the power of the billions of stars in the starry sky to suppress Gu Fei. This power was so strong that even Gu Fei felt threatened. Of course, it was impossible for the ancient star sage to draw the power of the stars in the starry sky. Even so, this method could be regarded as heaven-defying. Swoosh! A starlight streaked across Gu Fei's forehead. A few strands of hair fell from the sky. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This starlight contained the power of the Great Path and could hurt him. Die! The ancient star sage roared. Although he had trapped Gu Fei, he knew very well that Gu Fei's combat strength was not limited to this. Gu Fei's counterattack was absolutely terrifying. Countless starlights suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Each starlight contained the divine patterns of the Great Path. The aura of a sage filled the air. The ancient star sage did not hesitate to use his strongest attack to deal with Gu Fei. Clang! The starlights turned into divine swords of the Great Path. They slashed at Gu Fei from all directions. The aura of a sage became stronger. The ancient star sage already had the word sage attached to it. He was much stronger than a peak mighty cultivator. The ancient star sage was at the peak of the ancient star sage. He was much stronger than an ordinary half-sage. The ancient star sage attacked with all his strength. He drew the power of the Great Path of the world. Countless patterns of the Great Path interweaved. Terrifying laws of the Great Path were displayed. The ancient star sage was like an ancient god of war in the starry sky. The aura of a sage shocked the world. Although he was not a true sage, he already had a trace of a sage's aura. This was a half-sage, a powerful existence that surpassed peak mighty cultivators. Chaotic reversal. Countless divine swords of the Great Path condensed from the power of the stars slashed at him. In the end, Gu Fei still used the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path. A strange power spread from his body. The void around Gu Fei twisted and rippled. When the countless divine swords of the Great Path rushed into the void around Gu Fei, they were all reversed and shot back at the ancient star sage. This is, the the ancient star semisage was shocked. He was utterly shocked by this turn of events. His killer move was actually reversed by his opponent. How was this possible? It was unbelievable. The ancient star sage's killer move had been reversed. Even the ancient star sage, who was watching the battle from the side, was dumbfounded. What kind of great technique was this? Could it be the legendary supreme secret technique of the immortal path? The ancient star sage lived in an era that was very close to the late period of the untainted land. Of course, they had heard of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. It was an invincible secret technique created by the supreme Tao ancestor. The ancient star sage was extremely shocked. This phenomenon was beyond his understanding. How could a warrior cultivate this kind of secret technique of the immortal path? Chapter 1646. Boom! A powerful immortal aura spread out from Gu Fei's body, causing the ancient star sage and the other ancient sage to feel inexplicably shocked. This phenomenon was beyond their understanding. They had lived for countless years and experienced many things. How could the successor of a supreme martial progenitor cultivate an immortal Tao cultivation method? The ancient martial progenitor's bloodline had never cultivated the primordial spirit. They only cultivated the martial physique. Attaining sainthood through the flesh was the most powerful and overbearing method of attaining sainthood in the world. Once a person became a martial sage, he would be invincible among his peers. Other sages would not be a match for him. It was evident how powerful a martial sage was. However, since ancient times, there were very few cultivators who could become martial sages. The number of them could be counted on one's fingers. This was because the path to sainthood was too difficult. In comparison, there were many successful cultivators who achieved sainthood through the immortal Tao or the divine Tao. Therefore, no one was willing to take the extremely difficult path to sainthood. They all chose the easier path. The decline of the ancient martial Tao was not a coincidence. There were very few people with great perseverance. Without great perseverance, it was impossible for them to cultivate successfully. Furthermore, even those with great perseverance might not be able to attain sainthood through the flesh and become an invincible martial sage. Even the ancient stellar half-saint had never heard of anyone who could cultivate both immortal and martial techniques. The immortal Tao secret art that Gu Fei had displayed was definitely an authentic immortal Tao secret art. The void trembled. Thousands of divine swords of the great Tao formed by starlight shot back at the ancient stellar half-saint. Every sword radiance emitted a terrifying wave. The ancient stellar half-saint was so frustrated that he almost vomited blood after being attacked by his own killer move. Eternal starry sky. The ancient stellar half-saint roared furiously. The starry sky around him once again condensed into huge stars. A starry universe was operating. Thousands of starlight swords penetrated the starry sky around the ancient stellar half-saint. They were all devoured by the starry sky and turned back into the power of the stars. You've actually cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. How is this possible? The starlight swords were devoured by the starry sky. Every star in the starry sky became extremely bright, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He displayed the chaotic reversal secret art, which could reverse all attacks. To a certain extent, he was already in an invincible position. Xiao, if you want to be arrogant, I'll deal with you. The black-clothed ancient half-saint walked over from afar, and he emanated a horrifying and ghastly aura. He was extremely mysterious. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he sensed the strange aura emanated by this ancient half-saint. Could it be that he actually possesses the 9 godly physique of legend? Since he had the 9 godly physique, how could he only be an ancient half-step saint? With such a physique, he could at least become a saint. Moreover, it didn't seem impossible to become a saint in the old antiques time. Mysterious dark hand. The black-robed ancient half-saint immediately attacked. With a loud shout, he stretched out his right hand towards Gu Fei. A huge pitch-black hand appeared in the sky, emanating a terrifying chill. The nearby void seemed to have frozen, and frost appeared on the ground. The extreme yin and cold power erupted, and the temperature of the entire world dropped sharply. Even the ancient star half-saint had no choice but to retreat. Fire Element Fist. Gu Fei directly used the Fire Element Fist of the Five Elements Fist. A fire-like qi gang rushed out of his fist and met the incoming mysterious dark hand. It was as if a monstrous divine fire had appeared in the dark world. It was a shocking scene of fire burning the sky, and it completely dispelled the cold aura emanating from the mysterious dark hand. Boom! Gu Fei's fist directly smashed against the huge pitch-black hand. The mysterious dark hand launched by the black-robed ancient half-step saint was smashed to pieces by Gu Fei's fist. The extreme yin and cold essence was completely dispelled by the fire element true power that rushed out of Gu Fei's fist. 9 Yin Godly Body. Gu Fei was very surprised. This was a man who emitted a bone-piercing cold aura. The void around him was like a black hole. Everything was frozen, and even light couldn't shine in. I didn't expect a little guy like you to have such good eyesight. The black-robed ancient half-saint was a little stunned. He was very surprised that Gu Fei could see through his origin. One should know that the 9 Yin godly body had disappeared for countless years in China. The 9 Yin godly body was one of the rare godly bodies in the 3 realms and 6 Tao. It didn't appear all the time. In the human realm, this godly body had become a legend. Freezing 30,000 miles. The 9 Yin godly ancient half-saint didn't say much and directly unleashed a terrifying killer move. An extreme yin and cold power suddenly burst out of his body and instantly spread out. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles immediately became extremely cold. The terrifying cold air instantly froze the surging river, and the mountains within a radius of a few hundred miles collapsed. Only the area enveloped by the ancient sovereign killing formation wasn't affected at all. However, the terrain of this area had more or less changed. Such an outcome would inevitably cause the general trend of the world to change. The 9-dragon celestial puzzle of the Dongfang family would probably be affected in the end. High up in the sky, Gu Fei was instantly frozen. The terrifying cold air turned him into an ice sculpture. He only felt that the rushing blood in his body was about to freeze. What a terrifying profound yin cold air. Gu Fei's heart trembled. If it was an ordinary expert, he would have long been frozen into dust. Only a human with a martial physique like him could be spared. Clang! A blue divine sword appeared in the 9 Yin godly ancient half-saint's hand. It was a divine sword that emitted traces of divine power. Ancient Tao patterns were faintly discernible on the body of the divine sword. Die! The 9 Yin godly ancient half-saint directly held the divine sword and stabbed at the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. On the tip of the sword, a faint blue light flickered, like the tongue of a spirit snake. Bang! At this moment, the layer of transparent ice covering Gu Fei's body cracked. Countless cracks appeared on the ice. Then, with a loud boom, the ice completely shattered and countless ice shards shot in all directions. Amidst the countless ice shards, a figure shot up into the sky. What? As the blue divine sword stabbed forward, all the ice shards that shot at the 9 Yin godly ancient half-saint instantly melted in the void. The 9 Yin godly ancient half-saint was extremely shocked. He had never expected that Gu Fei could actually escape. This guy, in the distant sky, the star ancient half-saint was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. He knew very well how powerful his companion was. Once the profound yin cold air was released, it could freeze everything in the world. However, this little guy called Gu Fei was actually not frozen by the profound yin cold air. Chapter 1647. The fact that Gu Fei was not frozen by the cold qi shocked the 2 ancient half-saints to the extreme. It should be known that the one who attacked him was the 9 Yin godly physique, which was rare in the 3 realms and 6 Taos. The 9 Yin godly physique was a type of innate divine physique with incomparable talent. It was born with an extreme yin physique and was close to the yin qi. If this divine physique cultivated the yin cultivation method, it would definitely improve rapidly. Others who cultivated for 100 years would not be able to compare to those with the 9 godly physique who cultivated for half a year. This was an innate expert. They were destined from the moment they were born. The 9 ancient half-saint was definitely more powerful and terrifying than the star ancient half-saint. Although they were both ancient half-saints, the 9 ancient half-saint had a unique physique that others could not compare to. Buzz. The divine sword vibrated and a blue divine light spread out from the 9 ancient half-saint's sword. An extremely cold aura filled the air. This was a terrifying Taiyin sword chi, and it rushed toward Gu Fei. You used to be a saint. Gu Fei was shocked. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. The 9 ancient half-saint was extraordinary. The power contained in the divine sword in his hand came from the same source as him. Although he was an ancient half-saint, the divine sword in his hand showed signs of awakening. This was not a good thing. If the divine sword was completely awakened, it would be equivalent to a saint coming in person. Humph. The 9 ancient half-saint sneered. The sword chi that came out from the divine sword in his hand became even more intense. Countless ancient Tao patterns kept appearing on the body of the sword. Swish. The terrifying sword wave spread out. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and quickly dodged it. Thunderous sounds came out from his body. This was the sound produced by the rapid circulation of his qi and blood. Gu Fei's qi and blood were extremely vigorous. In the sky above his head, there seemed to be a huge dragon soaring. This was a strange phenomenon formed by vigorous qi and blood. You can't escape. The 9 ancient half-saint's voice was even colder than the sword chi. The divine sword in his hand was awakening. The imprint of the great Tao within it was awakening. A terrifying aura spread out from the divine sword. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The 9 ancient half-saint was definitely a saint in the distant past. This divine sword was most likely a saint weapon that he had refined himself. The Dongfang family's foundation was terrifying. They actually had a 9 godly physique that had cultivated to the 9 ancient half-saint. Moreover, this 9 ancient half-saint was extremely powerful and frightening. Gu Fei no longer had any doubts. He did not know why the cultivation of this 9 ancient half-sage had fallen from the sage realm to the half-sage realm. However, even if the 9 divine body was only at the half-sage realm, it still displayed invincible battle strength. Ancient spirit. Although Gu Fei was using the world's fastest speed to dodge the 9 ancient half-saint's sword light, he did not escape. Moreover, if he really wanted to escape, the 9 ancient half-saint would not be able to stop him. He flipped his right hand and a black divine sword appeared in his hand. This was the 9 heaven stars sword that he had refined himself. It was a martialist divine weapon. Seeing the divine sword that appeared in Gu Fei's hand, the 9 ancient half-saint's eyes lit up. This was a divine sword that was refined from the 9 heaven stars' iron. Moreover, it was a divine sword that did not have the imprint of the great Tao. The 9 ancient half-saint's eyes lit up when he saw the divine sword that appeared in Gu Fei's hand. This was a divine sword that was refined from the 9 heaven stars' iron. Moreover, it was a divine sword that did not have the imprint of the great Tao. The 9 ancient half-saint's eyes turned red. Buzz. Gu Fei shook the divine sword in his hand. A black light rushed out from the divine sword and swallowed at the tip of the sword. This was the sword light that was condensed from martial Tao true power. Swoosh. Gu Fei waved the long sword in his hand and met the sword light coming from ancient Saint Grade Saint 9. Ancient Saint Grade Saint 9 was shocked when he clashed head-on with the Saint Grade sword light. On the surface of the 9 heaven stars sword, there were star-like patterns. It was a kind of pattern naturally formed by heaven and earth. It was a trace of the great Tao of nature. Clang. The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand clashed with the 9 ancient half-saint's divine moon sword. A crisp sound was heard and the blue sword light was shattered. The two figures crossed each other in an instant. What an immortal divine sword! The 9 ancient half-saint exclaimed. He looked down at the divine moon sword in his hand and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the sword was undamaged. Gu Fei was also examining the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand. He was surprised and delighted when he saw that the divine sword was undamaged. The characteristics of the immortal divine material were indeed powerful. Even if it was a divine sword without any Dao patterns, it could actually contend against a holy weapon. No one would believe it even if it was set out. However, such an incredible thing had happened today. Immortal divine materials were exclusive to Supremes. They were not something that ordinary cultivators could have. Gu Fei had obtained the 9 heaven stars iron by chance. Immortal divine metal. In the distant sky, the star ancient half-saint stared at the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. His eyes were blazing with divine light. He wanted to snatch the divine sword. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, it was still very difficult for him to compete with the 9 ancient half-saint. Although he had shattered the divine moon sword light, a cold chi had traveled along the divine sword and entered his body. Gu Fei's martial body had suffered a great impact. The blood vessels in his body were almost frozen. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind and a shocking aura erupted from his body. His strength was soaring and the cold chi that had invaded his body was instantly forced out. What? The 9 ancient half-saint was shocked. This little guy still had some strength left. How was this possible? Was this his true strength? Boom! The entire heaven and earth trembled. Gu Fei's entire body emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Rays of primal chaos divine light revolved around his body. His aura actually increased tenfold in an instant. This power was far too great, causing the space around him to ripple. Spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from his body. It was as if the world could not contain him. Die. At this moment, Gu Fei's battle prowess was raised to the limit that his martial body could withstand. At this moment, he was peerlessly powerful. With a slash of his sword, a powerful sword wind was set off and a huge crack appeared in the void between heaven and earth. It was neither a great technique nor a magical power. It was just a simple slash. However, it made the 9 ancient half-saint feel extreme danger. At this moment, even the powerful 9 ancient half-saint could not maintain his calm. Alright, I will fight with you. The 9 ancient half-saint finally became serious. He had to use his real strength to deal with Gu Fei's strength. Endless lunar power erupted from his body. Buzz! The divine lunar sword in the hands of the ancient half-sage of 9 emitted a dazzling divine light. The sword light soared into the sky and met the 9 heaven stars sword. Please share. Chapter 1648. An intense battle broke out. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Ascension secret technique. His combat strength increased tenfold as he fought the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade. Source, by Xiao Sheng, Buzz. Clang. The sound of the divine sword and the clashing of metal resounded for thousands of miles. Sword light shot into the sky from time to time. The dazzling sword light made the stars in the sky pale in comparison. Too strong. Although Gu Fei had already used the Ascension secret technique, he still felt extremely pressured when facing the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade. The ancient quasi-sage 9 shade was like an immovable ancient mountain. No matter how strong Gu Fei's attacks were, the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade could easily neutralize them. He discovered that the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade's understanding of the Great Tao had already reached a level that others could not hope to reach. Every move he made was compatible with the Great Tao. This method was too terrifying. This was no longer the ability of a quasi-sage. After all, the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade had once been a sage. Even if his cultivation level had fallen, his understanding of the Great Tao was still the same. In terms of understanding of the Great Tao, the ancient quasi-sage 9 shade was still a sage. Clang! The two powerhouses clashed fiercely with their divine swords in both hands. Terrifying sword chi surged in all directions, causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the surrounding void. The void was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Roar! Die! Gu Fei and the ancient quasi-sage Nine-Shade roared at the same time. The world shook as the two of them used all their strength to send each other flying. A water-blue swordlight brushed past Gu Fei's face, leaving a bloody mark. Bam! The moment Gu Fei was sent flying, his right leg kicked towards the ancient quasi-sage Nine-Shade's lower abdomen. However, the ancient quasi-sage Nine-Shade blocked it with a knee strike. Jiuyin ancient sage to be was once a saint, so his battle experience was probably above that of Gu Fei's. In that instant, he had almost pierced through Gu Fei's Naiwen palace. Gu Fei was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't instinctively sensed danger and tilted his head, he wouldn't have been so lucky as to get his face cut. Preposterous. Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. After flying back for thousands of feet, he steadied himself. Then, a purple-gold divine light emerged from the center of his brows, as if a divine eye was about to open there. An aura of the great Tao emanated from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Although it was only a wisp of Tao charm, it was enough to move the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin. Swoosh! A Tao sword shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It ignored the obstruction of the void and instantly arrived in front of the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin at an extremely fast speed. The ancient half-sage of Nine Yin was shocked. The divine power of Yin surged throughout his body, and countless Tao patterns rushed out from his body, interweaving into a large net to block the divine sword of the great Tao. Is this the legendary primordial spirit sword of the way? The ancient astral half-sage of Nine Yin, who was watching this battle from afar, was moved. Just how many supreme secret techniques of the celestial path had this little guy mastered? Could it be that he had obtained the complete inheritance of the 9 secrets of the celestial path? Swoosh! The primordial spirit sword of the way was indestructible. It directly tore through the large net that the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin had created with Tao patterns and slashed at him. The ancient half-sage of Nine Yin had never thought that he could use the large net of Tao patterns to block the primordial spirit sword of the way. He was only using this method to buy some time. He quickly retreated, and then a dazzling sword light rushed out of his hand, blocking the primordial spirit sword that was slashing at him. The water-blue sword light spread out, completely sealing the void in front of the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin, and its holy power was vast and mighty. It was a divine sword, after all, and it contained the mark of the great Tao. Sword chi surged, and even Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword of the way could not break through this powerful saint-level sword light. The two sword lights clashed, and a sonorous sound rang out. The primordial spirit sword of the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin's divine sword of the way clashed with dazzling sword light. In the end, Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword of the way flew back and sank back into Gu Fei's Naiwen palace. Your cultivation is not enough. Even if you have cultivated the 9 secrets of the celestial path, you are still no match for me. The ancient half-sage of Nine Yin's words were extremely cold. The divine sword in his hand was still awakening, and a terrifying aura that could shock the heavens began to appear on it. This divine weapon was almost completely awakened. Let's fight again next time. Gu Fei knew that once the ancient divine weapon was completely awakened, he would have no chance at all. Even if he used the divine weapon of the Great Path, he would only be able to protect himself. He decisively retreated. You want to leave? Just as Gu Fei was about to retreat, the ancient stellar half-sage of Nine Yin, who was watching the battle from afar, closed in on him. A starry sky appeared around him. Beams of mountainous starlight descended from the heavens, bringing with them endless power of the stars. They continuously entered the ancient stellar half-sage of Nine Yin's body. In the starry sky around the ancient stellar half-sage of Nine Yin, 108 great stars were abnormally bright. They lit up the entire starry sky and released endless fluctuations of the power of the stars. When the figure that emitted endless starlight walked over, the 108 great stars around him flew up and sealed the entire void space. He wanted to keep Gu Fei here. The ancient stellar half-sage of Nine Yin had been drawing on the power of the stars of the 9 heavens to strengthen himself while Gu Fei was fighting the ancient stellar half-sage of Nine Yin. By now, his battle prowess had been raised to the limit. The 108 great stars stabilized the world and sealed the void. If it had been an ordinary peak almighty, or even a peak half-sage, they would definitely have been suppressed to the point of being unable to move. Unfortunately, his target was Gu Fei. Humph. You want to stop me? Unless you're a sage. Gu Fei used the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand to break the seal of the ancient stellar half-sage of 9 heaven stars. He shook the 108 great stars and rushed out. The time limit of the secret skill to heaven had not passed yet. In this invincible state, Gu Fei's martial body was unimaginably strong. Every move he made contained great power. Even though the ancient stellar half-sage of 9 yin's battle prowess had been raised to the limit and he drew on the power of the stars of the 9 heavens, it was still difficult to suppress Gu Fei. At this moment, the ancient stellar half-sage of 9 yin made his move. The sacred sword in his hand had finally completely awakened. He slashed out with the most stunning sword. The aqua-blue swordlight soared into the sky and almost cut down the stars in the heavens. The terrifying sage might swept across a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, almost alarming the entire eastern region. The region where the Dongfang family was located was shrouded in a terrifying chill. This was no longer a frozen area of 30,000 miles. The area within a radius of 100,000 miles had become a world of ice and snow. The water had turned into ice and snow had fallen from the sky. It was impossible for such a commotion to go unnoticed. The news that someone was fighting in the territory of the Dongfang family spread quickly. Many cultivators immediately rushed to the region where the Dongfang family was located. However, even such a stunning sword could not stop Gu Fei. Gu Fei tore the void and his figure instantly disappeared into the chaotic nothingness. Chapter 1649. The resurrection of the holy weapon shook the heavens, and the terrifying holy might spread for millions of miles. Hundreds of millions of people trembled. This was the terror of the true power of the saint level. The saint had already surpassed the world and was the most powerful existence in the world. The holy sword in the hands of the ancient 7-step saint had finally completely recovered. Buzz! The holy sword vibrated, and countless cracks suddenly appeared in the entire world. The ancient 7-step saint did not hesitate and directly slashed at Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei had already torn the void and stepped into the chaos. He had to retreat. The true power of the saint level was not something he could contend with. Even if he had the holy weapon of the extreme way, it was absolutely impossible. The shocking sword light shattered everything and destroyed everything. It was invincible and directly slashed into the chaotic void. However, at this time, Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared. The ancient 7-step saint was shocked. This little guy named Gu Fei was incredible. Such a person was definitely a great enemy of the Dongfang family. There were only 2 results when meeting such a person, and that was to become his friend or his enemy. It was a pity that Dongfang Chen was high-spirited and was also the most outstanding person in the Taishan sect. He never thought that a piece of trash would actually grow up. Back then, Dongfang Chen had made a mistake and was killed by Gu Fei. It was good that he died, but he had made a great enemy for the entire Dongfang family. At this time, Gu Fei had already entered the depths of the chaotic void. This was a place of extreme chaos. There were no laws of the world, and it was completely a scene of the world before the world was created. With Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, he could naturally walk in this void. A layer of qi gang appeared on his body, blocking all the earth, water, fire, and wind that came from all directions. The Dongfang family actually has such a person in charge. No wonder they can compete with the Zhao family of the antiquity. Gu Fei stood in the chaotic void, and his eyes flashed. It was not strange that the Dongfang family had an ancient half-saint, but the ancient 7-step saint had the divine body of Jiuyin and was once a saint. This was the first time that Gu Fei had met such an existence. He felt great pressure. Although the other was not a saint, his understanding of the Great Way was difficult for others to reach. The Dongfang family, Gu Fei muttered to himself. With the ancient sage to be Jiuyin in charge, he couldn't do anything to the Dongfang family for the time being. However, he would be able to fight with the ancient sage to Biyao once he broke through to the peak of the almighty realm. He pondered for a while, then took out the formation platform and stepped onto it. He then activated the transmission array and disappeared into the chaotic void. Since Gu Fei had decided to make a move against the Dongfang family, he had made ample preparations. After all, no one knew what kind of resources the Dongfang family, a great power that had existed for countless years, possessed. In a barren mountain outside the East Royal City of the Eastern Domain, the void in a corner suddenly rippled. The void undulated like transparent water waves. Whoosh! A figure passed through the layer of transparent ripples and appeared in the barren mountain. The person who walked out of the void was Gu Fei. He used the formation platform to teleport himself from the chaotic void to the vicinity of the Eastern Royal City. He came here to get some information from the Eastern Royal City. I need to change my appearance, Gu Fei muttered to himself. After that, his facial features began to change as his body became pudgy. He was able to change his appearance at will. Soon, a short and fat Taoist priest in a Taoist robe walked out of the barren mountain and headed towards the Eastern Royal City. Ever since Gu Fei caused a ruckus in the Eastern Royal City and killed the Eastern Royal City Lord, the position of the Eastern Royal City Lord had been empty. Even Dongfang Yuan, a half-saint, died at the hands of Gu Fei. In the Dongfang family, there were experts stronger than Dongfang Yuan, but they could not send them out. One had to know that the fall of Dongfang Yuan was already a great loss to the Dongfang family. The Eastern Royal City was as lively as ever. Cultivators could be seen everywhere in the city. When Gu Fei appeared in the city in the form of a short and fat Taoist priest, no one noticed him at all. No cultivator in the human realm would miss this opportunity. Some people had already predicted that a saint would be born in this era. There was no lack of immortals in the Eastern Royal City. This was impossible 100 years ago. Immortals and gods had disappeared. At that time, the world had not changed and the great Tao was unfathomable. Almost no one could cultivate to become an immortal, let alone a saint. However, with the arrival of the human realm, the world had changed and the great Tao was no longer out of reach. Those whose cultivation had been suppressed for countless years took advantage of this opportunity to break through their bottlenecks. In the mortal dimension, countless people had seized the opportunity of this great era to become immortals and gods, and some extraordinarily talented people had even triumphed all the way to become almighty and even half-saints. Did you know? Someone actually attacked the Dongfang family today. Who is so bold as to attack the Dongfang family's ancestral court? Chaos is about to break out? The cultivators in the city were talking. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that the news of him attacking the Dongfang family would spread so quickly. I heard that it's a person called Gu Fei. Gu Fei? Is the rumor true? Is it really that the warrior of the Supreme Mystery sect has returned? It seems that the Dongfang family will be in big trouble. Gu Fei had been famous in the eastern region 100 years ago. The cultivators of the major sects in the eastern region had heard of Gu Fei's fame. In the Eastern Royal City, countless cultivators had gathered, and many people knew about Gu Fei's origin. The grudge between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had spread throughout the eastern region. The Dongfang family had even offered a reward for Gu Fei's head. However, so many years had passed, and the Dongfang family couldn't find Gu Fei at all. In the past 100 years, Gu Fei had completely disappeared. Some people said that he had entered the heaven realm during the turmoil of the heavenly market. The appearance of Gu Fei shocked all the cultivators in the eastern region. The short and fat Taoist priest walked in the Eastern Royal City and listened to the various voices in the city. He knew that there was no city lord in the Eastern Royal City, and the Dongfang family didn't send any experts to guard the city. Even if there were no experts, the number one force in the Eastern Royal City was still the Dongfang family, because the other sects in the city had submitted to the Dongfang family. Gu Fei received an important piece of news. The Dongfang family would make a big move in the near future, but no one knew what the Dongfang family was going to do. Gu Fei was very curious. Was this so-called big move to deal with him? It seemed very likely. If the Jianghu ancient sage-to-be personally came, even he would have to temporarily avoid it. Chapter 1650. Gu Fei was very curious about the Dongfang family's big move. He originally wanted to go to the southern wasteland to meet his old friends, but this way, he wouldn't leave the eastern domain for the time being. Gu Fei turned into a pudgy Taoist, looking very inconspicuous. One had to know that there were countless cultivators gathered in the eastern royal city. No one would pay attention to an ordinary pudgy Taoist. Soon, the news of Gu Fei's battle with the semi-sage Gu of the Dongfang family spread throughout the eastern royal city. The semi-sage Gu of the Dongfang family was extremely powerful, and he managed to chase away this great enemy. Although this evil star was chased away, the Dongfang family didn't dare to be careless. All the disciples of the Dongfang family returned to their ancestral land, not allowed to go out. The enmity between the Dongfang family and Gu Fei was too deep, and it was impossible to resolve. Every disciple of the Dongfang family was his target. No one was unafraid of death, and the disciples of the Dongfang family were no exception. For several days, Gu Fei turned into a pudgy Taoist and walked around the eastern royal city. The number of cultivators in the city was clearly increasing. This was a very common scene in this era. If it was 100 years ago, it would definitely be a grand occasion for so many cultivators to gather in one city. In the evening, Gu Fei walked on the street and saw many cultivators setting up stalls on both sides of the street to trade for items they needed. This was a cultivator's market. There were many cultivators wandering around, some were bargaining with others, and some were directly taking out items that the other party needed and exchanging them. This kind of market was very common in places where cultivators gathered. There were even people who would pick up leftovers to trade for rare divine materials. However, this kind of thing was absolutely rare. Not everyone could pick up leftovers. When Gu Fei was in the heavenly realm, he picked up leftovers once. He cut out the primordial spirit of the demonic human from a stone statue, and he also cut out a divine egg from another ancient stone statue. The primordial spirit and body of the demonic human were thrown into the depths of the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei, and the divine egg was still being nurtured. The life inside the egg was still growing. Right now, in the East Royal City's market, the things that the cultivators put on display were all very ordinary, such as 1,000-year-old ginseng, 10,000-year-old snow lotus. These things were relatively common in the cultivation world. Only divine medicines that were more than 10,000 years old were worthy of Gu Fei's attention. Gu Fei was strolling leisurely. He originally wasn't here to pick up scraps, but his gaze was suddenly attracted by a signboard. On it was written that a supreme divine weapon could be exchanged for a piece of divine crystal of life. Divine crystal of life? Gu Fei pondered for a moment, then walked towards the sign. Behind the sign stood an old man. This old man's clothes were tattered, his hair and teeth were almost all gone, and his face was full of wrinkles. This old man seemed to have one foot in the grave, but Gu Fei sensed an extremely obscure and powerful aura from this old man. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the old man's body. His life force was faintly discernible, as if he could die at any moment. What a joke. An almost rotten iron spear wants to exchange for a piece of divine crystal of life? Many people were stunned when they saw the supreme divine weapon in front of the old man. They then turned around and left. Gu Fei saw that the peerless divine weapon written on the plate was actually a rusty iron spear. This iron spear was already close to rotting. How was this a supreme divine weapon? Even if such an iron spear was thrown on the ground, no one would pick it up, let alone exchange a piece of scrap iron with a divine crystal of life. One should know that the divine crystal of life was extremely precious. A small piece could bring a person back from the brink of death, and the life essence contained within it could immediately heal a dying person. This kind of divine crystal could only be produced in the heavenly spring of life. The heavenly spring of life was rare in the world, and the divine crystal of life was even rarer. Gu Fei came in front of the old man and glanced at him. He then stretched out his right hand and grabbed the rusty iron spear. The iron spear on the ground immediately leaped into his hand. Did someone really exchange a divine crystal of life for this piece of scrap iron? Is there really such an idiot in the world? Seeing that Gu Fei had grabbed the iron spear, some of the cultivators nearby could not help but be shocked. This iron spear was completely ordinary, and there was no fluctuation of arcane energy on it. Moreover, this iron spear was rusty and severely corroded. One touch from it would probably turn it into dust. Good spear, it's worth a divine crystal of life. Gu Fei took a closer look at the iron spear in his hand, then said something that everyone could not believe. Everyone was dumbfounded. You call this a good spear? Brother, is there something wrong with your head? The cultivators nearby could not understand. They could not understand why Gu Fei would actually want to exchange this spear with the old man. Was this spear really a treasure? At this moment, many cultivators had gathered around Gu Fei. Little brother, you have a good eye. The old man's half-closed eyes suddenly opened as he looked at Gu Fei. He had been setting up his stall here for more than 10 days, and all the cultivators thought he had gone mad to actually use a spear to trade for the divine crystal of life. I want this spear. Gu Fei directly took out a fist-sized divine crystal of life and threw it to the old man. When the surrounding cultivators saw that Gu Fei actually took out a fist-sized divine crystal of life, they were all stunned by Gu Fei's generosity. That was a divine crystal of life, a fist-sized piece that was rarely seen in the world. This short and fat Taoist actually used it to exchange for a rusty iron spear. Everyone looked at the divine crystal of life in the old man's hand with envious eyes. Some people were already eyeing this divine crystal of life. Thank you very much. The old man bowed to Gu Fei, then put away the divine crystal of life and turned to leave. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. The surrounding cultivators were all inexplicably shocked. Under the puzzled gazes of the surrounding cultivators, Gu Fei took the iron spear and quickly left. He wanted to return to his place of residence and study this iron spear carefully. Soon, Gu Fei returned to his place of residence and placed the rusty iron spear on the table. A sealed divine spear? Gu Fei felt something strange about the iron spear. It was an extremely obscure fluctuation. The power of the seal had completely sealed this iron spear. As long as the seal on the iron spear was undone, this divine weapon could once again shine with vitality. Gu Fei planned to break the seal on the seal suppression iron spear. He was very curious. After breaking the seal on this iron spear, he would be able to find out whether this iron spear was a peerless divine weapon or not. Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help but feel a little nervous. Chapter 1651. In the East Royal City's market, Gu Fei used a divine crystal of life to exchange for a rusty spear. After he returned to his residence, he immediately wanted to undo the seal on the spear. First published text. Medium, text. He engraved a small array around the room, isolating any aura and sound from the room. Then, Gu Fei opened his inner world and walked into it. He was going to break the seal on the rusty spear in his inner world. However, just as he entered his inner world, he sensed a powerful aura coming from the depths of this world. Hey Tian, this guy. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he sensed this aura. This guy was actually absorbing the spiritual qi of his inner world again. It must be known that an existence like He Tian would consume a massive amount of spiritual qi. Fortunately, the spiritual qi in Gu Fei's inner world was vast and almost endless. He Tian was heavily injured when he fought with Mo Tian. It was caused by a peerless devil weapon. If it wasn't for the protection of the saint weapon, He Tian would have died a long time ago. Even with Gu Fei's help, He Tian couldn't recover for the time being. He had no choice but to refine the immortal divine liquid in Gu Fei's inner world to recover his cultivation base and strength. In another direction, Gu Fei also sensed a powerful aura coming from another direction. That kid Gu Zhong isn't bad. Gu Fei muttered to himself. That direction was where his disciple, Gu Zhong, was. Gu Zhong was thrown into the killing array laid down by He Tian by Gu Fei, using this extreme method to temper himself. Under extreme circumstances, one's potential could often be stimulated. As a martial artist, Gu Zhong's potential was almost limitless. The power of his martial body was almost limitless. In the killing array, killing intent soared to the sky. Gu Zhong roared as he attacked the killing array, wanting to rush out. However, the killing array laid down by He Tian wasn't that easy to break. Rumble, Gu Zhong, who was in the middle of the killing formation, saw the army charging towards him. Although he knew that it was all an illusion, he was still incomparably shocked. Kill! Gu Zhong bellowed. His martial path true force surged, and the 5 elemental astral chi rushed out of his body like a 5-colored divine fire. So what if there were thousands of soldiers and horses? Gu Zhong directly rushed up and slaughtered the army that was charging at him. His aura was earth-shattering, and rays of 5-colored sword light danced around him. This was a type of martial path battle skill. It could use the martial path true chi in one's body to condense all kinds of divine weapons to attack. This was the chi weapon battle skill. Just as Gu Zhong was slaughtering the army, a figure walked out from the mist in front of him. A powerful aura radiated from that figure. When Gu Zhong saw the figure, he was stunned. It was an extremely familiar aura. The person walking out from the mist was actually his master, Gu Fei. How is this possible? Gu Zhong's voice began to tremble. Although he knew that these were illusions created by the killing array and did not truly exist, he was still shocked to the extreme. Bang! The Gu Fei that was created by the killing formation made a move. A gigantic palm covered the sky. This was an ancient martial path battle skill, the heaven-enveloping palm. Terrifying energy fluctuations gushed out from the gigantic palm. Bang! After Gu Zhong recovered from his shock, a resolute expression appeared on his face. He also blasted out with his palm. It was also the heaven-enveloping palm. A 5-colored gigantic palm clashed against Gu Fei's palm. Boom! The 2 gigantic palms collided. Without any suspense, the Gu Fei that was created by the killing formation was incomparably powerful. The might of the heaven-enveloping palm he unleashed was far greater than Gu Zhong's. Gu Zhong's 5-colored palm crumbled, and the 5 elemental true chi dissipated. He was flung back into the center of the killing formation, unable to escape. This killing formation that trapped Gu Zhong could transform into all sorts of powerful characters. These characters were all existences that Gu Zhong had met before. To a certain extent, this killing formation could give rise to an illusion. It was as if one was fighting against these existences. The killing formation that He Tian laid out was very mysterious. Roar! Gu Zhong roared. He once again charged out, but without any suspense, he was once again smashed back into the formation. But this time, he lasted a little longer than the previous time. This was progress. Cultivation relied on accumulation step by step, and only then could one break through. One couldn't obtain great strength in one go. If one wanted to obtain great strength, they would need to work harder than ordinary people. Gu Zhong continued to charge into the killing formation, fighting against the powerful opponents that he had met before. Time and time again, he fell and stood up again. An unyielding will supported him. His potential was constantly being dug out in the process of killing. Bit by bit, sand accumulated into a tower. His battle strength was slowly increasing. This kind of change was very slow, so slow that Gu Zhong himself couldn't feel the changes in his body. Outside the killing formation, Gu Fei stood for a long time. He couldn't help but nod his head when he sensed Gu Zhong's state inside the killing formation. It didn't matter if one's talent was poor. As long as one had great willpower, they would eventually have a chance to stand at the peak of the world. Gu Fei didn't alarm Gu Zhong, who was inside the killing formation. He silently walked away, found a valley, and sat down on a boulder in the valley. He took out the rusty spear. A thick layer of rust covered the surface of the spear, as though the spear would shatter with a light touch. There was an extremely weak aura of a seal on the spear. Otherwise, Gu Fei wouldn't have used a divine crystal of life to exchange for this spear. What's going on? Gu Fei began to carefully examine the spear in his hand. Very quickly, he discovered that this spear didn't seem to be a divine weapon refined from an immortal divine material. In fact, it wasn't even a rare divine material. It's a spear forged from ordinary divine metal? However, why would anyone want to seal such a spear? As Gu Fei thought about it, he couldn't help but tighten his grip. Paw! With a cracking sound, the thick layer of rust on the metal spear cracked open. This forceful squeeze of his was shockingly powerful. Even if it was a genuine godly metal, it would still be crushed. However, the spear didn't shatter. Gu Fei discovered that a black light was seeping out from the cracks on the spear. The aura of a seal was also spreading out from the cracks. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. There was indeed something wrong with this spear. He hurriedly removed the layer of rust that covered the spear. A black spear appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Look at the first post of www. Chapter 1652. It was a pitch-black great spear with ancient Tao runes engraved on it. This was an incredible divine weapon, but it had been sealed by someone. Other than the Tao patterns on the spear, there was nothing else that could attract Gu Fei's attention. Someone had wrapped a new layer of divine metal around the sealed spear. The divine metal on the outside was not sealed by the Tao pattern, so it gradually decayed. Over time, the divine metal that was wrapped around the weapon began to rust and was gradually corroded. Finally, it became what Gu Fei saw, full of rust, as if it was about to completely decay. A saint-level seal, Gu Fei tried to inject some true power into the spear, but when his true power touched the spear, it was repelled by a gentle force. With Gu Fei's cultivation and strength, it was impossible to break a saint-level seal. However, he was not willing to break it with the power of an extreme holy weapon. If he did not control the power of an extreme holy weapon well, it was very likely that the weapon would be destroyed. It was better to have enough strength to break the seal on the weapon. Or if he had the chance to reunite with Old Tortoise, he might be able to break the seal with the help of the Tai sovereign seal. Gu Fei did not need such a weapon. He was just happy to see it. Gu Fei looked at the black iron spear in his hand. Then, he raised his hand and threw the spear out. A black light flew out from the valley, crossed hundreds of miles of the void, and directly pierced into the killing formation that Mai Tian had set up. Buzz! The black spear fell from the sky and inserted itself beside Gu Zhong. It made a vibrating sound and shocked Gu Zhong, who was meditating to recover his strength. Gu Zhong stood up from the ground. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, and some places were even stained with blood. He had been constantly fighting in the killing formation and was constantly injured, but it was not fatal. Is this the weapon that Master gave me? Gu Zhong reached out and grabbed the pitch-black spear. He exerted force and pulled the spear out of the ground. The spear was extremely heavy, and he did not know what material it was made of. All right. Gu Zhong gripped the great spear with both hands and charged out of the killing formation. The sound of a magnificent army resounded, as if countless people were engaged in a life-and-death battle. When Gu Zhong launched his attack, the killing formation also started to operate, and its murderous aura filled the sky. At this time, He Tian's recovery had also reached the final stage. This guy's injuries had long since recovered, and he wanted to use this opportunity to break through the bottleneck of his cultivation. The immortal godly liquid contained countless fragments of the Grand Tao. For a cultivator, it definitely had an unpredictable effect. If He Tian was lucky, he might be able to have an epiphany. Gu Fei knew that He Tian would not come out so soon. He opened up his inner world and walked out. He transformed into a short and fat Taoist priest and stayed in an inconspicuous inn in the East Imperial City. No one would pay attention to a cultivator like him. After coming out of his inner world, Gu Fei removed the small formation in his room, opened the door, and walked out. It was widely rumored that the Dongfang clan was about to make a big move. Gu Fei wanted to see what they were planning. The entire eastern domain was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. The number of cultivators in the East Imperial City kept increasing. This kind of phenomenon would only appear in a grand era. Everyone wanted to become a saint. Everyone wanted to become an invincible supreme existence in the three realms and six Tao. The mortal grand era was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, among the countless cultivators, there weren't many who truly had the strength to achieve the Saint Tao fruit. Superpowers like the ancient Desolate faction and the Dongfang clan had an incomparable foundation in the mortal Grand Era. The advantage of such a faction was too obvious. Even if someone in the mortal Grand Era became a saint, it would most likely be someone from one of these superpowers. Gu Fei and the Dongfang clan had an irreconcilable enmity. Facing such a colossus, Gu Fei did not retreat. He was even more fearless. Even if it was a superpower, what could they do to him? More than 10 days passed, and the Dongfang clan really did make a move. One morning, more than 10 powerful figures walked out of the ancient emperor-killing formation of the Dongfang clan. The person in the lead was dressed in black and exuded a bone-chilling aura. The person in the lead was the ancient half-sage of Jianghu who chased Gu Fei away that day. This group of people, led by the ancient half-sage of Jianghu, left the Dongfang clan's territory, walked out of the mountain, and disappeared from the world. Soon, someone spread the news that the Dongfang clan was going on an expedition. 100 years ago, the three great Dao schools controlled a secret entrance to the world. This time, the Dongfang clan dispatched many experts to conquer that mysterious world. Could it be the virtual sky world? Upon hearing this news, Gu Fei immediately thought of the virtual sky world. Back then, he met the old turtle in the virtual sky world and obtained the mountain and river cauldron. During the trip to the virtual sky world, the person who gained the most was Gu Fei. Half of the peerless ominous saber was lost in the virtual sky world. Gu Fei originally planned to go to the virtual sky world, but now he really had to go there and have a look. Although the Taishan sect was destroyed, the three great Dao schools and the disciples of the Guangqing Immortal sect were still roaming the world, and the people of the Shangqing sect had also disappeared. The southern wasteland. In the evening, Gu Fei stood on top of a mountain outside the East Imperial City and gazed in the direction of the southern wasteland. His memories in the southern wasteland kept replaying in his mind. It's time to meet an old friend. With that, Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the mountain peak. Only the mountain wind whistled and the setting sun cast a long shadow on the mountain peak. Dragon Emperor City in the southern wasteland. This ancient city that had existed since the remote antiquity era still stood in the southern wasteland. The ruthless years did not seem to have caused this ancient city to show signs of decay. This was the most prosperous place in the southern wasteland. At this time, the southern wasteland was full of powerhouses from hundreds of races. Some people once said that the most powerful person in the southern wasteland had already broken through to the semi-saint realm. To be able to cultivate to the semi-saint realm within 100 years, such a cultivation speed could definitely be called a monster. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, a figure appeared on the hillside of the Dragon Emperor City. It was a young cultivator who did not give off any aura. This person was Gu Fei, who had rushed to the southern wasteland from the east domain. He knew where the virtual sky world was, but he was not in a hurry to enter the innumerable huge mountains. Instead, he came to the Dragon Emperor City first. At this time, the southern wasteland was more prosperous than ever. Azure Dragon, Gu Fei muttered to himself. 100 years had passed. To what extent had this powerful opponent of the past grown? He was looking forward to it very much. Chapter 1653. In the southern wasteland, the 100 races rose up, and experts emerged in large numbers. Even the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity was not willing to become enemies with the 100 races. There was even a rumor that in the last 100 years, someone from the 100 races of the southern wasteland had become a half-saint. Look at the text first. Hit. Literature. Net no one knew who had become a semi-sage, and some even doubted the veracity of this rumor. Half-step saint, with the word saint attached to it, it was extremely powerful. If someone managed to become a half-step saint, it would definitely cause a great commotion. However, in the past 100 years, no clan of the southern wasteland had ever caused such a phenomenon. In the evening, Dragon Emperor City was brightly lit. Compared to 100 years ago, this ancient city was more prosperous. Dragon Emperor City could be said to be the center of South Wilderness. Here, people from the 100 races of the southern wasteland could be seen. There were even figures of peerless experts walking around the city. The southern wasteland was a county of the Eternal Dynasty, the Great Yen Dynasty. It was guarded by a prefecture king conferred by the Great Yan dynasty, and nominally, it was the territory of the Great Yan dynasty. However, although Great Yan dynasty was powerful, it could hardly be the real owner of South Wilderness. The prefecture lord of Dragon Emperor City was just a nominal commander-in-chief. In reality, the southern wasteland had never been conquered by any power since ancient times. The southern wasteland was the southern wasteland of the 100 races of the southern wasteland. Even though the Great Yan dynasty was incomparably powerful, it still couldn't change this fact. In the southern wilderness, there was another super force, the Zhou clan of the ancients. The major clans that had been passed down since the age of antiquity were all clans that had once produced peerless renhuangs. They possessed the complete inheritance of renhuangs. Such clans had unimaginable resources. Even the Zhou clan of the ancients could not become the master of the southern wasteland. Zhou clan in remote antiquity was not in Dragon Emperor City, instead, it was in innumerable huge mountains. The ancestral land of Zhou clan was in innumerable huge mountains. The force of Zhou clan didn't appear in Dragon Emperor City. However, no one dared to underestimate the Zhou clan. After all, it was a super force that had existed since the antiquity era. Even the 100 races of the southern wilderness were wary of the Zhou clan. In the entire southern wasteland, there were only two superpowers. The Great Yan dynasty's power was not strong in the southern wasteland. The existence of the dynasty's power was actually just a formality. After Gu Fei entered Dragon Emperor City, the city gate of Dragon Emperor City was not closed. Being guarded by soldiers of Southern Wilderness Prefecture, of course, these soldiers couldn't stop Gu Fei. Although it was already late, the avenues of Dragon Emperor City were still crowded with people, including barbarians with blonde hair and blue eyes and demons with animal ears who had not fully transformed into humans. This place was just like the East Royal City in the Eastern Domain. Many cultivators put out some things they needed for cultivation and then traded for what they needed. One 10,000-year-old little ginseng king for a piece of 5 elements metal essence. 1,000-year-old red fruit for a piece of fire element divine jade. On both sides of the street, shouts could be heard from time to time. Many cultivators wanted to exchange for the items they needed. However, Gu Fei realized that most of the cultivators were not interested in the divine medicines. There were many divine medicines in the southern wasteland. However, there were very few divine materials born in the world. For example, the 5 elements metal essence was nowhere to be found. The 5 elements metal essence was a kind of divine material for refining weapons. If a flying sword was mixed with some 5 elements metal essence, its sharpness would definitely surpass other flying swords. Gu Fei noticed that the cultivator who needed the 5 elemental metal essence had a faint sword aura around him. He was actually a sword cultivator, and the aura of this sword cultivator attracted Gu Fei's attention. Guanxing Immortal sect, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had seen through this sword cultivator's cultivation base. This sword cultivator's cultivation base was at the peak of the human world. He was about to pass his tribulation and become an immortal. 100 years ago, such a figure would definitely be an elder in a major sect. However, in the human world, such a cultivation base was nothing. 5 elements metal essence? Is this little guy going to refine an immortal sword? Gu Fei knew that the sword immortals of the Guanxing Immortal sect mostly focused on their flying swords. This path was the path of breaking all dharma with a single sword. It was Gu Fei's first time to see a cultivator of the 3 major Taoist sects in the human world since he returned to the human world. As Guanxing Immortal sect was affiliated with the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity, it was not strange for a disciple of Guanxing Immortal sect to appear in Dragon Emperor City. According to Gu Fei's knowledge, Guanxing Immortal sect was the only one among the 3 major Taoist sects that was still active in the human world. Shanxing sect had already secluded itself from the human world. Nobody knew where it was. After Taishan sect was exterminated, only Guanxing Immortal sect and Shanxing sect were left among the 3 major Taoist sections. Actually, Gu Fei had the plan to rebuild Taishan sect. However, he cultivated ancient martial arts instead of the cultivation of Taishan sect. The cultivation of Taishan sect had almost been completely lost in that war. It was impossible for Gu Fei to rebuild Taixian's sect at this moment even if he wanted to. This was because the true inheritance of Taixian's sect had been cut off. Without the inheritance, how could he rebuild Taixian's sect? By then, Gu Fei had already arrived before the cultivator. He was a middle-aged Taoist with a slender figure. His entire being was like an unsheathed divine sword. Although the sword energy radiating out from his body was not radiating outwards, it still gave off an inexplicable sense of deterrence. 5 Elements Metal Essence. Gu Fei's Immortal will appeared in a palace in his inner world. In the palace, there was a treasure room, which contained all kinds of treasures collected by the old ancestor of God clan over countless years. The treasures that could catch the eyes of the old ancestor of God clan were naturally extraordinary. Soon, Gu Fei's Immortal will saw several pieces of divine iron surrounded by 5 colored lights in a corner. This kind of divine iron was not 5 elements metal essence, but 5 elements metal essence, which was more precious than 5 elements metal essence. This kind of 5 elements metal essence was actually made of 5 elements metal essence. It was a rare magical material derived from 5 elements metal essence. I don't have 5 elements metal essence, Gu Fei said. What? The middle-aged Taoist became stunned as he revealed a faintly displeased look. If you don't have 5 elements metal essence, what are you doing here? I only want 5 elements metal essence. The middle-aged Taoist said indifferently. What about this? Gu Fei turned over his right hand as a piece of divine iron with 5 colored lights appeared in his hand. This kind of iron was as black as ink. However, it was covered with 5 colored lights. This is, at the sight of that piece of divine iron in Gu Fei's hand, the middle-aged Taoist's eyes popped out as he became dumbfounded. Is this the legendary 5 elements metal essence? Is this okay? I really don't have 5 elements metal essence. Yes, of course. The middle-aged Taoist recovered his senses as he hurriedly nodded in excitement. If they were not in Dragon Emperor City, he might have thought of killing Zhang Tai for his treasure. Dragon Emperor City had its own rules. After entering Dragon Emperor City, one had to abide by the rules of Dragon Emperor City. Fighting and killing were forbidden in the city. This was the rule of Dragon Emperor City. Dear. If you think this website is not bad, please remember to advertise it. Chapter 1654. Seeing that Gu Fei actually took out the invisible godly metal to exchange for the 10,000-year small ginseng king, the surrounding cultivators were all shocked. The 5 elements godly metal in Gu Fei's hand was at least half the size of a fist. Beams of 5-colored divine light circled around the pitch-black piece of iron, and an extremely pure aura of the 5 elements spread out from the piece of iron. 5 elements godly metal, it's really 5 elements godly metal, the surrounding cultivators were stunned. This sort of divine metal was nurtured from the metal essence of the 5 elements, and it might not be formed even after 10,000 years. This sort of divine material was rare even in the entire mortal dimension. Using the 5 elements godly metal to exchange for that little ginseng king? The 5 elements godly metal caused the eyes of the surrounding cultivators to be incomparably envious. As long as this kind of godly metal was mixed into a magic treasure, it could immediately increase the grade of the magic treasure by several levels. When the middle-aged sword cultivator saw that Gu Fei had actually used a piece of 5 elements godly metal to exchange for the young ginseng king, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. After that, he hurriedly passed the young ginseng king to Gu Fei. The middle-aged sword cultivator's eyes were fixed on the piece of godly metal in Gu Fei's hand. He had long since been unable to shift his gaze away. This kind of godly metal was exactly what he had been dreaming of. It should be known that the metal essence of the 5 elements was not a solid godly metal. It was just a stream of spiritual essence. For the metal essence of the 5 elements to become solid godly metal, it needed to be nurtured for 10,000 years. This was how precious the 5 elements godly metal was. Even though it wasn't an immortal divine material, it was still a rare divine material. This was especially true for the sword cultivators. They needed to refine their swords, and the 5 elements godly metal was the divine material they wanted the most. It was no wonder that the middle-aged sword cultivator had been so excited when he saw Gu Fei take out the 5 elements godly metal. Gu Fei didn't take the small ginseng king immediately. Instead, he asked, "You're from the Guanxing Immortal sect?" "That's right. Fellow Daoist, let's exchange first." The middle-aged sword cultivator's gaze never left the piece of godly metal in Gu Fei's hand that was glowing with 5-colored divine light. This kind of godly metal was extremely attractive to him. "How about we talk somewhere else?" Gu Fei kept the piece of 5 elements godly metal and walked forward without waiting for the middle-aged sword cultivator's reply. After being stunned for a moment, the middle-aged sword cultivator hurriedly followed after him. He was determined to obtain that piece of 5 elements godly metal. If he missed out on such a godly material for refining weapons, where else could he find it? Fellow Daoist, wait a moment. Although Gu Fei's pace did not appear fast, the middle-aged sword cultivator had to hastily give chase in order to keep up with Gu Fei. Seeing that shocked the surrounding cultivators. Some people could already tell that this cultivator who could take out the 5 elements godly metal was most likely a peerless powerhouse. Otherwise, how could this person possibly have the 5 elements godly metal on him? In next to no time, Gu Fei turned into a small alley, and the middle-aged sword cultivator chased after him. Gu Fei stopped and turned around. At this moment, the middle-aged sword cultivator had also arrived. This sword cultivator was quite gutsy, actually daring to chase after Gu Fei. If he encountered some evil cultivators, his life might be in danger. The middle-aged sword cultivator was actually restless. Although fighting was forbidden in Dragon Emperor City, this was a secluded place. Even if the other party killed him, nobody would know about it. "I want to ask you something." Gu Fei didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. In his opinion, although this sword cultivator's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the human world and had not become an immortal, he was not much stronger than an ant. Lin Fan could kill a large number of such figures with a single slap. "Senior, what do you want to ask?" At this moment, the middle-aged sword cultivator already knew that he definitely couldn't afford to offend the person in front of him, because he couldn't figure out the depth of this person at all. The middle-aged sword cultivator dared not be negligent. "Is there a female sword immortal called Li Mengyao in your sect?" Gu Fei's breathing became a little rapid. He wanted to know how that junior sister Guanxing was doing. Back then, he and Li Mengyao had experienced unforgettable things. "Grandmaster Li?" The middle-aged sword cultivator was startled. This person actually knew that person in the sect? Did he know that person in the sect? That person in the sect was a killing god. From the middle-aged sword cultivator, Gu Fei got the news about Li Mengyao. It turned out that Guanxing's junior sister had caught the eye of an almighty from the Zhou clan of the Desolation and was taken in as a disciple. In the past 100 years, Li Mengyao's cultivation had increased to an unbelievable level. Right now, Li Mengyao was already a peak emperor of the 9th heaven of celestial being realm. She was only one step away from becoming a powerful being. In the entire Guanxing celestial sect, only the Guanxing celestial sect leader could compare to her. Moreover, Li Mengyao was as cold as ice. All those who dared to offend her were all killed by her sword. Therefore, she got the title of Icy Killing God. "Very well, this is for you." After hearing the words of the middle-aged sword cultivator, Gu Fei directly threw the piece of 5 elements immortal iron to the middle-aged sword cultivator. Although it was precious, he didn't care about it. "Senior, this," the middle-aged sword cultivator was surprised and overjoyed. He originally only wanted to exchange a 10,000-year-old young ginseng for the golden essence of 5 elements. He didn't expect to get the legendary 5 elements immortal iron. This 5 elements immortal iron was many times more precious than the golden essence of 5 elements. "Take it. If you see Li Mengyao, tell her that I, Gu Fei, have returned." Gu Fei glanced at the middle-aged sword cultivator and said, "You are Senior. Senior Gu?" When he heard that the person before him was Gu Fei, the middle-aged sword cultivator was stunned. Then, his face revealed an extremely shocked expression. The name Gu Fei once shook the South Wasteland 100 years ago. He defeated all the powerful figures of the younger generation in the South Wasteland. Even the azure dragon of the South Wasteland wasn't a match for Gu Fei. The Guangxing Immortal sect submitted to the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Most of the disciples in the sect traveled in the South Wasteland. Naturally, they knew the name that shocked and angered the younger generation of the South Wasteland 100 years ago. Swish. Without saying anything, Gu Fei directly disappeared into the void. His speed was so fast that the middle-aged sword cultivator couldn't even see him with his naked eyes. The middle-aged sword cultivator was shocked. The return of Gu Fei would definitely disturb the peace in the South Wasteland. He had to pass this news back to the sect as soon as possible, especially to Grandmaster Li. The middle-aged sword cultivator also left. I've never thought that Li Mengyao would have such a lucky encounter. On the street of Dragon Emperor City, Gu Fei was lost in thought. That elegant and peerless figure kept appearing in his mind, especially what they experienced in the virtual sky world. After knowing the news of his old friend, Gu Fei was in a good mood. Just as he wanted to enter an inn on the side of the street, a short man in gray walked out of the inn. The two of them immediately met face to face. "It's you?" When Gu Fei and that man saw each other's faces clearly, they were both shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. "Dear! If you think this site is good, please remember to help promote this site." This site. Chapter 1655. Guiteng. At the sight of this person, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This person was less than 1.5 m tall with hands almost touching the ground. With a sallow face, he was Guiteng of Black Tortoise Clan in South Wilderness. Gu Fei? Guiteng was extremely shocked at the sight of Gu Fei. When Gu Fei came to South Wilderness and fought the powerhouses of over 100 human clans, Guiteng was defeated by Gu Fei. "I was told that you appeared in the East Domain. I didn't believe it. It turns out that it's true." Guiteng soon recovered his composure. As he had a special identity in Black Tortoise Clan, he knew a lot of news that others didn't. The return of Gu Fei was not a secret at all in front of these super forces. "Humph. You're still alive, old tortoise." At the sight of Guiteng, Gu Fei was very shocked. He had never imagined that he could meet his old friend the moment he came to Dragon Emperor City. Nobody could defeat him when he fought the young powerhouses of over 100 human clans in South Wilderness. He was unrivaled among the young powerhouses of South Wilderness. Such an achievement could hardly be seen even in South Wilderness in 1,000 years. Gu Fei left a deep impression on Guiteng. He was unrivaled among the young powerhouses of South Wilderness. Even Guiteng had to admit that. "Do you dare to fight me?" Guiteng's body emitted a powerful battle intent. Back then, he was defeated by Gu Fei, which made him work hard to become stronger. In addition, in the past 100 years, the world had started to change, and the Great Tao had become more approachable. This was definitely a good thing for cultivators. "You want to fight me?" Gu Fei took a look at Guiteng with a faint smile. "Of course," Guiteng said in an extremely firm tone as his battle intent grew more intense. The defeat had become a knot in Guiteng's heart. Now, he happened to meet his old opponent. "Fine, as you wish." Gu Fei nodded. He also wanted to see how much his old opponent had grown. The heavens and earth in the mortal realm had changed. It was more suitable for cultivators. To a certain extent, the mortal realm was more suitable for cultivators than the heavenly realm. "Go." Guiteng directly walked out of the hostel towards the outside of the city. It was the rule of Dragon Emperor City that nobody was allowed to fight in Dragon Emperor City. Gu Fei chased after him. Soon, the two people left Dragon Emperor City and rushed towards the depth of the mountain outside Dragon Emperor City, disappearing in the depth of the mountain. In the depth of a mountain over 600 miles away from Dragon Emperor City, two figures were standing on the top of two mountain peaks which were miles away from each other. Boom! Without any words, two shocking auras suddenly erupted. A huge shadow of a black tortoise rushed out from one of the mountain peaks. It emitted terrifying waves and pounced towards the figure on the opposite mountain peak. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards the black tortoise in the sky. The mountain-like black tortoise quickly became clearer, as if it could rush out from the void. This was the divine ability of the Black Tortoise clan, divine form. Swoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the black tortoise in the sky fiercely swooped down. The entire mountain peak was instantly shattered, and the entire region was shaking. This was simply a world-destroying beast. The ground within a radius of tens of miles was collapsing. Rumble, the ground undulated heavily like water waves. Bam! Gu Fei immediately struck out with the heaven-encompassing palm. The palm covered the sky and sealed the surroundings, slamming down on the black tortoise's celestial form below. The terrifying power destroyed the void. Gu Fei, I want you to know that I'm not the same Gui Ting 100 years ago anymore. Gui Ting roared as he released his immortal strength all over. Closely after that, Black Tortoise Clan's Dao marks appeared on his body and intertwined with a powerful Dao strength. As a result, the huge shadow of Black Tortoise became more solid. Boom! The shadow of Black Tortoise rushed into the sky and collided with the descending heavens covering hand. As the Dao marks intertwined, the heavens covering hand became dim. Open for me! Gui Ting roared. The Black Tortoise divine form suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful force. An aura that seemed to originate from ancient times spread out from the Black Tortoise divine form. Under the impact of this force, the heavens covering hand Gu Fei unleashed finally collapsed completely. This old turtle, Gu Fei's expression changed. This guy was able to break his heavens covering hand. It was unbelievable that this guy was also a almighty emperor. Gu Fei was shocked that Gui Ting had grown so much in just 100 years. Could it be that the human realm could really allow a cultivator to become an almighty emperor in just 100 years? Boom! The huge shadow of Black Tortoise was like an ancient divine mountain, crashing towards Gu Fei. The entire world shook as the power of an almighty emperor erupted. Among the 100 races of the southern wilderness, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger were the most powerful. Gui Ting came from the Black Tortoise clan, which had a very deep foundation. Gui Ting relied on the Black Tortoise's foundation to grow to this level. The world of the human realm had changed, but the ones who benefited the most were not ordinary cultivators, but the superpowers. Rumble, at this time, Gu Fei brandished his fists. The power of the 5 elements circulated around his body as he unleashed the 5 elemental fist. His right fist shone with a golden light, it was the metal element fist. As soon as the metal element fist was unleashed, the incoming Black Tortoise's shadow was shaken. The earth-shattering power of the metal element directly blocked the Black Tortoise's attack. The 5 elemental battle skill shocked the world. Gu Fei's left fist emitted a dusky chi aura. The earth-shattering power of the earth frantically gathered towards Gu Fei's fist. Bam! As Gu Fei punched out with his left fist, the entire void in front of him was instantly covered by dusky earth chi. The earth-shattering power of Hoodoo sent the Black Tortoise flying away. Even after 100 years, you still can't do it, said Gu Fei. Then, he successively unleashed the fire element fist, wood element fist, and water element fist, forcing Gui Ting to constantly retreat. Gui Ting was gradually suppressed, and even the Black Tortoise's shadow was shattered. This was a great battle between 2 almighty emperors. Their powerful chi spread in all directions. Even Dragon Emperor City, which was thousands of miles away, could sense the waves from the depths of the mountain. Damn it! Gui Ting was unwilling to accept it. After 100 years of cultivation, he had already become an almighty emperor. However, his opponent was even more abnormal and had unparalleled battle strength. Even if he transformed into his shadow, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. This made Gui Ting both shocked and infuriated. At this moment, over a dozen immortal lights rushed out of Dragon Emperor City. Each immortal light was wrapped with a person. All of these immortal lights rushed into the depths of the mountain. All the powerhouses in Dragon Emperor City set off at once. Nobody wanted to miss the great battle between 2 almighty emperors. After that, ordinary cultivators also poured out of Dragon Emperor City. Dear! If you think this website is good, please remember to advertise it here. This website. Chapter 1656. The battle between Gu Fei and Gui Ting shocked the entire South Wilderness. The powerful qi of a powerful human emperor swept across the entire South Wilderness. Even the powers in Dragon Emperor City were shocked. Beams of divine light flew across the pitch-black night sky like shooting stars. Those were the multicolored lights emitted by the experts. They were formed by the divine power flowing out of their bodies. All of them were powers whose powerful qi shocked the entire South Wilderness. The current Dragon Emperor City was not the same as that 100 years ago. Nobody knew how many powers were lurking in Dragon Emperor City. Even semi-sage level knights were walking in the city. With the arrival of the Great Era in the human world, the universe seemed to be returning to the situation before the primeval age. Cultivators who had been stuck in the bottleneck for so many years could finally break through the shackles of cultivation. Some people even broke through a few cultivation shackles one after another. Their cultivation base and battle strength were rising at an unimaginable speed. At this moment, the battle between Gu Fei and Gui Ting had reached a white-hot stage. Gui Ting formed his immortal image once again and constantly collided with Gu Fei. As a result, the entire area within hundreds of square miles was destroyed. The earth sunk while the mountain peaks collapsed. Many birds and beasts in the mountains were killed. Kill. Gui Ting's killing chi soared into the sky as black tortoise marks constantly appeared all over his body, forming the immortal image of Black Tortoise. A black tortoise as huge as a mountain was going to rush out of the void. An ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primordial times caused Gu Fei to be moved. It was the strength of bloodline. The bloodline of Black Tortoise, the immortal beast in the primeval age, still contained a wisp of strength of Black Tortoise even though it had been diluted for so many years. This was the talent of a race that once had a supreme being. This was the strength of a supreme being. Boom! The huge immortal image of Black Tortoise rushed into the sky, causing the entire sky to shake as if it was going to break a hole in the sky. Black Tortoise breaking the sky. Gui Ting roared as his long hair fluttered crazily as if he had gone mad. At the same time, he released an extremely powerful qi and wave as he drove the immortal image of Black Tortoise towards Gu Fei. After this collision, the sky and the earth shook. The void in front of the immortal image of Black Tortoise collapsed in a split second and turned into chaos. Meanwhile, the destructive force surged towards Gu Fei. All right. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw Gui Ting's attack. Gui Ting's attack was so powerful that even 10 primordial divine mountains would be shattered in an instant. Primal Chaos Fist. Gu Fei did not dare to be careless. He used his most powerful battle skill. Strands of chaotic true force surged from his fists as chaotic divine runes appeared on his fists and imprinted themselves on his skin. Boom! Gu Fei punched out with both of his fists and the void in front of him was instantly destroyed. Under Gu Fei's fists, large areas of the void collapsed. It was as if an ancient deity was splitting the heavens and earth apart. It was terrifying to the extreme. In the distant sky, there were already some experts who had arrived. Those people just happened to see this scene and were all stunned by what they saw. These two people were simply fighting without any scruples. The terrifying power of a powerful emperor-level expert caused the surrounding area to tremble. Terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. This was definitely a world-destroying power. Boom! With a deafening sound, Gu Fei's fists collided with Gui Ting's immortal image of Black Tortoise. Both of them were extremely powerful. A ring of transparent ripples spread out from the center of the collision between the two powers. Wherever the ripples passed, the void turned into nothingness, the earth sank, the mountains crumbled, and everything within a radius of hundreds of miles was destroyed. All the experts who had arrived didn't dare to approach. They were all dumbfounded. This was a great destruction. Everything within a radius of hundreds of miles was completely destroyed. Nothing was left behind. This was the power of a powerful emperor. They could destroy an entire region. Who are those two? It seems to be Gui Ting from the Black Tortoise clan. I heard that he has already become a powerful emperor after coming out of seclusion. Gue Teng from the Black Tortoise clan. Someone recognized Gue Teng. Among the experts of the Southern Wasteland, who didn't know Gue Teng, Azure Dragon and Phoenix? These three were the rising stars of the Southern Wasteland. These three rising stars were extremely powerful. Even some of the older emperors weren't a match for them. Only the son of a human emperor from the Zhou clan of the ancient wasteland who had been in hibernation since the ancient times could fight against them. The Zhou clan of the ancient wasteland was also an ancient clan that had an invincible emperor. Such a clan had an unimaginable foundation. The son of an invincible emperor was still alive. With the arrival of the Great Era in the human world, these old antiques were once again born. The Great Era in the human world was a great change that only happened once every 10,000 years. Especially in this era, all the major powers of the human world, even those from the ancient wasteland, had returned. The entire world of cultivation had reached its most prosperous era. The world was changing. It was as if the ancient world was about to appear. The four ancient clans of the Southern Wasteland had experienced countless years and still stood tall in the Southern Wasteland. According to legends, these four clans were all descendants of supreme divine beasts. The descendants of supreme beings were destined to be extraordinary. Gue Teng's strength was undeniable. Unfortunately, his opponent was Gu Fei, who was even more abnormal than him. Even in the ancient times, this bloodline of the human race had never flourished before. Although the bloodline of the martial ancestor was small in number, each and every one of them was a powerhouse. Even in the ancient times, every cultivator was a peerless powerhouse. In Gu Fei's era, true cultivators had already become extinct. In the entire human world, perhaps only Gu Fei and his disciple were the true descendants of the martial ancestor. In this great era, the bloodline of the martial ancestor would not be absent. Although Gue Teng was powerful and possessed a supreme bloodline, he was still nothing in front of Gu Fei. The huge black tortoise divine form was shattered by Gu Fei's primal chaos fist. Countless black tortoise Dao patterns intertwined into the black tortoise divine form and vanished in the void. Gue Teng let out an unwilling roar as he was directly blown away by the power of Gu Fei's primal chaos fist. Blood seeped out from his body. The powerful black tortoise divine form was on the verge of shattering. This shocked Gue Teng greatly. How could this person be so powerful? His physical body was actually far stronger than the Black Tortoise clan. One should know that the Black Tortoise clan's defense was the strongest in the Southern Wasteland. Even a divine weapon refined by a pinnacle almighty couldn't break through Gue Teng's Black Tortoise divine form. However, not only did Gu Fei's two fists shatter his Black Tortoise divine form, they also caused a great impact on his Black Tortoise divine form, causing cracks to appear on his body. Could it be that this guy's fists are comparable to a holy weapon? While Gue Teng was blown away by Gu Fei was also affected. He retreated hundreds of feet in the void, and the sleeves on his arms were turned to dust. Streaks of chaos divine runes emerged from his chi and blood, faintly appearing on his skin as if they were branded on his skin. In fact, the Dao patterns that Gu Fei had cultivated had already been refined into his blood. Wherever his blood flowed, the Dao patterns would appear. This was the unique physical training method for warriors. To become a saint with one's physical body was a path that almost made people despair. Throughout the endless years, only a few people could reach that level and obtain the indestructible martial body. It was just like the indestructible martial body that Gu Fei found in the cold pool of Taishan Mountain. Although that person had been dead for countless years, his physical body was still indestructible and contained a great amount of power. Gu Fei, I can't believe that after 100 years, I'm still not as good as you. Gue Teng's voice came from afar. He was straightforward. If he couldn't win, then he couldn't win. Losing to a super monster like Gu Fei was not shameful. You're not bad yourself. Gu Fei said. The power of Gue Teng's bloodline was extraordinary. This kind of bloodline power could increase his combat ability by at least a few levels. Even a powerful cultivator at the peak of his level would probably not be a match for Yi Futian. However, this time, Gu Fei did not use the secret technique of rising to heaven. If he had used the secret technique of rising to heaven, Gui Ting would not have been able to fight with Gu Fei at all. In the entire southern wilderness, I'm afraid that only Azure Dragon can fight with you. Gui Ting had to admit that even after 100 years, this freak in front of him could probably still beat all the races in the southern wilderness. Even Azure Dragon might not be able to defeat him. He could feel that Gu Fei should still have some strength left. Gui Ting lost. The person who defeated him is called Gu Fei. That's the little disciple of the Taishan sect from 100 years ago. How is that possible? In the distant sky, those who heard the conversation between Gui Ting and Gu Fei were all shocked to the extreme. Gu Fei had fought against the elite disciples of all the major clans in the southern wilderness and defeated all the elites of the younger generation in the southern wilderness. He was invincible and his name was known throughout the southern wilderness. 100 years ago, almost all the cultivation forces in the southern wilderness knew that the Taishan sect in the eastern region had produced an extraordinary disciple. That disciple was Gu Fei. A little guy from 100 years ago has actually grown to this level. Everyone was shocked. A warrior who had achieved success in cultivation was absolutely a terrifying existence. He was invincible among those of the same level. Perhaps only a semi-saint could compete with him. The people of the Taishan sect had not all died. Perhaps some people would not be able to sit still anymore. Gui Ting had left, and Gu Fei had also left this area. However, the name of Gu Fei had once again become famous in the southern wilderness. Gu Fei had returned and defeated Gui Ting of the Black Tortoise clan. Such a battle record shocked all the powerful figures of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness. This was because the 100 clans of the southern wilderness knew that Gu Fei was a warrior who had cultivated ancient battle skills. Such an existence was invincible among those of the same level, even if he had the power of the bloodline. Gui Ting was a very good example. It should be known that Gui Ting was one of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wilderness. He had the bloodline of the supreme beast, the black tortoise, in his body. In the case of using the power of the bloodline, Gui Ting was still defeated. He's back. On top of a mountain in the 100,000 mountains, a white figure was sitting cross-legged. This was a peerless woman. This woman sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain and opened her eyes. In front of her was an ancient sword. Chapter 1657. The return of Gu Fei shocked the 100 clans of the southern wilderness. 100 years ago, this person was just a little guy in the Taishan sect. Even if he defeated the outstanding disciples of the younger generation of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness, it was nothing in the eyes of the older generation. It should be known that the path of martial arts was too difficult, and it was difficult to have great achievements. No matter how amazing Gu Fei was, it was difficult for him to become a martial immortal, let alone a mighty cultivator. However, 100 years later, Gu Fei defeated Gui Ting. Who was Gui Ting? He was a mighty cultivator emperor of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness. Moreover, Gui Ting also had the blood of the supreme beast, the black tortoise. The power of this bloodline would gradually be mastered by Gui Ting as his cultivation increased. If he used the power of his bloodline, even a peak mighty cultivator might not be a match for Gui Ting. For Gu Fei to be able to defeat Gui Ting, what did this mean? This little fellow from back then had already grown up. He was a martial arts almighty emperor. It was not a lie to say that he was invincible among his peers. The name of Gu Fei, after his battle with Gui Ting, had spread throughout the southern wilderness. Even the cultivators of the other 5 regions knew of a mighty cultivator named Gu Fei. Boom! In the depths of the southern wilderness, a mountain suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from the belly of the mountain. Roar! The man roared, shaking the world. A power that could swallow the sky was generated from his body. The spiritual chi of the world was attracted and frantically gathered towards that person. A dragon's shadow rushed out from that person's body. Roar! The dragon roared in the sky, and the dragon's shadow rushed out, like an ancient real dragon descending to the world. The terrifying aura of the real dragon spread in all directions, shocking the heavens. This was not a real ancient real dragon, but a divine form. This was a great magic that belonged to the descendants of the supreme beast. The appearance of the divine form was the eruption of the power of the bloodline. Boom! The earth shook, and the divine form of the real dragon rushed down from the sky. The depths of the mountain shook, and countless trees fell instantly. The dragon's shadow dissipated, and a figure appeared. It was an extremely wild man. His upper body was bare, and his bronze-colored skin was full of power. On his body, a dragon's shadow condensed from Tao patterns could be seen. The aura of a real dragon that made all beasts tremble emanated from this person. Gu Fei, you actually came back. 2 beams of light shone from the man's eyes, and a shocking fighting spirit erupted from his body, causing all the birds and beasts within a radius of hundreds of miles to tremble. In another region, in a valley, a fiery light shot up into the sky, and a giant bird that emitted monstrous divine flames floated in the valley. This was not the real divine phoenix but a divine form. A wisp of the divine phoenix's aura filled the air. This was the power of the divine phoenix's bloodline. A figure sat cross-legged in the divine phoenix's form. It was a beautiful woman dressed in crimson armor with a battle spear across her knees. That person is really back. The beautiful woman's closed eyes suddenly opened. Divine flames danced in her eyes. A terrifying aura spread out from her body. Within a radius of several hundred miles, there were no signs of any birds or beasts. The powerhouses in South Wilderness started to exit their secluded cultivation because of one person, one name. At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting in an inn in Dragon Emperor City with crossed legs and comprehending what he had gained from the battle with Gueteng. Although the power of bloodline was powerful, it originated from the power of a supreme immortal beast, which was very difficult to master. Although Gueteng was already a mighty emperor, he might only be able to exert 10% or 20% of the power of bloodline. If he encountered a semi-sage of the supreme immortal beast, he might not be able to gain any advantage. It seemed that Dongfang clan was not in Dragon Emperor City. Additionally, the ancient formation platform that the 3 top Daoist sects deployed in the depths of South Wilderness had been moved away. It might be very difficult for him to find the entrance of the virtual sky world. When the 3 top Daoist sects opened the virtual sky world at the same time, everyone was teleported to the entrance of the virtual sky world through the formation platform in case of being followed. The virtual sky world was a world of its own. All the major forces in South Wilderness couldn't find it for many years, not to mention Gu Fei alone. However, Gu Fei was very sure that Dongfang clan must have obtained that ancient formation platform. Dongfang clan wanted to conquer the virtual sky world. For a super force like Dongfang clan, that kind of world was definitely a paradise. When the great era of the human world arrived, the human world would be in great turmoil. If they could conquer the virtual sky world, Dongfang clan would be able to move their ancestral land into the virtual sky world. Even if the human world entered the dark void, the ancestral land of Dongfang clan would not be affected. However, Zhou clan might also want to conquer the virtual sky world because Guangxing Immortal sect had surrendered to Zhou clan. It was a competition between the 2 forces. When Gu Fei came to Dragon Emperor City, he learned that Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had made a big move recently. Gu Fei knew that someone would find him soon because he was a disciple of Taishan sect. Sure enough, one evening, an old man found him. You really are Gu Fei. The old man seemed old, but Gu Fei knew that he was definitely a super strong cultivator. His cloudy eyes flashed with hidden light. There don't seem to be many martial artists in the human world, Gu Fei said calmly while looking at the old man. Yes, there are indeed few martial artists in the human world. I'm afraid there is only one person who can defeat Gueteng, the old man said with a nod. Why are you looking for me? Gu Fei knew that such a person would rarely ask for help, but once such a person asked for help, it would definitely be a very difficult matter. I'm Zhou Yi. I want to ask you about something, the old man said. Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was very fast. They actually came to him so quickly. It seemed that Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was also very interested in the virtual sky world. As Gu Fei expected, Zhou Yi of the Zhou clan wanted to invite Gu Fei to explore the virtual sky world together. This was beyond Gu Fei's expectations. The Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had actually found the entrance to the virtual sky world. The Zhou clan's ancestral land was located in the 100,000 mountains, so they had the advantage of favorable timing and favorable location. It wasn't impossible for them to find the entrance to the virtual sky world. Besides, even if Guangxing Immortal sect didn't have the ancient formation platform, they still had a way to find the entrance to the virtual sky world. The secret of the virtual sky world could only be known by the higher-ups of the three great Daoist sects. Moreover, it was not easy to enter the virtual sky world. Gu Fei muttered to himself for a while. He had no reason to refuse because he also wanted to enter the virtual sky world. The other half of the peerless ominous saber was still in the virtual sky world. Seeing that Gu Fei was willing to help, Zhou Yi was very happy. Then, he took out a formation platform and jumped onto it with Gu Fei. Swish! His divine power was vast and mighty, and the formation platform emitted a bright divine light, enveloping Zhou Yi and Gu Fei at the same time. Then, it broke the void and carried out spatial transfer. Soon, Gu Fei and Zhou Yi appeared in a valley. This was a stronghold of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity near Dragon Emperor City. Although the ancestral land of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was in the 100,000 mountains, there were strongholds of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity everywhere in the southern wilderness. This was an open secret in the southern wilderness. In this valley, there was an even larger formation platform. The old man, Zhou Yi, and Gu Fei ascended the formation platform together and activated it. The two figures immediately disappeared from the formation platform. 100,000 mountains. When Gu Fei appeared on another formation platform, he immediately sensed a vast and ancient aura surging towards him. He was no stranger to this aura. He knew that he had entered the 100,000 mountains. He immediately discovered that he was simply in a fairyland. In the nearby sky, there were groups of divine mountains suspended in the air. On the divine mountains, there were pavilions, waterfalls, and flowing springs. From time to time, there were looming rays of light and immortal birds playing. How could there be such a place in the 100,000 mountains? However, Gu Fei soon understood that this was definitely the ancestral land of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Such an ancestral land was not inferior to the 9 dragons rising to heaven's layout of the Dongfang clan. A clan that had produced a human emperor was indeed extraordinary. You are Gu Fei. At this time, a figure came from the front. Gu Fei felt a strong pressure from this person. This young cultivator was definitely a peerless powerhouse. Gu Fei felt that this person seemed to be somewhat similar to Zhou Haoyang of the Zhou clan. At this time, Zhou Haoyang was already in the heaven realm, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. He was not as lucky as Gu Fei to be able to return to the human realm. Zhou Haoyan, the young cultivator said. He stared at Gu Fei, his eyes sparkling. There was a surge of battle intent in his body, giving people a strong pressure. So it's brother Zhou. I am Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded to Zhou Haoyan. He did not expect Zhou Haoyang to have such a brother, which surprised Gu Fei. I heard that you defeated Gueteng. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Can we have a spar? Seeing Gu Fei, Zhou Haoyan could not help but feel a little itchy. Young master, when old man Zhou saw that Zhou Haoyan actually wanted to fight with Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be shocked. After all, this Gu Fei had even defeated Gueteng. Gueteng's cultivation and strength were not the strongest in the southern wilderness, but he could definitely be ranked in the top 10. Gu Fei glanced at old man Zhou and said, actually, I also want to experience brother Zhou's great skills, but I'm afraid I can't do that today. Zhou Haoyan was definitely a strong opponent. Zhou Haoyan looked at old man Zhou. Young master, the virtual sky world is about to open. What do you think? Old man Zhou said. Zhou Haoyan's status in the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity was probably very high. Even old man Zhou was unwilling to offend him and even addressed him as young master. All right. Zhou Haotian did not say much and turned to leave. This person, watching Zhou Haotian's figure disappear from his sight, Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This Zhou Haotian was extraordinary. He seemed to give Gu Fei a lot more pressure than Gu Teng. Chapter 1658. The Zhou family had an extraordinary rising star, which made Gu Fei's heart tremble. The Zhou family of the remote antiquity was the descendant of the human emperor, and the blood of the invincible human emperor flowed through their veins. With such a bloodline, their starting point was much higher than others. If this Zhou Haotian could stimulate the human emperor's bloodline in his body, he shouldn't be weaker than himself. Thoughts kept turning in Gu Fei's mind. At this time, the old man Zhou Yi took Gu Fei to the top of a mountain, invited him to stay in a pavilion, and then left alone. The Zhou family was making a big move. Gu Fei could feel that there were several incomparably powerful auras coming from the depths of this ancestral land. Such power could indeed challenge any super force. The Dongfang family wasn't weak either. If these two super forces collided, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Just as Gu Fei stayed in the pavilion on the spiritual peak, another figure stood on the top of another mountain floating high in the sky thousands of miles away from the spiritual peak where Gu Fei stayed. A woman in white, holding an ancient sword, looked at the spiritual peak where Gu Fei stayed. Her face, which should have been as cold as frost, actually showed a complicated expression at this time. If anyone saw this, they would certainly be shocked that this frosty ice fairy also had such an expression. On a morning 3 days later, when the sun rose, the old man Zhou Yi came again. This time, he directly invited Gu Fei to join the elites of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity, and then they would go to the entrance of the virtual sky world. When Gu Fei and the old man Zhou Yi arrived at the formation platform again, there were already more than a dozen people standing on the huge formation platform, each of them emitting a powerful aura. Although some of them had already restrained their auras, Gu Fei could still sense several obscure auras. These people were undoubtedly more powerful and terrifying than the others. This time, the Zhou family of the remote antiquity dispatched a total of 13 people. If Gu Fei was included, there would be 14 people. The reason why the Zhou family of the remote antiquity sought out Gu Fei was very simple. It was because Gu Fei had entered the virtual sky world and came out alive, so he must have a certain understanding of the virtual sky world. There were also people from the Guanxing Immortal sect who had entered the virtual sky world, but almost all of them were dead. Lu Yunhe of the Guanxing Immortal sect had already fallen. Ever since the Zhou family of the remote antiquity sect submitted to the Guanxing Immortal sect, Guanxing Immortal sect had not become much stronger. After all, the Zhou family of the remote antiquity sect wouldn't easily let their subordinate forces become truly powerful. The world of cultivation was cruel. If the Guanxing Immortal sect wanted to survive, it would be of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family of the Zhou family. If Zhou family didn't, the Zhou family of Zhou family, Zhou would, and of Fei. Although the Zhou family was powerful, some superpowers had no need to fear the Zhou family. Some had even challenged the Zhou family. Among the 5 regions of Tenglong continent, the Zhou family had a long history of overt and covert strife. When Gu Fei and the old man Zhou Yi stepped onto the platform, Gu Fei discovered that among the 13 cultivators of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family, there were 3 old men. The others' auras were as vigorous as the rising sun. Among them, there was a woman wearing a curtained hat and a white veil on her face. The woman gave off a vague fluctuation of sword aura. She was actually a cultivator from Guanxing Immortal sect. Could this person be her? Zhou Haotian was nowhere to be seen among the 10 young disciples of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family. That guy actually didn't go to the virtual sky world. Gu Fei was very surprised. That kind of person wouldn't miss this kind of adventure. There were too many secrets and dangers in the virtual sky world. If Gu Fei hadn't met the old turtle in the Great Killing Formation, he would have died in the virtual sky world. His corpse would have turned into mud. There were great dangers in the virtual sky world, but there were also great fated chances. To obtain great fated chances, risks were inevitable. No one spoke, but when Gu Fei stepped onto the platform, the 12 disciples of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family all looked at Gu Fei and then no longer paid attention to Gu Fei. The old man Zhou Yi activated the transporting formation. All the formation patterns on the huge platform were activated. Every formation pattern was blooming with dazzling divine light, and a force that could tear the void apart was condensing. Swish! A mass of divine light formed by countless interweaving formation patterns enveloped everyone on the platform. Then they directly escaped into the void and moved through the void. Before long, Gu Fei and the others appeared in a great canyon. When Gu Fei saw the surrounding scenery clearly, he couldn't help but be moved. The Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family really had some ability. They actually found it. 100 years ago, Gu Fei came here. This was where the virtual sky world was located, and the entrance to the virtual sky world was at the end of this great canyon. There used to be a lot of buildings on both sides of the canyon, but at this time, those buildings had already collapsed and not a single one could be found intact. All of a sudden, a young cultivator asked Gu Fei, "Brother Gu, I heard you defeated Gueteng. Is that true?" Hearing that cultivator's words, everyone looked at Gu Fei. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. Hearing Gu Fei's admission, the other people's faces became a little unnatural, and the young cultivator who asked him didn't say anything. But Gu Fei could feel the atmosphere around him becoming oppressive. These disciples of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family were all elites of the Zhou family. They didn't want to fall behind others, nor did they want to admit that the other party was stronger than them. These people all had their own pride. But reality was often very cruel. Gueteng was the top figure in the Black Tortoise clan, one of the 4 great ancient clans of the southern wilderness. The 4 great ancient clans had the inheritance of a supreme divine beast, and their heritage was deeper than that of the Zhou family of the antiquity Zhou family. After all, a supreme divine beast was an invincible existence that could compete with an extreme supreme being. Even a human sovereign would have to retreat when facing a supreme divine beast. Among the entire younger generation of the Zhou family, Zhou Haotian was probably the only one who could compete with Gueteng. What did the fact that Gu Fei defeated Gueteng mean? The dozen or so disciples of the Zhou family all knew that Gu Fei was definitely stronger than them, and much stronger. They really didn't know what would happen in this trip to the virtual sky world. Just as Gu Fei and the others arrived at the entrance to the virtual sky world, an ancient formation platform was being activated on a mountain ridge in the 100,000 mountains of the southern wilderness. This was a huge formation platform with countless formation patterns looming on it. Many people were standing on the platform. Someone was trying to use the platform to teleport through the void. Chapter 1659. The Shangqing sect had gone into seclusion, but Lin Shuer had appeared in the broken sky valley. This made Gu Fei feel extremely surprised. Could it be that the Shangqing sect had also submitted to the Zhou clan of the Desolation? During his conversation with Lin Shuer, Gu Fei learned that the Shangqing sect did not submit to the Zhou clan of the Primordial Dynasty. Instead, it was the Zhou clan of the Primordial Dynasty who found the Shangqing sect. One has to admit that the Zhou clan of the Desolate era was truly impressive. They were even able to find the Shangqing sect that had been hiding from the world. As a result, the disciples of the Taishan sect, the Guangqing Celestial sect, and the Shangqing sect from 100 years ago gathered in the sky-splitting valley again. This had already fulfilled all of the requirements to open the gate of the ruined sky. 100 years ago, the 3 great Taoist sects had each grasped 1/3 of the secret to opening the gate of the void sky. Only when all the people of the 3 great Taoist sects were present could the gate of the void sky be opened. Alright, it's time. The old man of the Zhou family, Zhou Yi, stepped forward and said to everyone. Gu Fei and Lin Shuer ascended the gigantic ancient formation platform together. Old monster Xianyuan of the Guangqing Immortal sect was already waiting for them there. The elite disciples of the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity were also standing at the center of the platform. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the sky was dotted with stars. The mountain breeze blew, making this night seem exceptionally cool. Another 2 cycles of 60 years. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The virtual sky world opened once every 2 60-year cycles because 2 60-year cycles happened to be the time when the celestial phenomenon of the heavenly demon rushing to 7 evils appeared again. However, with the emergence of the mortal realm, the impact of the collision between the heavenly demon star and the heavenly fiend demon star was minimized. When the virtual sky world opened last time, the strange phenomenon of the heavenly demon rushing to the 7 evils affected the entire human world. Only when the power of heaven and earth was at its weakest could the 3 great Tao schools open the gate of the void sky. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. Among the countless stars, there was a large blood-colored star that emitted a terrifying demonic aura. It was currently charging toward a large jade star. This time, the impact of the heavenly demon on the 7 evils was probably the weakest. Let's start. On the ancient formation platform, old monster Xianyuan immediately began to activate the formation. The spiritual energy of the world within a radius of 10,000 miles was drawn, and then crazily gathered towards the ancient formation platform. An unimaginably powerful force began to awaken, as if an ancient prehistoric beast had been awakened from its slumber. Rumble, the ancient platform was reviving. On the pitch-black platform, lines of runes quickly lit up. A vast and boundless energy fluctuation spread out from the ancient platform. The sky above the heaven-splitting valley suddenly changed color. At this moment, no one could remain calm. The power gathered by the ancient spirit platform was too great, causing them to feel a great pressure. The ancient sacrificial altar emitted rays of multicolored light. Strands of auspicious energy descended from the sky, illuminating the entire world. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 4 corners of the altar began to emit a dazzling divine light. It was as if something had awakened and was about to rush out of the altar. Roar. A roar resounded, and countless array patterns intertwined. A white tiger the size of a small mountain rushed out from the west of the array platform and roared at the sky. Ancient 4 spirits formation. Seeing this, Gu Fei knew that the gate of the ruined sky was about to be opened this time. Bang! At this moment, Gu Fei slammed his palm on the formation platform in front of him. A large number of array patterns awakened under his palm and then spread out. Boom! The platform shook violently. On the east of the platform, the shadow of a dragon soared into the sky. The surrounding spiritual energy of the world immediately crazily gathered towards the shadow of the dragon. A dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens. After devouring the endless spiritual energy of the world, the shadow of the dragon became real, as if a real primordial ancestral dragon had descended into the world. This is, the disciples of the Zhou clan of the primordial ancients, who had never seen such a scene before, were all shocked. Azure dragon and white tiger, these were supreme divine beasts. In the starry sky above the sky, following the appearance of the 2 beast shadows, 2 constellations lit up. The power of the constellations was drawn, and endless power of the stars was cast down from the sky. Seeing that Gu Fei had made his move, Lin Shui also took action. The secret techniques mastered by the 3 great Tao schools merged into one, and the array patterns of the entire ancient formation platform were activated. Bang! A ball of fire erupted to the south of the formation platform. Within the fire, a huge bird could be seen. It was the southern vermilion bird, one of the supreme divine beasts of the distant past. In the sky, the constellation of the vermilion bird also lit up. The ancient 4 spirits formation corresponded to the 4 great constellations in the sky. The array patterns in the north were also awakening, and the shadow of the ancient black tortoise was condensing. It drew the power of the constellations, and the shadow of the black tortoise became clearer and more solid. The roars of the 4 supreme divine beasts of the distant past were world-shaking. If someone was observing the stars at night, they would see that the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, the 4 great constellations were all shining with dazzling starlight, becoming incomparably bright. For spirits open the way, virtual sky world appear. Old freak Xianyuan roared and then drove the great formation. The 4 supreme divine beasts faced the sky and roared at the same time, then they turned into 4 beams of dazzling divine light. The 4 beams of divine light intertwined and converged into a huge beam of 4-colored divine light, which then rushed toward the stone door on the cliff ahead. Swish! Under everyone's heated gazes, the four-colored divine light penetrated the stone door and entered inside. Buzz! The void shook. The four-colored divine light communicated with the void between heaven and earth. Ancient talismans appeared on the stone door, and then, with a rumbling sound, the stone door actually began to open slowly. Because it was a great era in the human world, it was very difficult for the power of the heavenly demon to influence this part of the world, so it would be very difficult to open the virtual sky world. However, Daoist Li Shang, who presided over the Great Formation back then, only had the cultivation level and strength of the royal void realm. The power he drew from the Great Formation was only a very small part. But things were different now. Old Freak Xianyuan was an almighty cultivator. His cultivation level and strength were so formidable that Daoist Li Shang couldn't compare with him. Rumble, the stone door slowly opened, as if a primordial divine mountain was moving. It's open. Everyone who witnessed this scene was extremely shocked and nervous. The gate of the void sky was shaken by the four ancient spirits. As long as the stone door opened, everyone would be able to enter the virtual sky world. At this time, old Freak Xianyuan was using all his strength to control the Great Formation. His whole body was shining, and the power of the immortal Tao was surging. Although he was an almighty cultivator, he still felt that he couldn't bear it. Touch! All of a sudden, the masked woman in white appeared behind old Freak Xianyuan in a flash. Then she stretched out her right hand and pressed it on his back. After receiving the support of this power, old Freak Xianyuan felt that his whole body was full of power. Chapter 1660. After 2 cycles of 60 years, the ancient four spirits formation was activated again. It drew the power of the 4 constellations and condensed the shadows of 4 supreme divine beasts. This was a shocking power that was enough to change the color of the wind and clouds. Rumble, the world shook. The ancient formation platform under everyone's feet shone brightly. All the formations were activated at this time, interweaving ancient and mysterious formation patterns. At this time, the stars that formed the 4 constellations shone brightly like never before. Even the light of the heavenly demon star and the 7 fiend demon star was overshadowed. At this moment, the strong cultivators in the southern wilderness also felt some changes in the endless starry sky. They all looked up. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. What's going on? Why are the 4 constellations at this time? Could it be, some people thought of something and were all moved? 2 cycles of 60 years ago, the 4 constellations in the sky also had this kind of phenomenon. This phenomenon would only appear when the 3 great Daoist schools opened the legendary virtual sky world. Didn't the 3 great Daoist schools fall apart long ago? How could, with the return of the ancient clan, the great sects in the human world couldn't compete with such super forces? Apart from the other super forces in the human world, the other great sects were either destroyed or surrendered to the ancient clan. The 3 great Daoist schools in the human world had only existed for thousands of years. How could they be a match for the ancient clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years and had even produced invincible emperors? Even Guangxing Immortal School had to rely on the Zhou clan of the ancient clan to fight for a chance of survival. Could it be them? They actually succeeded. Some people had already guessed what happened. The mighty power of the 4 constellations fell into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Obviously, someone used a supreme divine ability to draw the power of the 4 ancient star areas. The 4 constellations had existed for countless years. They were the 4 ancient star areas in the starry sky. These star areas were extremely stable. Even after hundreds of millions of years, there wouldn't be any changes. However, the power of these star areas was also the most difficult to draw. Only the great ancient formation could draw the power of the ancient star areas. Someone succeeded in drawing the power of the ancient star areas. This power was boundless and was enough to open the virtual sky world. It's the primordial Zhou clan. At this time, in a valley in the 100,000 mountain range, an ancient formation platform was floating. A powerful force was awakening, and there were many people standing on the ancient formation. The person in the lead was surrounded by darkness, and not even light could shine through. This person was the 9-yin ancient sage-to-be who had forced Gu Fei to retreat outside the Dongfang family's ancestral land. The ancient array platform beneath the 9-yin ancient half-saint's feet was the one that Daoist Chao Yang had used to slaughter his enemies. Back then, Daoist Zhao Yang had activated the power of the ancient formation platform and fought against the demon monarch of 6 paths and the great demon venerable all by himself. He had driven away the 2 peak-level cultivators in the mortal world, and was almost invincible in the southern wasteland. However, if the ancient 9-shade half-saint was in control of the ancient formation platform now, he might be able to challenge a demi-saint. I didn't expect the Zhou clan to beat us to it. The 9-yin ancient half-sage's cold voice resounded. No one dared to make a sound. This old ancestor's temper was not very good. No one dared to offend him. Rumble, the ancient formation platform emitted endless divine light, and countless ancient formation patterns were recovering. The whole area was shaking, and countless cracks appeared in the whole valley. It was about to collapse. Let's go. It's impossible for the Zhou clan to monopolize the virtual sky world. The 9-yin ancient sage-to-be emitted a cold murderous intent. Then, he activated the transporting formation on the ancient formation platform and took everyone across the void, disappearing from the valley. The terrifying aura disappeared in an instant. At this time, in the sky-splitting valley, the ancient formations on the 4 ancient formation platforms had been operating to their limits. The terrifying aura spread in all directions. The power of the ancient star territory was continuously guided down and absorbed by the ancient formation platform. At this time, old freak Xuanyuan's body was steaming. The power needed to open the virtual sky world in the special environment of the great world of the mortal world was too great. Even though old freak Xuanyuan was already a powerful cultivator, he still couldn't bear it. Because of the great world of the mortal world, the influence of the demon twin stars on the power of heaven and earth was reduced to the lowest level. However, the stone door on the stone wall was still slowly opening. The power of the 4 spirits was vast and seemingly endless. Everyone was extremely nervous. The virtual sky door was about to open, and the virtual sky world was about to appear. Even Gu Fei felt his heartbeat quicken. Once the peerless ominous saber and the divine saber were united, he would have a perfect ominous saber of the extreme path. The children of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity also showed excitement in their eyes. For this moment, they had prepared for decades, and their efforts for decades were about to be realized. Watching the stone door on the stone wall slowly opening, old man Zhou Yi smiled. As an elder of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity, he definitely knew more than anyone else present. This virtual sky world was probably a world created by a supreme in ancient times. Otherwise, the patriarchs of the 3 great Tao schools thousands of years ago wouldn't have been able to create their own great sects based on the cultivation methods in the virtual sky world after obtaining an incomplete Taoist book in the virtual sky world. However, at this critical moment, an extremely powerful fluctuation suddenly came from the void above the sky-splitting valley. Then, an ancient formation platform crossed the void and appeared in the sky above the sky-splitting valley. What? Everyone in the valley was shocked. Someone had actually barged into the sky-splitting valley at this time. That's, on the 4 ancient formation platforms, Gu Fei saw the ancient formation platform that crossed the void and his eyes immediately lit up. He was no stranger to this ancient formation platform. Dongfang clan, the figure on the ancient formation platform made Gu Fei's pupils contract. It was a guy who seemed to be standing in the darkness forever. The ancient half-saint of 9-yin actually came in person. Gu Fei knew that this ancient half-saint was extremely powerful and used to be a saint of 9-yin. However, for some reason, this saint of 9-yin had fallen from the saint realm. However, even though this guy was no longer a saint, he was still extremely powerful. His cultivation level was many times higher than that of an ordinary half-saint. Even Gu Fei had to be wary of him. "So it's you, old 9-yin." A furious roar rang out. On the 4 ancient formation platforms, old man Zhou Yi of the Zhou clan raised his white eyebrows. An aura so powerful that it made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate erupted from the old man. Chapter 1661. The people from the Dongfang clan had finally arrived. The ancient platform under ancient half-Saint Jiuan's feet shone with divine light, and countless Tao patterns flickered. Love and mischief, a terrifying power surged out from the ancient spirit formation platform, causing the entire world to become unstable. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around the ancient spirit formation platform before extending into the distance. Old Jiuan, you're still alive. When the old man of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, saw the figure on the ancient platform, his long white eyebrows immediately rose, and a shocking aura burst out from his aged body. Old ghosty. When ancient half-Saint Jiuan drove the ancient platform to the sky above the stone wall, he saw old man Zhou Yi on the 4 ancient platforms in front of the stone wall and was extremely shocked. The virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan. What does the Dongfang clan want? Old man Zhou Yi was extremely domineering. The gate of the ruined sky was about to be opened, but the people from the Dongfang clan actually rushed here and wanted to take advantage of it? Not even a chance. Humph. Ancient half-Saint Jiuan sneered and then said, "Why have I never heard that the virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan? This is an ownerless place, and anyone can enter it." The words of the ancient half-Saint Jiuan were extremely cold. Good, very good. Then there's nothing more to say. Old man Zhou Yi was also very straightforward. He directly soared into the sky from the 4 ancient platforms and then directly attacked ancient half-Saint Jiuan on the black ancient platform. Bam! Old man Zhou Yi used a great technique of the immortal path and used the power of his primordial spirit to form a large purple hand, which grabbed at ancient half-Saint Jiuan. The entire void was instantly shrouded by his large hand. Then let's fight. Ancient half-Saint Jiuan smiled. He didn't seem to move, but the ancient platform under his feet rushed out with a dazzling divine light and strangled the large hand that old man Zhou Yi had grabbed at. Swoosh! The divine light of the great path seemed to be invincible. It directly crushed old man Zhou Yi's large purple hand, and its momentum did not decrease as it continued to strangle old man Zhou Yi. This, old man Zhou Yi was shocked. He knew that in his current state, he was probably no match for this guy because the other party could draw the power of the ancient platform. That pitch-black ancient formation platform was actually a great killing tool. The ancient formation platform had condensed an endless amount of energy. Now, this energy was being drawn out by the ancient half-Saint Nining. At this moment, the ancient half-Saint Nining's combat strength was so strong that there were few people in the world who could suppress him. Old ghosty, you are no match for me. Ancient sage to be Jiuan's voice resounded from the ancient formation platform. At this moment, all the disciples of the Zhou clan had ugly expressions on their faces. Yes. I didn't expect to see you here. At this moment, the 9 ancient half-sage's expression involuntarily changed when he saw Gu Fei on the 4 ancient platforms. This Gu Fei was exceptionally powerful. When did he join hands with the Zhou clan? Buzz! A sword chime rang out from the 4 ancient platforms. Then, a streak of sword light shot out from the ancient platforms and slashed towards the pitch-black platform in the sky. Swoosh! The sword light instantly chopped down on the top of ancient semi-sage Jiuan's head. It broke through the layers of divine light and directly fell on his head. The power displayed by this sword was so powerful that even old monster Xianyuan would be shocked when he saw it. Rumble! The ancient platform under ancient sage to be Jiuan's feet trembled. Beams of divine light of the great path rushed out from the platform and interweaved into a net of light that blocked upwards. The mighty power of the great path made everyone's expression change. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the sword light broke through the 18 divine lights of the great path and almost fell on ancient sage to be Jiuan's head. However, when the sword light was still a few feet away from ancient sage to be Jiuan's head, it was finally blocked and could not fall any further. Bang! The divine light of the great path emitted an unprecedentedly strong light that crushed the sword light. A rain of light dissipated in the void. The powerful sword had been dissolved. This is, ancient sage to be Jiuan stared at the woman behind old monster Xianyuan. There was a thoughtful expression on his face as his eyes flickered with uncertainty. The person who made the move was not Gu Fei, but the woman in white. Old man Zhou, Gu Fei, and this woman in white. Even ancient sage Tabi Jiuyin found it difficult to remain calm. The presence of these three people in the opponent's formation was enough to make it difficult for his side to gain any advantage. Thoughts raced in ancient sage Tabi Jiuyin's mind. He didn't expect to face such a situation. At this time, a wave of power of heaven and earth came from the gate of the void sky. The stone door had been opened nearly a foot wide, which could barely allow one person to pass through. Behind the door was a void passage, which was opened with the power of the ancient four spirits formation and led to the virtual sky world. Old man E, why don't we explore the virtual sky world together? Once the battle started, the gate of the void sky would definitely be affected, and decades of effort would be wasted. This was what the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity didn't want to see, but old man Zhou was unwilling to let the other party take advantage of this great advantage. Ancient sage Tabi Jiuyin's words put old man Zhou in a dilemma. How can there be such a good thing in the world? You want to enter the virtual sky world without paying anything? Old man Zhou's expression was extremely unsightly. Ancient sage Tabi Jiuyin thought for a moment, then said, "Then what price do you want us to pay?" Fighting was definitely out of the question. Both sides were evenly matched, and they would inevitably fight to the point where heaven and earth would shatter. If the gate of the void sky was affected, everything would be ruined. Old man Zhou pondered for a moment, then said, "I heard that your Dongfang clan has 3 drops of immortal divine liquid. In that case, just give us 1 drop." What? Ancient sage Tabi Jiuyin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. How did the other party know such a top secret of the clan? This was outrageous. Could it be that the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had planted a spy in my Dongfang clan? Impossible. Only the direct descendants of the Dongfang clan were qualified to know such a core secret. How could the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity bribe a direct descendant of the Dongfang clan? Old man Zhou stared at ancient sage Tabi Jiuyin and said, "What? You're not willing? Fine." Ancient sage Tabi Jiuyin clenched his teeth and agreed. The most important thing now was to enter the virtual sky world. After all, the virtual sky world might be a world created by an ancient supreme being. Very well, I'm not afraid that you'll go back on your word. Old man Zhou was very happy. A drop of immortal divine liquid was extremely precious, especially for an existence like him. The effect of the immortal divine liquid could at least allow him to use his trump card again. Both sides reached an agreement, so the next step was much simpler. Under the power of the great formation of 4 spirits, the gate of the void sky continued to slowly open, and a void passage completely appeared in front of everyone. Swish! With a flash, Gu Fei directly rushed into the space passage behind the stone gate and disappeared inside before everyone could come back to their senses. What? Everyone was shocked. This guy, even old man Zhou was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei, whom he had kindly invited to come, was actually the first to rush in. There was no hesitation. Gu Fei had already gone in, so why should he hesitate? The old man of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, also rushed in and disappeared into the void passage. Then, the dozen or so elite disciples of the Zhou clan also flew up and pounced towards the open stone door on the stone wall. Humph. Ancient sage Tabi Jiuyin didn't lag behind. He directly flew up from the ancient formation platform floating in the sky and rushed toward the stone gate. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared inside. Everyone soared into the sky, all wanting to enter the virtual sky world. Go quickly. At this time, old freak Xianyuan transmitted his voice to the woman in white. This woman in white was the hope of Guangxing Immortal sect, so they couldn't miss the trip to the virtual sky world. The woman in white nodded, then turned into a sword light, crossed the sky, and rushed into the void passage inside the stone gate. Old freak Xianyuan sat cross-legged on the 4 ancient formation platforms. He had to preside over the great formation and couldn't let the ancient formation stop. Once the ancient formation stopped, the void door would close. Once the void door closed, even if Gu Fei had a holy weapon of the extreme path, he would still be trapped inside, let alone the others. Boom! The sky above a desolate mountain suddenly shook. Then, a figure passed through the shaking void and appeared in the sky above the mountain. The virtual sky world, I'm here again. Standing high in the sky, Gu Fei scanned his surroundings. He found that the area he was in was a desolate mountain range. There were very few powerful creatures in this area. There were almost no birds or beasts in the desolate mountain range. There were only a few sparse short trees growing tenaciously. Boom! There was a sudden shake in the distant sky. The clouds in the sky formed a vortex, and a figure walked out of the vortex. Someone had appeared nearby. The gate of the void sky would transport people who entered the void passage to other places. This was random, so everyone would appear in a different place in the virtual sky world. That's when Gu Fei saw that person clearly. A shocking fighting spirit immediately rushed out of his body. Without thinking, he directly rushed towards that person. However, when Gu Fei moved, he almost fell from the sky. He was shocked, but he soon calmed down. He didn't expect that he would still be suppressed by the power here even though he had become a great sovereign realm cultivator. My cultivation level, my strength, the person in the distant sky cried out in alarm. He also noticed that something was wrong. His powerful cultivation level seemed to have disappeared and directly fell below the immortal realm. Even so, it's still as easy as turning my hand to kill you. Gu Fei could barely fly in the sky, but his speed was reduced to less than 1,000th of his usual speed. Even so, he quickly approached that person. It's you. At this time, that person also noticed Gu Fei. This was no small matter. Gu Fei and their clan had irreconcilable enmity. No pop-up window. Chapter 1663. The people from the Dongfang clan had finally arrived. The ancient platform under ancient half-Saint Jiuan's feet shone with divine light, and countless Tao patterns flashed. A terrifying power surged out from the ancient spirit formation platform, causing the entire world to become unstable. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around the ancient spirit formation platform before extending into the distance. Old Jiuan, you're not dead yet. When the old man of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yi, saw the figure on the ancient platform, his long white eyebrows immediately rose, and a shocking aura burst out from his aged body. Old Devil Yi. When ancient half-Saint Jiuan drove the ancient platform to the sky above the stone wall, he saw old man Zhou Yi on the 4 ancient platforms in front of the stone wall and was extremely shocked. The virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan. What does the Dongfang clan want to do? Old man Zhou Yi was extremely domineering. The gate of the ruined sky was about to be opened, but the people from the Dongfang clan had actually barged in at this time. There was no way they could take advantage of it. Ancient half-Saint Jiuan sneered, then said, why have I never heard that the virtual sky world belongs to the Zhou clan? It's an ownerless place, and anyone can enter. The words of the ancient half-Saint Jiuan were extremely cold. Good, very good. Then there's nothing more to say. Old man Zhou Yi was also very straightforward. He directly soared into the sky from the 4 ancient platforms, then directly attacked ancient half-Saint Jiuan on the pitch-black ancient platform. Bang! Old man Zhou Yi used a great technique of the immortal path and used the power of his primordial spirit to form a large purple hand, which grabbed towards ancient half-Saint Jiuan. The entire void was instantly shrouded by his large hand. Then let's fight. Ancient half-Saint Jiuan smiled. He did not seem to move, but the ancient platform under his feet rushed out with a dazzling divine light, strangling towards old man Zhou Yi's large hand. Swoosh. The divine light of the great path seemed to be invincible. It directly crushed old man Zhou Yi's large purple hand, and its momentum did not decrease, continuing to strangle old man Zhou Yi. Old man Zhou Yi was shocked. He knew that in his current state, he was probably no match for this guy because the other party could mobilize the power of the ancient platform. That pitch-black ancient formation platform was actually a great killing tool. The ancient formation platform had condensed an endless amount of energy. Now, this energy was being drawn out by the ancient half-Saint Nining. At this moment, the ancient half-saint Nining's combat strength was so strong that there were few people in the world who could suppress him. Old Ghost E, you are no match for me. Ancient Sage to be Jiuing's voice resounded from the ancient formation platform. At this moment, all the disciples of the Zhou clan had ugly expressions on their faces. I didn't expect to see you here. At this moment, the 9 ancient half-sage saw Gu Fei on the 4 ancient platforms. His expression changed involuntarily. This Gu Fei is exceptionally powerful. Since when did he join hands with the Zhou clan? Buzz. A sword chime rang out from the 4 ancient platforms. Then, a streak of sword light shot out from the ancient platforms and slashed towards the pitch-black platform in the sky. Shwa. The sword light instantly chopped down on the top of ancient semi-sage Jiuing's head. It broke through the layers of divine light and directly fell on his head. The power displayed by this sword was so strong that even old monster Xianyuan would be shocked when he saw it. Boom! The ancient platform under ancient sage to be Jiuing's feet shook. Beams of divine light of the great path rushed out from the platform and interweaved into a net of light, blocking upwards. The mighty power of the great path made everyone's expression change. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the sword light broke through the 18 divine lights of the great path and almost fell on ancient sage to be Jiuing's head. However, when the sword light was still a few feet away from ancient sage to be Jiuing's head, it was finally blocked and could not fall any further. Bang! The divine light of the great path emitted an unprecedentedly strong light. It shattered the sword light, and a rain of light dissipated in the void. The powerful sword had been dissolved. This is, ancient sage to be Jiuing stared at the woman behind old monster Xianyuan. There was a thoughtful expression on his face, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty. The person who made the move was not Gu Fei, but the woman in white. Old man Zhou, Gu Fei, and this woman in white. Even ancient sage to be Jiuing found it difficult to remain calm. With these 3 people in the opponent's formation, it was enough to make it difficult for his side to gain any advantage. Thoughts raced in ancient sage to be Jiuing's mind. He didn't expect to face such a situation. At this time, a wave of power of heaven and earth came from the gate of the void sky. The stone door had been opened nearly a foot wide, which could barely allow one person to pass through. Behind the door was a void passage, which was opened with the power of the ancient 4 spirits formation and led to the virtual sky world. Old man E, why don't we explore the virtual sky world together? Once the battle started, the gate of the void sky would definitely be affected, and decades of effort would be wasted. This was not what the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity wanted to see, but old man Zhou was unwilling to let the other party take advantage of this great advantage. Ancient sage to be Jiuing's words put old man Zhou in a dilemma. How can there be such a good thing in the world? You want to enter the virtual sky world without paying anything. Old man Zhou's expression was extremely unsightly. Ancient sage to be Jiuing thought for a moment, then said, then what price do you want us to pay? Fighting was definitely out of the question. Both sides were evenly matched, and they would inevitably fight to the point where heaven and earth would shatter. If the gate of the void sky was affected, everything would be ruined. Old man Zhou pondered for a moment, then said, I heard that your Dongfang clan has 3 drops of immortal divine liquid. In that case, just give us 1 drop. What? Ancient sage to be Jiuing's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. How did the other party know such a top secret of our clan? This is outrageous. Could it be that the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity has planted a spy in our Dongfang clan? That's impossible. Only the direct descendants of the Dongfang clan are qualified to know such a core secret. How could the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity bribe a direct descendant of the Dongfang clan? Old man Zhou stared at ancient sage to be Jiuing and said, what? Are you unwilling? Fine. Ancient sage to be Jiuing clenched his teeth and agreed. The most important thing now was to enter the virtual sky world. After all, the virtual sky world might be a world created by an ancient supreme being. Very well, I'm not afraid that you'll go back on your word. Old man Zhou was very happy. A drop of immortal divine liquid was extremely precious, especially for an existence like him. The effect of the immortal divine liquid could at least allow him to use his trump card again. Both sides reached an agreement, so the next step was much simpler. Under the power of the great formation of four spirits, the gate of the void sky continued to open slowly, and a void passage completely appeared in front of everyone. Swoosh! With a flash, Gu Fei directly rushed into the space passage behind the stone gate and disappeared inside before everyone could come back to their senses. What? Everyone was shocked. This guy, even old man Joey, was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei, whom he had invited out of kindness, was actually the first to rush in. There was no hesitation. Gu Fei had already gone in, so there was no need to hesitate. Old man Joey of the Zhou clan also rushed in and disappeared into the void passage. Then, the dozen or so elite disciples of the Zhou clan also flew up and rushed toward the open stone gate on the stone wall. Ancient sage to be Jiuyin didn't lag behind. He directly flew up from the ancient formation platform floating in the sky and rushed toward the stone gate. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared inside. Everyone soared into the sky, all wanting to enter the virtual sky world. Go quickly. At this time, old freak Xianyuan transmitted his voice to the woman in white. This woman in white was the hope of Guanxing Immortal sect, so they couldn't miss the trip to the virtual sky world. The woman in white nodded, then turned into a sword light, crossed the sky, and rushed into the void passage inside the stone gate. Old freak Xianyuan sat cross-legged on the four ancient formation platforms. He had to preside over the great formation and couldn't let the ancient formation stop. Once the ancient formation stopped, the void door would close. Once the void door closed, even if Gu Fei had a holy weapon of the extreme path, he would still be trapped inside, let alone the others. Boom! The sky above a desolate mountain suddenly shook. Then, a figure passed through the shaking void and appeared in the sky above the mountain. The virtual sky world, I'm here again. Gu Fei stood high in the sky and looked in all directions. He found that the area he was in was a desolate mountain range. There were very few powerful creatures in this area. There were almost no birds or beasts in the desolate mountain range. There were only some sparse short trees growing tenaciously. Boom! There was a sudden shake in the distant sky. The clouds in the sky formed a vortex, and a figure walked out of the vortex. Someone had appeared nearby. The gate of the void sky would transport people who entered the void passage to other places. This was random, so everyone would appear in a different place in the virtual sky world. That's when Gu Fei saw who it was. A shocking fighting spirit immediately rushed out of his body. He didn't even think and directly rushed towards that person. However, when Gu Fei moved, he almost fell from the sky. He was shocked, but then he calmed down. He didn't expect that he would still be suppressed by the power of this place even though he had become a great emperor. My cultivation base, my strength, the person in the distant sky already cried out in fear. He also noticed the abnormality. His powerful cultivation seemed to have disappeared and directly fell below the immortal realm. Even so, it's still as easy as flipping my hand to kill you. Gu Fei could barely fly in the sky, but his speed was reduced to less than 1,000th of his usual speed. Even so, he quickly approached that person. It's you. At this moment, that person also noticed Gu Fei. This was no small matter. After all, Gu Fei had an irreconcilable enmity with his family. Chapter 1664. Everyone entered the virtual sky world from a different place. This secret was no longer a secret because many people from the three great Taoist schools had entered the virtual sky world in the past several thousand years. At the same time, there was a law set by a supreme existence inside the virtual sky world. All the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world were suppressed by this law. Under the virtual sky world's rule, all cultivators who entered the virtual sky world would only be in the self-awakening realm. In other words, all cultivators who entered the virtual sky world would have their cultivation levels and strength suppressed to the lowest realm. In the human world, there were 5 realms below the immortal realm: awakening self, transcending mortality, royal void, demigod, and supreme saint. These 5 realms divided the cultivators below the immortal realm. When Gu Fei entered the virtual sky world, his powerful cultivation was also suppressed to the awakening self realm. This shocked him greatly. Even a great sovereign would be suppressed here. Could it be that this world was really created by the ancient supremes? While Gu Fei was bewildered, a strong fluctuation came from the nearby area. Someone had entered the virtual sky world from a distance, and this person was his enemy. Gu Fei, it's you. That person was shocked to see Gu Fei rushing towards him with a murderous aura. After all, Gu Fei was a god of slaughter. Many experts had died in his hands. Even the city lord of the East Royal City had suffered a grievance at his hands. That was the city lord of the East Royal City, an incomparably powerful half-saint, but he was killed by Gu Fei. Die. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps and instantly arrived in front of that person. He then directly punched. That person wanted to use a great technique of the immortal path, but he found that his divine power of the immortal path had already disappeared. It was difficult for him to even fly, let alone use a powerful magic tool. The more powerful the divine tool, the more divine power of the immortal path was needed. This person's cultivation had been suppressed to the awakening self-realm, so how could he use any magic tool to defend himself? Bang! One punch from Gu Fei turned the cultivator into a mist of blood. In an instant, both his body and soul were destroyed. His magic treasure pouch was also shattered and a large number of items fell out. Those who could enter the virtual sky world were all elite children of the Dongfang clan, and their cultivation levels were extremely high. However, under Gu Fei's fists, no matter how amazing they still had to die. There are quite a lot of things. Most of the things that fell out of the magic treasure pouch were collected by this outstanding disciple of the Dongfang clan. There were divine materials, divine medicines, and even many divine crystals that contained energy. Gu Fei directly put these things into his bag. Where is the other half of the peerless blade? Gu Fei recalled that he had once sensed the aura of a peerless ominous saber in an ancient battlefield, but 260 years had passed, and that peerless ominous saber was still in the depths of that ancient battlefield. Suddenly, in Gu Fei's inner world, a black saber that had been inserted into the peak of a mountain suddenly vibrated, as if it had sensed something. Gu Fei was both surprised and happy. The two parts of the peerless ominous saber had sensed each other. This was the hope of finding the other half of the ominous saber that had been lost in this world. With a flip of his hand, the peerless ominous saber that had been inserted into the peak of his inner world appeared in his hand. Buzz! The murderous saber vibrated as if a force was summoning it. Gu Fei sensed the force and moved in the direction the force was coming from. The ancient desolate battlefield was a forbidden place in the virtual sky world. No one dared to break into this ancient battlefield because all the cultivators who entered couldn't come out. Roar! A series of roars came from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. Soon, a figure rushed out from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. This person was in an extremely sorry state and was covered in blood. He had encountered a great danger. This person was the ancient half-saint of Jianghu. He was very unlucky to appear in the virtual sky world in the ancient desolate battlefield. However, this ancient half-saint of Jianghu was also amazing. He actually managed to kill his way out of the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. Although he was in a sorry state, his performance could still be described as abnormal. After all, for thousands of years, no one had been able to come out alive after entering the ancient desolate battlefield. How unlucky! The ancient half-saint of Jianghu left without looking back. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. A terrifying demonic figure was quickly disappearing from the depths of the battlefield. A terrifying existence chased after it but then retreated. The terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield seemed to be unable to leave this ancient battlefield. Otherwise, the ancient half-saint of Jianghu might not have been able to escape. Not long after the ancient half-saint of Jianghu left, a figure appeared near the ancient desolate battlefield. Gu Fei had arrived. The half of the peerless ominous saber that had been lost in the virtual sky world was still in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. However, he didn't dare to enter rashly. The ancient desolate battlefield was a forbidden area in the virtual sky world. No one could relax when facing such a forbidden area. After all, if one was not careful, they might die inside. It was definitely worth the risk for the half of the peerless ominous saber. In the end, Gu Fei decided to enter. Although the ancient desolate battlefield was terrifying, he had a way to protect himself. The power of the inner world surged out from the space between his eyebrows and enveloped him. Under the envelopment of the inner world, Gu Fei's surroundings became a world of their own. The power of the law of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world could no longer affect him. His cultivation and strength of the great sovereign realm were rapidly recovering. This was the benefit of the inner world. It could draw upon the power of the inner world to form a world of its own where no techniques could affect it. Gu Fei held the half of the peerless ominous saber in his left hand and the ninth heaven star's sword in his right. Then, he walked into the ancient desolate battlefield. Roar! The moment Gu Fei stepped into the ancient desolate battlefield, a terrifying roar was heard again. The terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield seemed to be angry. A terrifying wave came from the ancient desolate battlefield. The pitch-black aura of death enveloped half the sky, then it surged towards Gu Fei. In the boundless black aura, huge demonic shadows were faintly discernible. Such a scene was frightening. It was as if countless ferocious demons were rushing out from the 9 layers of hell. However, to Gu Fei, such a scene was not frightening at all. Buzz! The ninth heaven star's sword in his hand began to vibrate. The 9 martial arts imprints on the divine sword were awakening, and a Taoist rhyme spread out from the divine sword. Rumble! The entire world in front of him darkened, and an endless aura of death spread out. Gu Fei had an illusion that the entire ancient desolate battlefield seemed to have come to life, becoming extremely terrifying. Chapter 1665. Clang! Rays of sword light continuously slashed out from the pitch-black fog. Gu Fei was fighting against the faint figures. He was fighting against the ancient desolate battlefield's inextinguishable battle will. Black chi filled the sky, and boundless resentment enveloped the entire ancient desolate battlefield. The entire ancient desolate battlefield seemed to have a life of its own, emitting terrifying fluctuations. Such fluctuations spread in all directions. They could be sensed even from tens of thousands of kilometers away. Who dares to enter that place? On a mountain peak, the battered ancient half-saint of Nine Shade looked in the direction of the ancient desolate battlefield in shock. The entire world there was shrouded in black chi. From afar, half of the sky above the ancient desolate battlefield was pitch black. Huge figures could be faintly seen in the black chi, like terrifying demons moving about. Just now, the ancient half-saint of Nine Shade was almost trapped in the ancient desolate battlefield. After entering the virtual sky world, even someone as powerful as ancient half-saint of Nine Een, with his earth-shattering cultivation level, was still suppressed by this world. However, the ancient half-saint of Nine Shade was once a saint. His means were unimaginable. At this time, the cultivators of the other regions were also shocked. The ancient desolate battlefield was an extremely dangerous place. Everyone avoided it, and no one dared to enter it. No one has ever come out alive after entering that place. Could this be an exception? 100 kilometers away from the ancient desolate battlefield, a white figure stood on the crown of a towering tree that was hundreds of meters tall. It was a woman. The virtual sky world is really mysterious. In another direction, Zhou Yi, the elder of the Zhou clan, stood high in the sky and looked in the direction of the ancient desolate battlefield. He could actually fly in the sky, and it seemed effortless. Kill! In the ancient desolate battlefield, rays of divine light kept rushing out. The laws of the great path in the battlefield were awakening. This was the inextinguishable battle will of the peerless existences that had fallen in the ancient desolate battlefield. The terrifying murderous aura caused the world to change color. In less than an hour, the inextinguishable battle will of 5 ancient experts had already appeared, and all of them were attacking Gu Fei. It was as if 5 invincible experts were fighting against Gu Fei at the same time. Preposterous. It's impossible to charge into the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield like this. Gu Fei was in great danger. Although he had the 9 heaven stars sword and half of the peerless ominous saber, it was still not enough. Bang! A blurry figure slammed out with a palm, directly sending Gu Fei flying thousands of meters away. The power of the Great Path was vast and mighty, as if a supreme master of the Great Path was attacking. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily as his long hair danced in the wind. He held a sword in his right hand and a peerless blade in his left. He charged back and fought the illusory figure endlessly. However, this was not destined to be a fair duel. Just as Gu Fei attacked with all his might, the other 4 undying battle wills transformed into human forms and charged over. Boom! Gu Fei was sent flying again. This time, the impact he received was even stronger. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His right hand, which was holding the 9 heavenly stars sword, was trembling slightly. Buzz! The void space trembled, and a shadow holding a divine spear pressed towards Gu Fei. An extremely powerful coercion swept towards him, making it difficult for him to breathe. It was just a trace of battle wills, but it was already so powerful that it could even suppress a great cultivator emperor. It was hard to imagine how powerful this peerless figure was in the past. Very well. You will be the whetstone for me to advance. Gu Fei's battle wills were like a rainbow. This kind of training was very suitable for him. As a cultivator, he must have an unyielding battle wills. Although the 5 broken marks of the Great Path were terrifying, it was impossible for them to stop Gu Fei. If it were any other cultivator who broke into the ancient desolate battlefield, they would have died long ago. Only Gu Fei, who had cultivated the inner world and was not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world, could fight endlessly in the ancient desolate battlefield. Swish! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps and attacked again. However, without any suspense, he was blown away again. The 5 marks of the Great Path could be said to be indestructible and difficult to defeat. He charged forward again and again. Although he was blown away again and again, he still pressed forward. This kind of battle forced Gu Fei to go all out. Even so, he still felt that it was too much for him. After charging for dozens of times, he had to retreat. The endless resentment condensed into a black aura that enveloped the world. The entire ancient desolate battlefield fell into darkness. Gu Fei used the peerless ominous blade to open the way and directly rushed out. The 5 blurry figures wanted to stop him, but a powerful saber chi rushed out of the ominous blade, forcing the 5 figures to retreat. Gu Fei directly rushed out of the ancient desolate battlefield. Although the ominous blade of the extreme path did not awaken, the saber chi emitted from the ominous blade was something that even the marks of the Great Path did not dare to contend against. The immortal marks of the ancient desolate battlefield condensed the power of the Great Path. Even if the matchless figures had died countless years ago, these marks still existed. Gu Fei used the ominous blade to break through the layers of black aura and rushed out. His whole body was soaked in sweat. Although it had only been less than an hour, he had always been in his peak state and attacked with all his strength. This is outrageous. Gu Fei found a clean place and sat down cross-legged. Then, he put away the 9th heaven star's sword and the ominous blade and operated the truth of martial arts in his body to recover his consumed true force. It seemed that entering the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield was not an easy task. However, the other part of the ominous blade was in the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. It was impossible for Gu Fei to leave. The fusion of the ominous blade and the ominous blade was his purpose for entering the virtual sky world. At this time, the others who entered the virtual sky world were advancing to the depths of this world. Some unlucky people had already died. The virtual sky world was definitely not a paradise. The danger here was enough to devour all the cultivators who entered. If one was careless, even a half-step saint would die. That is, just as a group of people was walking in a desert, a divine light suddenly flew across the sky. Within the divine light was a small old man. It was a small old man holding a walking stick. An extremely exuberant aura of life spread out from the small old man's body, causing everyone's expressions to change. It's not a cultivator's primordial spirit. It seems to have the aura of an ancient tree. Could it be an immortal divine medicine? Someone in the group said. A divine medicine that could take human form. If it was not an immortal divine medicine, then what could it be? The group of people immediately became excited and chased in the direction where the divine light disappeared. Who wouldn't be jealous of an immortal divine medicine? It was already a great opportunity to see it, but no one would let such a divine medicine fly away. Chapter 1666. The appearance of an immortal divine medicine alarmed many people. An old man was wrapped in a divine light as he flew across the sky. An extremely pure life aura spread out, causing everyone's expressions to change. This breath could be sensed even thousands of miles away. The immortal divine medicine. The cultivators who entered the virtual sky world went crazy. The immortal divine medicine was extremely precious. Only a few of them had appeared since ancient times. This was a divine medicine exclusive to supreme martial artists. In the distant past, only supreme martial artists were qualified to possess this kind of immortal divine medicine. Even great saints or quasi-supreme martial artists couldn't protect the immortal divine medicine even if they obtained it. A true supreme martial artist could kill any opponent. However, in the present world, even saints had become extinct, let alone supreme martial artists. There was absolutely no supreme martial artist or great saint who would jump out to fight for the immortal divine medicine. Swoosh. The divine light soared into the sky. A figure radiating the divine light of the great path soared into the sky and chased after the little old man who seemed to have transformed from the immortal divine medicine. Godly medicines could take on a human form, but they would not possess any great mystic abilities. The world was fair. Since the immortal godly medicine had the characteristic of immortality, it was destined that it would not be able to cultivate great mystic abilities or great powers. It would not be able to become an existence like a supreme demon. Old man Zhouyi chased after it, and so did ancient half-saint Jianghu. The other cultivators also chased after it. Why did they enter the virtual sky world? Wasn't it to look for fated chances like this? No one wanted to let go of this great fated chance that suddenly appeared. This would be a fight between the Dongfang clan and the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. In the face of the immortal divine medicine, the Zhou clan and the Dongfang clan were destined to have a big collision. In order to get the immortal divine medicine, these two forces would do anything. No one paid attention to the abnormalities in the desolate battlefield anymore. They all chased after the divine medicine that was suspected to be the immortal divine medicine. Outside the desolate battlefield, Gu Fei also sensed the vast breath of life. He couldn't help but be moved. Was there really an immortal divine medicine in the virtual sky world? Without hesitation, he also chased after it. A hazy world emerged around him. As he walked in that hazy world, his cultivation wasn't restricted by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world at all. The 8 desolate void steps was definitely the fastest in the world. Very soon, Gu Fei had already entered a mountain ridge. There were many mountains here, and mist lingered around it. Spiritual energy gathered here. It was actually a rare spiritual land. In this mountain range, there was lush vegetation. Towering ancient trees could be seen everywhere. Some ancient trees were hundreds of meters tall, and their canopies covered a radius of several kilometers. Roar. An earth-shattering roar of a beast came from the depths of the mountain ridge in front of them, startling the birds and beasts in the surrounding area and causing them to flee in fright. The primitive mountain forest in this area was immediately thrown into chaos. A huge golden bird rushed out from the depths of the mountain ridge, and an extremely fierce aura filled the air. This was a golden eagle, and when it stretched out its wings, it had a wingspan of 5 to 6 meters. Shwa! The golden eagle flapped its wings, wanting to soar into the sky. However, a strange beast suddenly pounced out from the depths of the mountain ridge. This strange beast was covered in thick cyan scales, and its speed was extremely fast. In just one leap, this strange beast had already arrived above the golden eagle and directly swooped the golden eagle down from the sky. Golden feathers swirled in the air. The two wild beasts were fighting, and Gu Fei happened to witness this scene. Roar! The strange beast's roar shook heaven and earth. Its ferocious aura was even stronger than that of the golden eagle. It was a strange beast shaped like a qilin with the head of an ancestral dragon. Its 4 hooves generated wind and clouds, and it could run in the void. A water qilin doesn't seem like it. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Although this strange beast looked very much like a water qilin, the aura of energy exuding from its body wasn't the power of water, one of the 5 elements. But what was certain was that this strange beast had the blood of a true dragon flowing in its body. This golden eagle was also a strange species. It should be a distant relative of the great golden winged peng, but this golden eagle couldn't compete with that strange beast. Boom! The 2 wild beasts tore at each other in the air. They pounced and tumbled down from the sky, smashing a mountain below them into pieces. Rubble filled the air, and dust rose high into the sky. The entire region was shaking. Gu Fei didn't have time to pay attention to the 2 wild beasts that were fighting in front of him. He sensed the aura that seemed to belong to the immortal divine medicine, which was the aura of immortality. Shwa! Gu Fei's figure disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he had already entered the depths of this mountain ridge, where there was a divine spring that was spewing spiritual qi. It's here. Gu Fei's gaze swept around. He wanted to find the suspected immortal divine medicine. At this time, he still couldn't be sure if it was the real immortal divine medicine. It's you. At this time, on the opposite mountain peak, a figure appeared. It was an old man. This old man was Zhou Yi of the Zhou clan of the ancients. Old man, I didn't expect you to be so fast. When Gu Fei saw Zhou Yi, he couldn't help but be moved. Zhou Yi was very mysterious, and Gu Fei sensed a peerless and powerful power from this old man. Could it be that this old man was the same as him? He could also use some kind of method to prevent himself from being suppressed by the power of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world? Old Zhouyin, since you're here, why don't you dare to show yourself? Elder Zhou Yi suddenly said this to the void beside him. He sensed that something was amiss. Someone was lurking nearby and spying on them. Among all the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world, perhaps only ancient half-saint Zhouyin had this kind of strength to be able to lurk so close to Zhou Yi without being discovered by Zhou Yi. Humph! A cold laugh rang out, and the void trembled. Water-like spatial ripples spread out, and a figure directly walked out of the void. This person was ancient half-saint Zhouyin of the Dongfang clan. You also want the immortal divine medicine? Gu Fei's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at ancient half-saint Zhouyin. This guy also seemed to be able to use some kind of method to prevent himself from being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. He had a great enmity with the Dongfang clan, and he had even fought against ancient half-saint Zhouyin. Who doesn't want the immortal divine medicine? Ancient half-saint Zhouyin's words were still cold. He looked coldly at Gu Fei and then at Zhou Yi. He was very worried about Gu Fei and Zhou Yi. At this time, the ancient formation platform was not here, so he could only rely on his holy weapon. Gu Fei suddenly smiled and said to Zhou Yi, how about we join forces and kill this guy first? Ancient half-saint Zhouyin's heart skipped a beat. Gu Fei alone was already tricky enough. If the 2 of them joined forces, he would really be in danger. Zhou Yi was not easy to deal with, and he might also have a holy weapon. At this moment, Elder Zhou Yi also began to ponder. Chapter 1667. The 3 experts gathered around a holy spring. Gu Fei, Old Man Zhou Yi, and the ancient semi-holy Nine each occupied a direction. Gu Fei and Old Man Zhou Yi stood on a mountain peak, while the ancient semi-holy Nine stood directly in the air. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world seemed unable to affect him. The holy spring was not big, only a few dozen feet in circumference. However, it nurtured an extremely pure life essence. This kind of life essence was enough to make all cultivators jealous. The divine herb that was suspected to be the immortal divine herb should be hiding in this divine spring. At this time, the other experts gradually arrived nearby. On the other side of the mountain, the fight between the 2 wild beasts was still going on. The whole area was in chaos. However, no one paid attention to the two wild beasts at this time. Why don't we join forces to kill this guy and then divide the divine medicine? Gu Fei suddenly said to Old Man Zhou. The ancient semi-holy Nine couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. He felt that something was wrong. If the two of them really joined forces, he would probably be in danger. The ancient semi-holy Nine was very clear about Old Man Zhou's cultivation and strength. This was a peerless expert who was not weaker than him. When he was in the sky-splitting valley, he had relied on the power of the ancient formation platform to suppress Old Man Zhou. If these two great experts really fought, it would be really hard to say who would emerge victorious. Old Man Zhou's gaze swept over the ancient semi-holy Nine in the sky. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Gu Fei's suggestion tempted him. Being able to kill the ancient semi-holy Nine was definitely a rare opportunity. There was no doubt about Gu Fei's strength. If he joined forces with Gu Fei, he really had some confidence in killing the ancient semi-holy Nine. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a great price. The ancient semi-holy Nine sneered. Although he looked very calm on the surface, he had already secretly activated the power of the divine sword in his body. An extremely sharp wave of sword qi spread out from his body. Bang! Gu Fei suddenly made a move. Without waiting for Old Man Zhou's reply, he made his move. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. A large hand slapped towards the ancient half-sage of Nine in the air. Rumble! Gu Fei's sky-covering hand emitted terrifying fluctuations. This definitely wasn't something a cultivator in the self-awakening realm could do. His power wasn't suppressed by the virtual sky world. A hazy world appeared around Gu Fei, and the power of the world surged out from the illusory world. This guy, the ancient sage-to-be ancient sage-to-be was both shocked and furious. He had never imagined that Gu Fei would attack him without any hesitation. Sky-encompassing Grand Palm, this was a powerful martial arts battle technique. It was simple and direct, displaying the true intent of the martial path. Soul Master of the Universe. The ancient sage-to-be Nineshade displayed a great technique of the immortal path. He stretched his hand forward, and a pitch-black void instantly spread from his palm. He was evolving the void of the world, wanting to devour Gu Fei's sky-covering hand into that pitch-black void. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's sky-covering hand collided with the ancient sage-to-be Nineshade's great technique of the immortal path. The two forces cancelled each other out, and both Gu Fei and the ancient sage-to-be Nineshade were forced back by the other. Old man, when are you going to make your move? Gu Fei shouted. He then used the universal void steps and soared into the sky. In an instant, he arrived above the ancient sage-to-be Nineshade's head and stomped down on him. This was the 8 kill steps. 8 kills in 8 steps. Terrifying martial arts power emerged under Gu Fei's feet. The sound of wind and thunder rang out, and the void under his feet collapsed. You're courting death. The ancient sage-to-be Nineshade shouted. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. A terrifying power erupted from his body, and a hazy world seemed to appear around him. Clang! The sound of metal clanging came from the ancient sage-to-be Nineshade's body. Wisps of mysterious power condensed into Taiyin divine swords. They emitted surging sword qi and pierced towards Gu Fei like tens of thousands of swords flying at the same time. This was the display of the Tao laws of the half-saint. Every divine sword was like a peerless immortal weapon, emitting terrifying fluctuations that made people's hearts palpitate. Rumble, this was a huge collision. Both Gu Fei and the ancient sage-to-be Nineshade attacked with all their strength without holding anything back. The two forces were not suppressed by the laws of the virtual sky world, and they exploded in this part of the world. Thousands of sword shadows collapsed. Gu Fei's 8 kill steps displayed a fighting strength that shocked even the ancient sage-to-be Nineshade. However, it was difficult for Gu Fei to take another step. The power of the half-saint's Tao laws was so powerful that it blocked his martial arts technique. Swish! At this moment, something suddenly shot towards the ancient sage-to-be Nineshade. A wisp of holy might appeared between heaven and earth. Someone had used holy power. What? The ancient half-sage of 9 was startled. What was attacking him was a stone pagoda. The stone pagoda had 13 floors, and each floor was radiating boundless divine light. Saint-level power erupted, and the stone pagoda shook the world. It was a divine tool. Zhou Yi, the elder of the Zhou clan from the antiquity, finally made his move. Moreover, he went all out and used a divine tool. He wanted to kill the ancient sage-to-be Nine-Shade in one blow. All the hair on ancient sage-to-be's body stood on end. He sensed great danger and retreated without hesitation. At the same time, a dazzling divine light rushed out of his glabella. A sword shadow rushed out of his Niyuan palace and slashed at the 13-story stone pagoda that was smashing down on him. Buzz. The sound of the sword shook the heavens. Saint-level sword chi erupted. This was a sword light that caused the world to lose color. It shocked the heavens and was extremely terrifying. The water-blue divine sword collided with the ancient stone pagoda. Countless runes collapsed and dissipated. The void was as fragile as a thin piece of paper and was easily torn to pieces. Without thinking, Gu Fei retreated into the distance. This was a saint-level heavy armor. Even a freakishly powerful imperial martial body would not be able to withstand such power. Gu Fei had to retreat. The destructive power spread out in all directions, causing the entire region to tremble, and mountains to crumble one after another. Fortunately, the two peerless cultivators were carefully controlling their divine weapons. The divine spring below was not affected. No one was willing to destroy an immortal divine medicine. The ancient sage-to-be Nine-Shade had attacked in a hurry and did not gather enough power. The Taiyin holy sword was smashed away, and he flew thousands of meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn you, old E. The ancient sage-to-be Nine-Shade was shocked and angry. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved his hand. The Taiyin holy sword that had been knocked away immediately flew back into his hand. Boom. Holy power erupted. With the sword in hand, the ancient sage-to-be Nine-Shade's battle intent instantly rose to the limit. Humph. Zhou Yi also recalled the stone pagoda and pressed toward the ancient sage-to-be Nine-Shade. At the same time, Gu Fei also approached the ancient sage-to-be Nine-Shade from another direction. The two cultivators joined forces and surrounded the ancient sage-to-be Nine-Shade. Chapter 1668. How dare you! Ancient semi-sage Jiuyin's anger was about to burn the 9 heavens. Gu Fei and Zhou Yi had actually joined forces to attack him, which made ancient semi-sage Jiuyin both shocked and angry. He was confident that he would be able to fight against either one of them and even have the chance to kill the other on the spot. But now, the two great cultivators had joined forces and Zhou Yi had a holy weapon. At this time, ancient semi-sage Jiuyin did not think that he was a match for the two great cultivators. Go to hell. Old man Zhou Yi's voice was extremely calm. A stone pagoda was held above his right hand, and every layer was blooming with bright divine light. There was a rhythm of the great path lingering around it, and an aura of the great path filled the air. This was the true power of a saint. Old man Yi, you've gone too far. Ancient semi-sage Jiuyin roared angrily. The Taiyin divine sword in his hand emitted a bright blue divine light, and a shocking sword chi rushed out from the divine sword in his hand. Virum. The Taiyin divine sword vibrated, and ancient semi-sage Jiuyin directly slashed at old man Zhou Yi. At this time, any words seemed extremely blank. Only powerful strength could explain everything. Saint-level sword light shot up into the sky, and within the sword light, there were looming Tao patterns. It directly broke through the void, as if even heaven and earth had been split in half by the sword. The fluctuations of the saint level shocked everyone in the nearby area. At this time, many people had come nearby, but no one dared to approach. The aura emitted by the three great cultivators was too powerful. These people were actually not affected by the laws of heaven and earth in this part of the world. They could show their true strength, which shocked the others to the extreme. Virum. The void shook, and the stone pagoda suppressed the surroundings. A vast force spread out from the stone pagoda in Old Man Zhou Yi's hand, freezing the void in this part of the world. The Taiyin sword light broke through the suppressing power of the stone pagoda. It was invincible, and it fell towards Old Man Zhou Yi's head. Swoosh! 13 beams of divine light shot out from the 13-story stone tower and blocked the incoming Taiyin sword light. Each beam of divine light was the light of the Great Path and contained unimaginable power. The sword light collided with the 13 beams of light of the Great Path that rushed out from the stone tower. A rain of light erupted. The 9 beams of divine light of the Great Path and the blue sword light collapsed at the same time. Although they were both sacred weapons, the lunar divine sword in the hands of the ancient half-sage of 9 and the 13-storied stone pagoda in the hands of Zhou Yi Old Man seemed to be on par with each other. It was difficult for either to suppress the other. However, with the addition of Gu Fei, this balance was broken. Kill! At this moment, Gu Fei roared and charged over from afar. His fists shattered the void as he charged straight at the ancient half-saint of 9. This guy, the 9 ancient half-sage, was moved. He had fought with Gu Fei before and naturally knew how powerful he was. This was someone who could challenge experts of a higher level than him. Control the void. The ancient half-sage of 9 displayed a great technique. His left hand turned into a pitch-black hole, and a heaven-devouring power surged out from the hole, wanting to swallow Gu Fei into it. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His fist vibrated, and monstrous martial arts combat power rushed out from his fist, directly shattering the void created by the ancient half-sage of 9. Without any suspense, the ancient half-sage of 9 was once again beaten back, and scarlet blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. While Zhou Yi Old Man restrained the lunar divine sword of 9, Gu Fei attacked the ancient half-sage of 9 at this time. The ancient half-sage of 9 could not use his saint-level power to deal with Gu Fei at all. When Gu Fei and Zhou Yi Old Man joined forces, they could seriously injure the ancient half-sage of 9. In the end, the ancient half-sage of 9 was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the two experts. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to retreat. At this time, another battle came to an end. In the end, the exotic beast still defeated the golden condor and tore it in half. The appearance of saint-level power terrified the two exotic beasts, especially the exotic beast that looked like a qilin. It carefully retreated into the deep mountains and forests. The golden eagle was dead. It was an extremely powerful, ferocious bird. What a pity! Many cultivators shook their heads. If this ferocious bird could be subdued, it would be a great help. However, it had been killed by the exotic beast. Zhou Yi Old Man held the 13-story stone tower in his hand and looked at Gu Fei as he said, "Chase away the ancient 9. Don't fight with me for this immortal divine medicine. How do you know that there really is an immortal divine medicine in the divine spring?" Gu Fei smiled. The divine spring contained endless life essence. He didn't want the divine medicine. He just wanted the divine spring. His inner world needed to be nourished by the divine spring. The divine medicine is mine. I don't care about anything else. Zhou Yi Old Man's tone was extremely firm. Gu Fei thought about it and then said, "Very well. If there really is an immortal divine medicine in the divine spring, you can take it. However, everything else belongs to me." "That's it." Zhou Yi Old Man nodded. They each took what they needed. This way, they could avoid conflict. Gu Fei didn't have any enmity with the Zhou family of the ancients. Moreover, Zhou Yi Old Man was determined to get the immortal divine medicine. The old man had a complete sacred weapon in his hand. Once they fought, Gu Fei would suffer. He even suspected that Zhou Yi Old Man was likely to be like the ancient half-sage of 9. In ancient times, he was a saint who dominated the heavens and the earth. Such a special existence couldn't be imagined by ordinary people. An ancient half-sage like him couldn't be compared to an ordinary half-sage. Later, Zhou Yi Old Man used the 13-story stone pagoda to suppress the surrounding area. Saint-level power erupted from the stone pagoda, suppressing the heavens. The void of the entire area seemed to solidify. Even Gu Fei felt great pressure. Zhou old man was very careful. He used the stone pagoda to suppress the surroundings, cutting off all the escape routes of the divine medicine. Only then did he open up the water channel and enter the divine spring to catch the divine medicine. Gu Fei stood above the divine spring, watching everything coldly. He didn't make any moves, and the nearby cultivators didn't dare to come over. No one was willing to provoke a peerlessly powerful existence, especially in a place like the virtual sky world. Swoosh. In the mountains, several figures soared into the sky, wanting to fly into the distance. Gu Fei sensed the fluctuations of the divine power of the immortal path coming from these figures and couldn't help but be stunned. These people were from the Dongfang family. Want to leave? A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. He took a step forward and instantly arrived behind those figures. He then pressed his palm forward. Without any suspense, those people had absolutely no chance of survival under Gu Fei's unparalleled palm power. They were directly beaten into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. Chapter 1669. Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had great enmity. Many cultivators had come nearby, including the disciples of the Dongfang family. It was impossible for Gu Fei to let these people go. Empress Dowager, the disciples of the Dongfang family brought into the virtual sky world by ancient half-saint Jiuyin were all outstanding figures of the Dongfang family, so Gu Fei didn't show them any mercy. He took advantage of the moment old man Zhou entered the divine spring of life to kill all the disciples of the Dongfang family, destroying both their bodies and souls. The disciples of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity were extremely shocked when they saw Gu Fei kill the 3 disciples of the Dongfang family in one move. This person was really strong. The enmity between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family was actually not a secret. Moreover, the news that Gu Fei killed the city lord of East Imperial Emperor City had already spread throughout the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent. The city lord of East Imperial Emperor City was a half-saint. Even in the great world of the human world, when heroes rose together, the fall of a half-saint was still rare. There were definitely not many people in the human world who could kill a half-saint. However, even if they knew about the enmity between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family, when they saw Gu Fei kill the 3 disciples of the Dongfang family, many people still disapproved. Wow! Just as Gu Fei turned around, there was a sound of water, and a figure rushed out of the divine spring. That person was old man Zhou. This is outrageous. This divine spring is actually connected to an earth vein, and the divine medicine escaped into it. Old man Zhou's expression was extremely unsightly. He didn't catch the divine medicine. The divine medicine had already gained intelligence, so how could it be so easy to catch it? In particular, this kind of divine medicine that had lived for countless years knew how to seek luck and avoid danger. As soon as there was any sign of trouble, it would immediately escape. Previously, when Gu Fei and old man Zhou worked together to beat away ancient half-saint Jiuyin, they had already alarmed the divine medicine hiding in the divine spring. Gu Fei saw that old man Zhou's expression wasn't so good, but he didn't say anything. After all, old man Zhou didn't catch the immortal herb. Furthermore, the stock of godly medicine had escaped into the vein of the earth, so it was almost impossible to catch it. After all, there was more than one vein of the earth beneath the ground. Some of the earth veins were filled with great dangers, with incomparably powerful existences lurking within. Even with old man Zhou's cultivation level and strength, he had to be cautious. This was the virtual sky world, and anything could happen, so he couldn't afford to be careless. Failing to capture the divine herb enraged the old man of Zhou, so he set his sights on the divine spring. He directly used his divine immortal arts, and his entire body seemed to turn into a black hole. The endless life essence contained in the divine spring immediately gathered towards him in a frenzy. When Gu Fei saw this, he could not help but change his expression. They had already agreed beforehand that old man Zhou wanted the divine medicine, and the other things were his. This old man was not kind. Rumble, the divine spring shook, and the endless life essence was forcibly devoured by old man Zhou. Rays of spiritual light visible to the naked eye kept rushing out of the divine spring and then entered old man Zhou Yi's body. After a full hour, old man Zhou Yi finally stopped and left with the people of the Zhou clan without saying a word. This time, it was Gu Fei's turn to look unhappy. Old man Zhou Yi had done this, and nearly half of the spiritual essence in the divine spring had been devoured by him. The divine spring wasn't big. Although it contained a huge amount of life essence, it couldn't withstand old man Zhou Yi's predatory devouring. The concentration of the spiritual essence around the divine spring had become extremely thin. After Zhou Yi, the elder of the Zhou clan, left, Gu Fei began to collect the divine spring and planted it in his inner world, nourishing his inner world with the essence of the divine spring. Is there really an immortal herb? Just as Gu Fei was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation, and a comfortable aura came from the vein of the earth. There was earth qi lingering in the vein of the earth. This was a small vein of the earth, but it was a branch of the main vein of the earth. It was no wonder that old man Zhou Yi had found it difficult to capture that herb. It must have escaped into the main vein of the earth. This was like a dragon entering the sea. No matter how powerful old man Zhou Yi was, it was absolutely impossible for him to capture that herb. Only the fated person can obtain this kind of herb. Gu Fei knew that divine medicines were intelligent. They would choose their own masters, just like how most of the immortal divine medicines in the past found their own extreme Tao supremes. Being by the side of a supreme being was safer than anywhere else. No one would dare to have any ideas about a supreme being. Of course, it was hard to say whether this herb that could transform was an immortal herb or not. After all, immortal herbs weren't the only ones that could transform and travel around. In the end, Gu Fei left. After Gu Fei left, many cultivators came from afar and went to the place where the divine spring was to carefully examine it. They were all experts who had surrendered to the Zhou clan or the Dongfang clan of the desolate antiquity. This time, the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity also brought many experts from the periphery to open the gate of the ruined sky. The Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity controlled the method of entering the virtual sky world, so whoever they wanted could enter. At this time, there were still people entering the virtual sky world. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the depths of a mountain range inside the virtual sky world. Someone had broken into a beast emperor's lair and alarmed a beast emperor that was entrenched there. A frightening murderous aura burst out from the depths of the mountain range, and a golden tiger jumped out. It was as big as a small mountain, and its whole body seemed to be cast from fine gold. Golden light flowed all over its body. A powerful metal element power spread out from the tiger emperor's body, intimidating all the other beasts. A figure was fleeing in the mountains. He was very unlucky. The place where he entered the virtual sky world was actually near the lair of a beast emperor, which alarmed the tiger emperor. Oh heavens, oh earth, why am I so unlucky? A young Taoist was frantically sprinting in the mountains while shouting and yelling. He was being chased by a huge golden tiger. This young Taoist was also quite impressive. He didn't soar into the sky, but every step he took would cause the stars to shift and Tao patterns to appear under his feet. His speed was extremely fast. This was an extremely powerful body technique. You big worm, stop chasing me. If you keep chasing me, I'll go crazy. The young Taoist kept running and shouting. He seemed to be in a hurry, but in fact, he wasn't in any danger. The Tiger Emperor had already gained intelligence and had at least the strength of an immortal, but it still couldn't catch up to this young Taoist for a while. Up in the sky, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. This young Taoist was quite interesting, but he didn't know which sect he was from. Gu Fei couldn't tell the origin of this little Taoist. This little Taoist didn't have the magic power fluctuations of the Dongfang family and the Zhou family of the Desolate Era. This meant that this little Taoist didn't cultivate from these two families. Gu Fei was also very familiar with the Guangqing Immortal sect and the Shangqing sect. After all, 100 years ago, the Guangqing Immortal sect, the Shangqing sect, and the Taishan sect were known as the human world's Tao schools. Roar. The golden tiger's roar shook the entire mountain forest. The tiger's might was unparalleled, frightening all the beasts in the vicinity and causing them to flee for their lives. The mountains were in chaos. The tiger leaped up and pounced on the young Taoist in front of it. This pounce was extremely ferocious, and even Gu Fei was moved. As the beast emperor of this area, the golden tiger definitely had the strength to intimidate all other beasts. Otherwise, the beast emperor here wouldn't be this tiger. Ouch! When the young Taoist saw the golden tiger pouncing on him, he couldn't help but be startled. In his panic, his steps became unsteady and his speed slowed down. It was this small change that caused the young Taoist to fall into a trap. Whoosh! A gust of strong wind came down from the top of the young Taoist's head. The golden tiger's claws directly clawed at the young Taoist's head. As long as the tiger's claws clawed at his seed, the young Taoist's head would be removed. My life is over. Damned heavens, I'm unwilling. The young Taoist roared. In the virtual sky world, not everyone could ignore the laws of heaven and earth. The young Taoist's cultivation level and strength were suppressed. This kind of death was really a bit unjust. Big insect, I'll fight you to the death. The young Taoist clenched his teeth and quickly formed a spell with both hands. Rays of divine light rushed out from the magic weapon pouch at his waist. There were more than 10 rays of divine light. Each ray of divine light was wrapped in a magic tool. The dozen or so magic tools were all controlled by the young Taoist and then attacked the golden tiger. Among these magic tools, there were divine swords, banners, bronze axes, ancient bells, and iron cauldrons. These magic tools all blossomed with dazzling divine light and emitted a vast and mighty fluctuation of magic power. When it saw the dozen or so magic tools attacking it at the same time, even the golden tiger was startled and its movements became a bit hesitant. Boom! The dozen or so magic tools instantly collided with the golden tiger that was pouncing down from the sky. In the end, such a powerful attack still played a certain role. The golden tiger was blocked by the explosive power of the dozen or so magic tools. The young Taoist took advantage of the chaos to rush out. The powerful force coming down from the sky instantly destroyed a large area of the mountain forest. The dozen or so magic tools were all knocked away by the golden tiger. Bang! With a swipe of the tiger's claws, an iron cauldron was smashed into pieces. The broken pieces flew in all directions, and a few of the broken pieces almost hit the young Taoist priest. The divine swords, flying axes, and ancient bells all rang and were then slapped away by the golden tiger. Some of the magic tools were directly destroyed. Even if they weren't destroyed on the spot, they were covered in cracks as if they could shatter at any time. The golden tiger cultivated the power of the metal element, which was one of the strongest forces in the world. The entire tiger was like a real golden tiger with an extremely strong physique. The dozen or so magic tools couldn't hurt it at all. My treasures. The young Taoist's heart was bleeding. These were the magic tools he collected over the years, but they were unexpectedly destroyed by this golden tiger in a single day. Chapter 1670. Roar. The golden tiger's roar shook the mountains, and a fierce murderous aura swept in all directions. The incomparably powerful golden tiger directly sent more than a dozen magic weapons flying, then it continued to chase after the little Taoist. Watching this scene from high in the sky, Gu Fei knew that if he didn't make a move, the little Taoist would probably be torn to pieces by the tiger. At this time, the little Taoist no longer cared about his dozen magic weapons. He fled for his life, wanting to escape from the tiger's mouth. However, the golden tiger was already enraged by the little Taoist and chased after him relentlessly. Rays of golden divine light circulated around the tiger's body. Since this divine tiger could become the beast emperor of this mountain range, it naturally wasn't comparable to ordinary savage beasts. Moreover, this divine tiger grew up in the virtual sky world, so it wasn't suppressed by the power of heaven and earth inside the virtual sky world. How could a low-level cultivator in the self-awakening realm contend against a divine tiger that surpassed the immortal realm? If it wasn't for the little Taoist's strange footwork, where Tao patterns emerged under his feet with every step he took, as if the mountains and rivers were shifting under his feet, and his extremely fast speed, he would have been torn to pieces by this divine tiger long ago. Gu Fei knew that if he didn't make a move, this little Taoist would be caught by this golden tiger. The little Taoist ran with all his strength. With every step he took, the mountains and rivers shifted. This kind of speed and footwork didn't seem inferior to Gu Fei's 8 desolate void steps. High in the sky, Gu Fei stretched out his right hand, and a nearly transparent divine light gushed out from the tip of his index finger. Above the divine light, a hazy image seemed to be faintly discernible. A wave of the power of heaven and earth spread from the divine light. Gu Fei flicked his finger, and the divine light immediately flew out. In an instant, it crossed the void and entered the little Taoist's body. The little Taoist's whole body trembled, then he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Soon after, the little Taoist revealed an extremely shocked expression. A powerful wave of power awakened in his body, and a powerful aura broke out of his body and spread throughout the mountain range. How could this be? The little Taoist simply couldn't believe the changes taking place in his body. His cultivation level and power suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world were actually recovering rapidly. Roar! The golden divine tiger took advantage of the moment the young Taoist priest paused to roar angrily and pounced forward. The strong winds blew the surrounding trees to the ground, causing sand and stones to fly. The great Tao is formless, the imperial Tao is invincible. Kill! The body of the little Taoist trembled as a torrential killing intent gushed out from his body. The temperature of the entire void plummeted rapidly. At this moment, the little Taoist seemed to have turned into a completely different person. He actually possessed a trace of invincibility. Buzz! 18 beams of sword light rushed out from the little Taoist's Niwen palace and circled around him. Each of the divine swords emitted a sword light that soared into the sky, illuminating the entire area. Imperial Sword of the Tao, go! With a wave of the little Taoist's hand, 18 divine swords immediately soared into the sky and pierced through the huge golden tiger that was pouncing over. 18 sword lights tore through the void. Roar! Sensing the danger, the golden tiger's fur stood up on its ends. It was only at this moment that the tiger realized that this human was a supreme powerful being. Swoosh! Golden light flashed. When the 18 sword lights cleaved down, the golden divine tiger actually changed its direction and soared into the sky, barely dodging the 18 unparalleled sword lights. Run! The little Taoist smiled. He also soared into the sky and controlled the 18 sword lights, chasing after the golden tiger. The recovery of his cultivation surprised and delighted him. How could something like this happen? The little Taoist knew that the reason why his cultivation could recover was probably because someone was helping him from the side. If that was the case, then the cultivation of the person in the dark was simply heaven-defying. However, the little Taoist couldn't care so much right now. He had to resolve the crisis before him first. To think that this little fellow is actually an immortal king. Gu Fei was a little surprised as well. This little Taoist was really extraordinary. He actually cultivated the imperial sword. An immortal king cultivator was nothing in the eyes of Gu Fei. However, in the human world, such a cultivator could already be considered as an expert. Even with the descent of the human world and the emergence of powerful beings, it wasn't to the point where immortals and gods could be seen everywhere. Immortal kings were the kings of the immortal Tao that surpassed immortals and gods. Even though there were still immortal emperors, supreme beings, and even higher realms above immortal kings, the ambitions of this little Taoist were far greater. What he was walking on was the invincible emperor's Tao. One has to know that once this invincible emperor's Tao was cultivated to the great completion stage, one would be a human emperor. What happened next didn't have any suspense. The imperial sword was incomparably strong and displayed the invincible emperor's Tao. It sent the golden tiger flying and left a series of sword scars on its body. Golden blood dripped down from the sky. Every single drop was glowing with a golden light. This was a type of god blood. The golden tiger was a metal element beast and its blood contained the power of the metal element. One had to admit that the physique of this divine tiger was way too strong. Even the little Taoist's imperial sword had a hard time killing it. It could only leave sword scars on the divine tiger's body. What a tough tiger skin. It would probably be pretty good to make a divine armor. The little Taoist stared at the golden divine tiger. His eyes gradually brightened. 18 sword lights danced around his body. The imperial sword hummed and produced a sonorous sound. Sword aura spread in all directions. Not bad. When Gu Fei saw the little Taoist displaying the imperial sword, he couldn't help but nod. In time, this little guy would certainly become a famous emperor of the sword path. However, the premise was that this little Taoist could walk out of the virtual sky world alive. Gu Fei could already see that the little Taoist's imperial sword was just starting and still had a lot of room for development. Once this kind of sword path took shape, he would probably be able to sweep away all opponents in the same realm. Invincible Emperor's Tao wasn't just a preface. The ancient human emperors were the strongest in the world apart from the extreme Tao. Clang! The 18 sword lights let out a deafening sound at the same time. A vast emperor's sword aura spread out and directly struck the divine tiger. A large amount of golden blood sprinkled from the sky. The little Taoist was furious. This sword strike almost chopped off one of the divine tiger's front legs. The golden divine tiger was no longer in the mood to fight with the little Taoist. It opened its mouth and spat out a golden gale. Within the gale, there were faint flashes of light blades. The little Taoist was shocked. The golden divine tiger was a metal element savage beast. The power of this golden gale was extraordinary. Even the void was torn apart in an instant. The little Taoist had no choice but to use his divine sword to protect himself and retreat. After the golden divine tiger forced the little Taoist to retreat, it rushed into the depths of the mountain. Weren't you very awe-inspiring just now? Now you've become a sick cat. The little Taoist sneered and was about to chase after it. However, his expression suddenly changed. The imperial sword aura in his body was rapidly weakening, and his cultivation level as an immortal king was rapidly declining. This time, the little Taoist's shock was no small matter. Chapter 1671. In the mountains, the little Taoist and the golden tiger fought fiercely. Terrifying power spread in all directions, shaking the whole area. The little Taoist's cultivation level and strength weren't suppressed by the virtual sky world. However, this situation wouldn't last long. Just as the little Taoist displayed his divine might and chased after the golden tiger, he suddenly felt his power rapidly weakening. This was no small matter. What's going on? The 18 sword lights around the little Taoist quickly dimmed. The power of the 18 divine swords was also suppressed by the virtual sky world's laws of heaven and earth. The virtual sky world was a vast and boundless world. Here, there were laws of heaven and earth set down by a supreme existence. Unless an expert on the same level as that supreme existence entered this world, anyone who entered would be suppressed by this world. Unless they were experts who cultivated their inner worlds, like Gu Fei, who could use the power of heaven and earth in their inner worlds to prevent the virtual sky world's laws from affecting them. In the virtual sky world, there were only 3 people who weren't suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. Although the little Taoist was amazing and his cultivation level had reached the immortal king realm, he hadn't cultivated his inner world, so his cultivation level was suppressed to the self-awakening realm. Earlier, Gu Fei injected a mass of the power of heaven and earth into the little Taoist's body, so his cultivation level and strength quickly recovered. But at that moment, the power of heaven and earth in the little Taoist's body gradually disappeared. His cultivation level was also rapidly declining, and his powerful aura was also disappearing. Roar! The fleeing golden tiger also sensed the abnormality behind it, but it didn't dare to take the risk. This human was too cunning. The golden tiger roared and turned into a golden divine light, disappearing into the depths of the mountains. The little Taoist also felt very guilty. His cultivation level was rapidly declining. If he continued to chase, he would be in danger. He no longer had the strength to fight against the golden tiger. You big worm, your life isn't over yet. The little Taoist stopped and retreated into the distance while swearing. After leaving this mountain range, the power of heaven and earth in the little Taoist's body completely disappeared, and his cultivation level was once again suppressed to the self-awakening realm by the virtual sky world. Thank you for saving me, Senior. The little Taoist cupped his hands in greeting in all directions. He knew that there was definitely an incredible figure observing him in the dark. His cultivation was able to recover temporarily because of that existence. He could actually ignore the laws of heaven and earth inside the virtual sky world. Could it be that this person was powerful to that extent? You sure are careful. Gu Fei walked out. With just one step, he arrived in front of the little Taoist. He looked at the little fellow indifferently. He saw the shadow of the old tortoise on the little fellow. I will never forget Senior's life-saving grace. The little Taoist didn't dare to be impudent at this moment. He was respectful and didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. One had to know that this person before him could disregard the laws of heaven and earth in this world. The other party was so strong that he could pinch him to death with just a finger. The little Taoist was very good at it. You don't mean what you said, do you? Gu Fei laughed. This fellow was pretending to be serious. This was not the nature of this little fellow. Senior, you, the little Taoist couldn't help but be shocked. If this person wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. How could a self-awakening realm cultivator contend against this kind of existence? Alright, you don't have to be nervous. What's your name? Where are you from? Gu Fei asked. The little Taoist was startled. Could it be that this senior took a fancy to him and wanted to take him as a disciple? The little Taoist's thoughts turned quickly. Senior, please know that I actually don't have a master. I'm also an orphan. I entered an immortal's cave by chance and obtained a cultivation technique. Then I embarked on the path of cultivation. Orphan, immortal's cave. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. How much of this person's words were true and how much was false? But did it matter whether it was true or false? Alright, tell me your name, Gu Fei said. I'm Li Huangdao, the little Taoist said carefully. Huangdao. Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. This little guy actually came up with such a name. Huangdao. His ambition was truly great. He actually had the determination to become an emperor. The path to becoming an emperor. Very good. Come with me. Gu Fei's tone left no room for doubt. This little Taoist definitely had a lot of thoughts, but in front of him, it would be hard for him to create any waves. Yes. The little Taoist was very sensible. He didn't have a choice. Just as Gu Fei was leaving with the little Taoist, in another area, an ancient city stood tall on the ground. It was completely dark and there was not a single sound coming from within the city. The mountain wind blew and whistled. The ancient city in front of them seemed even more eerie. Even during the day, this ancient city was still surrounded by yin energy. It was like a ghost city in hell, causing people's hearts to palpitate and not daring to approach. This is the ancient city. At this time, a group of people arrived at a small hill outside of the ancient city. The person in the lead was an elder in green. Behind him stood a few young cultivators. The woman dressed in white and wearing a veil hat was among them. This was the Zhou clan from the Antiquity era. They had found this place. In front of them was the legendary Eternal Ominous City. Back then, Gu Fei's group had entered this place. Inside this Eternal Ominous City, Gu Fei's fate had fundamentally changed. He had obtained the most important saint weapon of the Great Path, the Cauldron of Mountain and River. It was also at that time that Gu Fei began to refine the chaotic embryo that the Cauldron of Mountain and River had nurtured for countless years. He opened up an inner world that belonged to him. The appearance of this inner world gave Gu Fei a capital that others could not hope to reach. In this Eternal Ominous City, Gu Fei and the old tortoise also narrowly escaped death. They were almost trapped inside and could not get out, but in the end, they were able to survive. We really have to go in. The woman in white, who had been quiet the whole time, spoke at this time. The old man nodded. They entered the virtual sky world to explore these places. Only in dangerous places could they get what they wanted. But, the woman in white wanted to say more, but she was stopped by the old man. "Wait for Elder Yi's arrival, then we'll explore the ancient city together." The old man's tone was extremely firm. In this eternal ominous city, there were definitely many ancient treasures. In the eternal ominous city, there were immortal lights rushing out from time to time. Those were definitely divine lights emitted by treasured weapons. Next, they sat cross-legged on the hill and waited for Elder Yi's arrival. Among the experts of the Zhou clan from the antiquity era who entered the virtual sky world, only Elder Yi could ignore the laws of heaven and earth in this world. Chapter 1672. Inside the virtual sky world, there was day and night, and there were also stars in the sky. Those stars were real stars, sprinkling starlight. This was an almost perfect world, but it was only almost perfect. The virtual sky world wasn't a truly perfect world. Gu Fei led the little Daoist through the desolate desert, across thousands of miles of swamps, and walked toward the depths of the virtual sky world. This time, he wanted to enter the ancient ominous city again. Back then, there were countless immortal lights in the ancient ominous city, which were divine lights emitted by supreme treasures. There must be many divine treasures in the ancient ominous city. Since he couldn't attack the desolate ancient battlefield for the time being, he would go to the ancient ominous city that almost swallowed him and the old turtle. The ancient ominous city was very dangerous. Even the current Gu Fei didn't have much confidence that he could come and go as he pleased in the ancient ominous city. After all, even the indestructible martial physique had fallen in there. The corpse of the general refined by the old turtle into his external incarnation came from this ancient ominous city. It was a real indestructible martial physique. After walking for nearly 20,000 miles, Gu Fei and the others finally arrived near the ancient ominous city. Under the moonlight, the ominous city was silent. It was as if a gigantic prehistoric beast was lying there, giving off a strong sense of oppression. There was no light in the city. The buildings and houses were all pitch black inside, and this huge city was terrifyingly silent. "Senior, this is..." The little Daoist couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw this ancient city. The ancient city in the virtual sky world wasn't an ordinary city, so there was most likely great danger inside. I didn't expect someone to have designs on this ancient city." Gu Fei sensed several powerful breaths on the nearby short mountain and couldn't help but sneer. This ancient city wasn't a good place. If these people's cultivation levels were all suppressed to the self-awakening realm, then no matter how many people entered, they would all die. He remembered the dangers he encountered when he broke into the city, and even now, he still felt fear. Swish. Not long after Gu Fei and the others arrived near the ancient city, a divine light appeared in the distant sky. It streaked across the sky and fell on the short mountain like a meteor. "It's him." When Gu Fei saw the divine light, he couldn't help but frown. The divine light dissipated and an old man walked out. Who else could it be but Elder Zhou Yi? When old man Zhou Yi arrived, everyone on the short mountain stood up. This is the legendary ominous city. Old man Zhou Yi ignored the others. He stood on the short mountain and gazed at the ancient city in the distance. The massive ancient city exuded an aura of infinite antiquity. Very extraordinary. Elder Zhou Yi watched for a full hour before saying this. The people around him did not dare to make a sound. Elder Zhou Yi had a very high status in the Zhou family of the desolate antiquity. "Granduncle, should we wait for daybreak too?" An old man beside old man Zhou Yi said. After looking at the terrain around the ancient city, old man Zhou Yi said, "There's no need for that. This ominous city will always be dangerous no matter when you enter." Then, the old man hesitated. "Wait here, I'll go in and take a look." After old man Zhou Yi finished speaking, he immediately soared into the sky like a big bird and flew toward the ancient city in front of him. He crossed a distance of more than 10 miles and landed in front of the open city gate. In the distant mountain forest, Gu Fei and the little Taoist watched this scene. They hadn't been discovered by old man Zhou Yi. It was very difficult for other experts to sense the existence of experts like Gu Fei, who had cultivated an inner world. Even though old man Zhou Yi was extremely powerful, he still couldn't sense anything strange in the nearby area. Old man Zhou Yi stopped at the city gate for a while before walking into the city. Just as old man Zhou Yi walked into the ancient city, the entire ancient city suddenly seemed to darken. It was even darker inside than before. Moreover, terrifying ghost howls began to come from the city. It was as if the countless ferocious souls and malicious ghosts in the ghost city of hell had been alarmed. In the dark corners of the city, many figures were faintly discernible. It was as if something had appeared in the city. A gloomy and terrifying aura came from the ominous city. Soon, old man Zhou Yi's angry roar came from the city. He seemed to have encountered something and was fighting with something. Divine light constantly rushed out of the city. This, on the short mountain, the people from the Zhou family of the ancients could not help but look at each other. They were well aware of old man Zhou Yi's strength. He was one of the most powerful people in the Zhou family of the ancients. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Old man Zhou Yi seemed to have encountered great trouble in the ancient city. Boom! A muffled sound rang out from the ancient city. A figure flew up, but very soon, that figure fell back into the city. At this moment, figures kept appearing in the dark corners of the city. What is that? There was a force lingering in the ancient city. No one could really see the scenery in the city. Outside the city, everyone could see things in the city very blurry. However, someone recognized the figure that had flown up just now. It was old man Zhou Yi. Soon, a figure rushed out of the city gate. Then, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out from inside the city gate. It was as if countless people were walking in the direction of the city gate. In the forest outside the city, Gu Fei's expression became extremely solemn. He naturally knew what old man Zhou Yi had encountered in the city. It was a terrifying corpse soldier. In the ancient ominous city, there were countless corpse soldiers guarding the city. Although these corpse soldiers were no longer alive, they were controlled by the mysterious power in the ancient city. This kind of corpse soldier could not be destroyed. As long as the ancient city existed, these corpse soldiers would protect the ancient city. Even if they were blown to pieces, their flesh and blood would still be reconstructed. The person who rushed out of the city gate was old man Zhou Yi, who had just entered the city. At this moment, old man Zhou Yi was in a somewhat sorry state. The clothes on his body had been torn. As if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world, a look of horror appeared on his face. He had escaped, not retreated calmly. After the heavy footsteps arrived at the city gate, they stopped and no longer rang out. Looking in from outside the city gate, one could see figures standing inside the city gate. That is, seeing those figures, everyone's expressions changed. Even Gu Fei was no exception. The ancient ominous city was still extremely dangerous. Even old man Zhou Yi had to escape. Inside the city gate, there were more than a dozen corpse soldiers holding ancient spears. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were hollow. They stood there silently like wooden stakes. A heart-palpitating aura of death spread out from the bodies of those corpse soldiers. The ancient city's corpse soldiers. This is a place of great danger. Old man Zhou Yi climbed up the short mountain. His expression was extremely grim. He had suffered a great loss in the city. If he had escaped in time, he would have been entangled by those corpse soldiers. Those corpse soldiers did not walk out of the ancient city. They just stood inside the city gate. The entire ancient city had become even more strange and gloomy, making one's hair stand on end. Chapter 1673. Under the moonlit night, the ominous city of eternity became extremely terrifying. The aura of death shrouded the entire ancient city. Countless corpse soldiers walked out, and heavy footsteps could be heard from time to time in the city. Two, in particular, the dozen or so pale faces inside the city gate were even more terrifying. The corpse soldiers guarded the city gate, and even old man Zhou Yi of the Zhou family of the desolate antiquity had suffered quite a bit. The ancient city was a place of great danger. Terrible changes had happened in the past, and those who had broken into it had a slim chance of survival. Very few could come out alive. Gu Fei and the little Taoist had been watching coldly from the sidelines. Gu Fei knew how terrifying the ancient city was, but the little Taoist was stunned by everything he saw. Boom! At that moment, a shocking momentum erupted from the short mountain in front of them. Old man Zhou held the 13-story stone tower in his hand, wanting to attack the ominous city of eternity. The spiritual aura of heaven and earth in all directions was attracted by the ancient stone tower in old man Zhou's hand. It gathered toward the stone tower in a frenzy and was devoured by the stone tower. Buzz! The stone tower shook, and a wisp of holy might was awakening. At that moment, old man Zhou's entire body was covered in divine light. It was as if a supreme god had appeared in this part of the world. The divine light emitted from the stone tower illuminated the entire world. The marks of the great path in the stone tower began to awaken, and divine patterns of the great path emerged from the stone tower. Go! Old man Zhou's white hair fluttered in the wind. His right hand that was holding the stone tower shook violently, and the 13-story stone tower immediately soared into the sky. It became as huge as a mountain and smashed toward the city gate in front of it. Rumble! The mighty power that came from the 13-story stone tower shook the entire world. This kind of power was not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world at all. It should be noted that the power of saints had already surpassed the scope of heaven and earth. Even a truly perfect world could not suppress such power. Every floor of the 13-story stone tower was shining, and 13 beams of divine light of the great path swept down from the top of the stone tower like 13 heavenly swords slashing down from the sky. Clang! There was a deafening sound in the void, and the 13 beams of divine light of the great path all struck the city tower. However, to everyone's astonishment, the pitch-black city tower was not destroyed. Instead, the 13 beams of divine light of the great path collapsed. This result stunned everyone. Even old man Zhou himself found it hard to believe. An attack from a holy weapon was unable to shake the ancient city tower at all. Granduncle, another elder from the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity walked over. Even Elder Zhou Yi's saint weapon was unable to smash open the gates of the city. It looked like if they wanted to break through this ancient city, they would have to mobilize the Zhou clan's greatest trump card. Holy holy land. Man Zhou to holy to, and of the old man. Preposterous. Could it be that this is actually a divine city refined by a sovereign? Old man Zhou of man of and to. Thought. Man of, he, of son, to of to of to is. Oam, to of to. Man, Zhou of saint. Of. Humph. You want to break through this ancient city with an attack of this level? In the distant forest, Gu Fei was still observing. He knew that these people had hidden themselves very well. He wanted to know what methods they would use to attack the ancient city. The ancient city had stood tall for countless years, and no one had ever been able to break through it. This was not arrogance, but the ancient city was simply too strange. Come on out. You've been watching for so long. You've seen enough. Suddenly, old man Zhou, who was holding the stone tower in his hand, said. As soon as old man Zhou's words came out, the little Taoist in the distant forest was immediately shocked. That old fellow has discovered our whereabouts. Calm down. It's impossible for him to discover us. Gu Fei saw the little Taoist's expression change drastically, and he could not help but say such words. At this moment, Gu Fei's inner world power enveloped an area of several dozen feet around them. Unless old man Zhou was a saint, it would be impossible for him to sense their existence. Sure enough, a person walked out from the darkness in the distance. This person's entire body was shrouded in darkness, and not even light could penetrate his body. Old man your nose is very sensitive. Could it be that you're born in the year of the dog? The person said as he walked over. As this person appeared, a gloomy aura filled the air. It's you? Old man Zhou couldn't help but be startled when he saw this person. This person was the ancient half-saint Zhou whom he and Gu Fei had previously worked together to drive away. In the distant forest, Gu Fei was also very surprised to see the ancient half-saint Zhou suddenly appear. This guy actually dared to show up. The arrival of the ancient half-saint Jiuyin made the surrounding atmosphere tense. Old man Zhou and the ancient half-saint Jiuyin had already fallen out. Now, the Zhou clan of the antiquity of the ancients and the Dongfang clan were enemies in the virtual sky world. The ancient half-saint Jiuyin didn't bring anyone else, but he alone was enough to make the Zhou clan of the antiquity of the ancients feel extremely powerful. This guy had the divine body of 9 yin. The ancient half-saint Jiuyin, coupled with a rare physique in the world, was exceptionally powerful. Only old man Zhou and Gu Fei working together could drive him away. At this time, Gu Fei wasn't here. There was only old man Zhou, so it was impossible to drive this guy away. Old man Zhou's battle prowess was at most on par with the ancient half-saint Jiuyin. And the ancient half-saint Jiuyin had the divine body of 9 yin. With this kind of physique, the ancient half-saint Jiuyin's battle prowess might even be slightly stronger than old man Zhou's. What are you doing here? Old man Zhou's expression was not very good. He held the stone pagoda in his hand, and the divine power of the immortal path surged all over his body. He could launch an ultimate attack at the ancient half-saint Jiuyin at any time. The aura of a saint was vast and mighty, and a great battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. Fight! Fight! It's best if both sides suffer. Gu Fei couldn't wait for these two old guys to fight, but things often didn't happen according to one's wishes. Old man Zhou, why are you so nervous? Didn't you and I come here for the thing in the ancient city in front? Why don't we join forces? The ancient half-saint Jiuyin said this with a calm expression. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. What exactly is this ancient half-saint of 9 yin's intention? It should be known that old man Zhou had just wanted to kill the ancient half-saint Jiuyin not long ago. Join forces? Old man Zhou's eyes flickered, and all kinds of thoughts raced through his mind. No one knew what he was thinking. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent. Chapter 1674. In the moonlight, the ancient semi-holy Jiuyin walked out. He was a peerlessly powerful figure, and no one dared to underestimate him. Even old man Zhou had to be careful. Buzz. The 13-story stone tower vibrated in old man Zhou's hands. Divine light of the great path flickered in each story of the stone tower. This was a kind of saint-level power of the way. The mark of the great path inside the stone tower was already in a state of half-awakening. The whole world was filled with the fluctuations of saint-level power. In addition to the people of the Zhou family of the ancients, even Gu Fei and the little Taoist in the distance felt great pressure. Holy weapons were the weapons of saints. They contained the mark of the great path of a saint. To a certain extent, this kind of holy weapon was equivalent to the continuation of a saint's life. There was a blue divine light faintly appearing in the ancient semi-holy Jiuyin's body. He was not unprepared. The divine sword of Yin was also in a state of half-awakening. The divine sword of Yin was also a holy weapon. When it was unleashed, heaven and earth would lose color. Moreover, this was a holy weapon refined by the ancient semi-holy Jiuyin. He was once a saint of Yin. Why? Do you think that your Zhou family of the ancients can break through this ancient city? A trace of disdain appeared on the ancient semi-holy Jiuyin's face. The ancient ominous city was not so easy to break through. No one could monopolize the divine treasures in the city. Humph, I don't trust you. Old man Zhou stared at the ancient semi-holy Jiuyin. This person was famous for his viciousness. Joining forces with such a person would put them in danger of being plotted against at any time. I don't trust you either. The ancient semi-holy Jiuyin laughed. This old man Zhou had joined forces with Gu Fei to kill him. How could he swallow this insult? Hearing the words of the ancient semi-holy Jiuyin, the expressions of everyone from the Zhou family of the ancients immediately changed. If that's the case, then what's the point of joining forces? Old man Zhou's tone turned cold. A shocking murderous aura emanated from his body. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of this murderous aura. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. If you want to fight, Gu Fei is not here. What can you do to me by yourself? The ancient semi-holy Jiuyin walked up the short mountain and confronted Old Man Zhou. What exactly do you want? Old Man Zhou was a little angry. The ancient half-saint of Nine Yin thought for a moment and said, how about this? Let's work together to break into this ancient city. After that, the fated one will obtain the things inside. How about it? His purpose for coming here was actually very simple. He wanted to break into the ancient city. It's that simple. Zhou Old Man said coldly as he held the stone pagoda and looked at the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin. At this moment, the ancient city in front of them had gradually regained its calm. The heavy footsteps that came from time to time gradually faded away. It's that simple. The Nine Yin ancient half-saint nodded. Very well. I'm not afraid of you playing any tricks, so I'll join forces with you this once. Zhou Old Man thought about it. It was impossible for him to breach the ancient city with his own strength. If he were to join forces with the Nine Yin ancient half-saint and combine the power of two sacred weapons, they might really be able to shake the ancient city in front of them. After that, all the members of the primordial Zhou clan left the short mountain. Only Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint Jiuyin remained on the short mountain. The two peerless experts were not standing close to each other. They were at least 100 feet away from each other. Both of them had their own concerns. If the other suddenly wanted to kill them, their lives would be in danger. Rumble, the great path resonated. Under the control of Zhou Old Man Zhou, the mark of the great path contained in the stone pagoda was completely awakened. Like the ancient half-saint Jiuyin, he could completely control this sacred weapon. This old man, in the distant mountain forest, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. This Zhou Old Man Zhou had hidden himself very well. He was probably a saint in ancient times. It should be known that sacred weapons were not so easy to completely control. Sacred weapons contained the mark of the great path of their original master. If someone else obtained a sacred weapon, it would be impossible for them to obtain the recognition of the mark of the great path contained in the sacred weapon. Without the recognition of the mark of the great path contained in the sacred weapon, it would be impossible for the sacred weapon to display its true power. However, the mark of the great path in the 13-story stone pagoda in Zhou Old Man Zhou's hand was completely awakened. What did this mean? This sacred weapon was very likely a sacred weapon that he had refined himself. If one wanted to obtain the recognition of the mark of the great path that was awakening in the stone pagoda, they had to be the person who had refined this sacred weapon or the direct bloodline of this person. The bloodline of a saint would continue in their descendants and would not disappear. This was also the reason why those families and forces that had produced supreme saints and invincible renhuangs could continue to be passed down and did not disappear in the long river of history. The foundation of supreme saints and renhuangs was extremely deep. No one knew what kind of powerful trump cards these peerless existences would leave behind for their families. Buzz! A sword cry sounded from the ancient half-saint Jiuyin. The Taiyin divine sword rushed out of his body and floated in front of him, emitting a cold sword chi. In the aqua-blue sword light, the divine patterns of the great path could be vaguely seen. The Taiyin divine sword was completely awakened. An incredibly powerful wave of sword chi spread from the divine sword. This was the powerful power of a saint. Roar! The two peerless cultivators roared at the same time. The power of the two cultivators rose to the peak in an instant, and the two sacred weapons emitted an unprecedentedly bright divine light. The two saint-level powers erupted, and the whole world shook. The short mountain under the feet of the ancient half-saint Jiuyin and Zhou Old Man Zhou silently turned into dust. Although the people of the Zhou family of the ancients had retreated far enough, they still felt that it was unbearable and had to retreat even further. At this time, Gu Fei also silently retreated into the distance with the little Taoist. This was the true power of a saint. The stone pagoda and the Taiyin divine sword were completely awakened, and the power they displayed was too powerful. It was enough to shock the heavens and overwhelm everything. A saint was a terrifying existence that could trample the great path of heaven and earth under their feet. Such an existence had already jumped out of the world and was no longer restricted by the world. The ancient city in front of them was still calm, and nothing strange happened. Although there was a strange power controlling the countless corpse soldiers in the ancient city, those corpse soldiers could not kill their way out of the ancient city. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions was madly gathering towards the two sacred weapons in the sky. Two different great paths were vibrating, and everyone seemed to hear a mysterious divine sound of the great path in their ears. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was almost sucked dry by the two sacred weapons. The terrifying saint-level power pressed down so hard that the world was cracking and collapsing. No one dared to approach. This powerful pressure alone was enough to kill a peak mighty cultivator. Attack! The ancient half-saint Jianghu shouted, and the aqua-blue divine sword floating in front of him immediately turned into a sword light that was tens of thousands of meters long, slashing towards the gate of the ancient city. At the same time, Zhou old man Zhou also attacked. The 13-story stone pagoda rose into the sky and became extremely huge, blocking the entire sky. 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from the stone pagoda, and the stone pagoda pressed down on the city gate. It was as if two real ancient saints were attacking, and it was extremely terrifying. The world was directly annihilated, and everything within 1,000 miles of the ancient city turned into dust silently, except for the ancient city. Chapter 1675. Two holy weapons had been revived and attacked at the same time. This was definitely a disaster. The terrifying holy might spread in all directions, and the entire sky was collapsing and being annihilated. With the evil city of eternity as the center, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed, and everything on the ground was destroyed by the saint-level power that came down from the sky. Rumble, the evil city of eternity shook, and a terrifying power of death awakened in the evil city. Black lines of death appeared on the ancient city. Roar! Roars sounded everywhere in the city, and countless powerful creatures of death were alarmed. The power of the saint level shook the entire ancient city. This attack was different from the one that Zhou had used with the stone tower. This time, it was the most powerful attack launched by the two holy weapons after they were fully revived. It was as if two ancient sages were attacking at the same time. Such fluctuations spread for 100,000 miles, and all the creatures in the area were trembling. The earth was sinking, and the evil city of eternity was suspended in the air. A layer of dark light of death appeared all over it, as if a peerless king of death was controlling the strange power in the evil city that was enough to compete with the holy weapons. Heavy footsteps sounded in the evil city of eternity again. Pairs of corpse soldiers came out of nowhere, holding bronze spears in their hands, and climbed the city wall. Bang! The 13-story stone tower pressed down from the sky, and 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from above, sweeping in all directions, displaying great power. The groups of corpse soldiers that climbed the city wall were all sent flying and fell into the city. Some of the corpse soldiers even turned into dust in the air. The power of this stone tower was too strong. However, something that made people's scalps numb happened. The corpse soldiers that had turned into dust and were about to dissipate with the wind actually condensed again, and then reappeared in the ancient city. What? Seeing this scene, Zhou and the ancient sage-to-be were shocked to the extreme. Even the true power of the saint level could not destroy these evil creatures that had lost their lives. Buzz! A water-blue sword light fell from the sky and slashed fiercely on the city tower. This was the full blow of the ancient sage-to-be, and he had raised the power of the saint level to the limit. Swoosh! The sword light tore a hole in the tower, almost splitting it in half. This was the first time the city had been shaken by a sacred weapon. However, the most powerful attack of the ancient half-saint of Nine could only have such destructive power. How is this possible? In the distant sky, everyone was extremely shocked at this sight. The most powerful strike from a saint weapon had actually only destroyed a single tower in the ancient city. After all, that was the true power of a saint. If such an attack were to be unleashed in the human world, perhaps hundreds or thousands of huge cities would be destroyed by a single slash. However, this ancient city before them only had an insignificant portion damaged. Everyone found this hard to believe. Could it be that this ancient city was truly an undying divine city refined by a supreme being? Unbreakable. Both the old man of Zhou and the ancient half-saint of Nine felt incredulous. The divine city was immortal and was protected by the divine patterns of the Great Path. This was an ancient city that had been refined by a supreme existence that was at least above the Renhuang level. Unless the two clans used their ultimate trump cards, it would be impossible for them to break through. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the ominous city. Some terrifying existences were alarmed, and a huge black shadow stood up in the ominous city. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the black shadow. Even the ancient half-saint of Nine and the old man of Zhou felt their scalps go numb. Had the immortal divine city been occupied by an unimaginable evil creature? No one knew what had happened to this ancient city, but both old man Zhou and the ancient sage-to-be knew that it was impossible to break through the ominous city. The opening of the virtual sky world had a time limit, and it was impossible for them to stay here for a long time. Once the time was up, they would have to leave this world. Even if they had a holy weapon that could completely revive them, it would still be impossible. Retreat! Old man Zhou shouted. He recalled the stone tower and used it to protect himself as he rushed into the distance. 13 divine lights of the Great Path wrapped around old man Zhou, and he instantly went far away. The ancient sage-to-be didn't fall behind. The Taiyin divine sword rushed back into his body. He became one with the sword and turned into an immortal sword light, rushing out. Roar. At this time, a roar came from the ominous city, and the whole world was shaking. The huge black shadow in the city stretched out two big hands, grabbing at old man Zhou and the ancient sage-to-be. This was definitely the power of a saint. The big hands broke through the void, almost catching the old man Zhou and sweeping away the immortal sword light formed by the ancient sage-to-be. What is that thing? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such an evil creature in the city. If this evil creature had been provoked back then, perhaps no one would have been able to escape from this ancient city. At this time, the ancient city had been completely enveloped by a terrifying power of death. The tower that had been damaged by the Taiyin divine sword was gradually being repaired. The entire ancient city seemed to be alive. Even if it was damaged, it could be repaired very quickly. This was a true immortal divine city, and it could not be destroyed. It was too difficult to break through such a divine city, but one could also imagine that the divine treasures in the city were absolutely shocking. This was because this ancient city was most likely a divine city refined by a supreme existence at the level of a human emperor or a supreme being. There were probably divine treasures of a human emperor or a supreme being hidden inside. This was definitely a divine treasure that was enough to make all the cultivators in the world go crazy. The ancient sage-to-be and old man Zhou were both extremely envious of the divine treasures in the ancient city, but it was difficult for them to break through the divine city and obtain the divine treasures in the city. The two ancient sage-to-be had no choice but to retreat, even if they had sacred weapons that could be completely revived. 1,000 miles of land was destroyed, but the ancient city floated in the air and did not sink down. A terrifying roar came from the city. The attack of the two fully revived sacred weapons impacted the immortal divine city and alarmed the evil existences in the city. Groups of corpse soldiers walked in the city, and the entire ancient city became extremely dangerous. The corpse soldiers could not be destroyed. This was the power that protected the ancient city. Any living creature that entered the city would be mercilessly killed by the corpse soldiers. Gu Fei was not willing to take the risk. The terrifying existence lurking in the city was not something he could contend with. He had no choice but to leave with the little Taoist. Boom! At this time, a powerful saint-level fluctuation suddenly came from afar. Divine light soared into the sky, and sword chi crisscrossed. Old man Zhou and the ancient sage-to-be had finally started fighting. This was a battle between the ancient sage-to-be. In another region, the experts of the Zhou clan of the ancients had also started fighting with the disciples of the Dongfang clan. The conflict between the two clans of the ancients had finally become clear. Chapter 1677. Two holy weapons had been revived and attacked at the same time. This was definitely a disaster. The terrifying holy might spread in all directions. The entire sky was collapsing and being annihilated. With the evil city of eternity as the center, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles collapsed. Everything on the ground was destroyed by the saint-level power that came down from the sky. Rumble, the evil city of eternity trembled. A terrifying power of death was awakened in the evil city. Black lines of death appeared on the ancient city's body. Roar. Roars sounded everywhere in the city. Countless powerful creatures of the dead were alarmed. The power of the saint level shook the entire ancient city. This attack was different from the one that Zhou Yi had used with the stone tower. This time, it was the most powerful attack launched by the two holy weapons after they were fully revived. It was as if two ancient sages were attacking at the same time. Such fluctuations spread over 100,000 miles, and all the creatures within 100,000 miles were trembling. The earth was sinking, and the evil city of eternity was suspended in the air. A layer of dark light of death appeared all over it. It was as if a peerless king of death was controlling the strange power in the evil city that was enough to compete with the holy weapons. Heavy footsteps sounded in the evil city of eternity again. Pairs of corpse soldiers came out of nowhere, holding bronze spears in their hands, and climbed the city wall. Bang! The 13-story stone tower pressed down from the sky. 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from above, sweeping in all directions and displaying great power. The groups of corpse soldiers that climbed the city wall were all knocked away and fell into the city. Some of the corpse soldiers even turned into dust in the air. The power of this stone tower was too strong. However, something that made people's scalps tingle happened. The corpse soldiers that had turned into dust and were about to dissipate with the wind actually condensed again and then reappeared in the ancient city. What? Seeing this scene, Zhou Yi and the ancient half-saint of Jianghu were shocked to the extreme. Even the true power of the saint level could not destroy these lifeless evil creatures. Buzz! A water-blue sword light fell from the sky and slashed fiercely on the city tower. This was the full blow of the ancient half-saint of Jianghu. He had raised the power of the saint level to the limit. Shwa! The sword light tore a hole in the tower, almost splitting it in half. This was the first time the city had been shaken by a sacred weapon. However, the most powerful attack of the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin could only have such destructive power. How is that possible? In the distant sky, everyone was extremely shocked at this sight. The most powerful strike from a saint weapon had actually only destroyed a single tower in the ancient city. After all, that was the true power of a saint. If such an attack were to be unleashed in the human world, perhaps hundreds or thousands of huge cities would be destroyed by a single slash. However, this ancient city before them only had an insignificant portion damaged. Everyone found this hard to believe. Could it be that this ancient city was truly an undying divine city refined by a supreme being? I can't break it. Both the old man of Zhou Yi and the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin felt incredulous. The divine city was immortal and was protected by the divine patterns of the Great Path. This was an ancient city that had been refined by a supreme existence that was at least above the Renhuang level. Unless the two clans used their ultimate trump cards, it would be impossible for them to break through. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the ominous city. Some terrifying beings were alarmed, and a huge black shadow stood up in the ominous city. An extremely terrifying aura spread from the black shadow. Even the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin and old man Zhou felt their scalps go numb. The undying divine city had been occupied by an unimaginable evil creature. No one knew what had happened to this ancient city, but both old man Zhou and the ancient half-saint of Nine Yin knew that it was impossible to break through the ominous city. The opening of the virtual sky world had a time limit. They couldn't stay here for a long time. Once the time was up, they would have to leave this world. Even if they had a holy weapon that could completely revive them, it would still be impossible. Retreat! Old man Zhou shouted. He recalled the stone tower and used it to protect himself. He rushed into the distance. 13 divine lights of the Great Path wrapped around old man Zhou, and he instantly went far away. The ancient half-saint of Nine Yin did not lag behind. The divine sword of 9 rushed back into his body. He became one with the sword and turned into an immortal sword light, rushing out. Roar. At this time, a roar came from the ominous city. The whole world was shaking. The huge black shadow in the city stretched out two big hands, grabbing at Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint of 9. This was definitely the power of a saint. The big hands broke through the void, almost catching the Old Man Zhou and sweeping away the immortal sword light formed by the ancient half-saint of 9. What is that thing? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such an evil creature in the city. If this evil creature had been provoked back then, no one would have been able to escape from this ancient city. At this time, the ancient city had been completely enveloped by a terrifying power of death. The tower that had been damaged by the divine sword of 9 was gradually being repaired. The entire ancient city seemed to have a life of its own. Even if it was damaged, it could be repaired very quickly. This was a true immortal divine city. It could not be destroyed. It was too difficult to break through such a divine city. However, one could imagine that the divine treasures in the city were absolutely shocking. This was because this ancient city was most likely a divine city refined by a supreme existence at the level of a human emperor or a supreme. The divine treasures of a human emperor or a supreme were most likely hidden inside. This was a divine treasure that was definitely enough to make all the cultivators in the world go crazy. The ancient half-saint of 9 and Old Man Zhou were both extremely envious of the divine treasures in the ancient city. However, it was difficult for them to break through the divine city and obtain the divine treasures in the city. The two ancient half-saints had no choice but to retreat, even if they had sacred weapons that could be completely revived. 1,000 miles of land was destroyed. The ancient city floated in the air and didn't sink down. Terrifying roars came from the city. The attack of the two sacred weapons that had been completely revived shocked the immortal divine city and alarmed the evil existences in the city. Groups of corpse soldiers walked in the city, making the entire ancient city extremely dangerous. The corpse soldiers could not be destroyed. They were the power that protected the ancient city. Any living creature that broke into the city would be mercilessly killed by the corpse soldiers. Gu Fei didn't want to take the risk. The terrifying existence lurking in the city was not something he could fight against. He had no choice but to leave with the little Taoist. Boom! At this time, a powerful saint-level fluctuation suddenly came from afar. Divine light soared into the sky and sword chi crisscrossed. Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint of 9 had finally started fighting. This was a battle between the ancient half-saints. In another region, the experts of the Zhou clan of the ancients had also started fighting with the disciples of the Dongfang clan. The conflict between the two clans of the ancients had finally been resolved. Chapter 1678. The battle between the old man of Zhou and the ancient half-saint of Jiuyin was extremely fierce. The water-blue sword light kept colliding with the 13 divine lights of the great path falling from the stone tower. Every ray of sword light could destroy a mountain range and create a bottomless abyss in the ground. This was a true battle between martial saints. The two ancient half-saints controlled the fully awakened holy weapons and let out a peerless murderous sound. It was as if two real saints were fighting desperately. The whole area was boiling. Countless creatures were fleeing for their lives. In the face of the power of saints, all life seemed so fragile. The divine light flashed, and everything turned into powder. Nothing was left. No one dared to approach the battlefield where the two ancient half-saints were. They all hid far away. The Zhou family of the antiquity and the Dongfang family finally shed all pretense of cordiality. Boom! Thousands of miles away from the two ancient half-saints, a mountain suddenly collapsed. Rubble flew into the air, and dust rose high into the sky. A figure flew out. Behind the figure that was sent flying, a white figure chased after it. A dazzling sword light rushed out of the white figure and mercilessly slashed at the figure that was sent flying. Clang! The divine sword vibrated, and the murderous intent of the great path filled the air. It was an extremely powerful woman in white. She wore a curtain hat, and no one could see her face. How is this possible? The person who was swept away by the sword light was a middle-aged cultivator. There were several terrible sword marks on his body, and his divine body was almost cut into several pieces. He was seriously injured. If it weren't for the layer of divine armor under his clothes, he would have been killed by the woman in white. This was a battle without any suspense. The woman in white was unexpectedly not restricted by the laws of the virtual sky world, and her cultivation was not suppressed by this world. The middle-aged cultivator was swept away by the sword light again, and he vomited blood. The difference in cultivation between the two was too great. Even if the middle-aged cultivator had the protection of the divine armor, it was useless. The middle-aged cultivator's cultivation was suppressed by the world, so he couldn't show his real cultivation and strength. Swish! A sword light pierced between the middle-aged cultivator's eyebrows, destroying his mud-pill palace and destroying his primordial spirit. He was killed, and his body fell from the sky. You dare to kill a disciple of my Dongfang clan? Die! A silver silhouette rushed over from afar, directly attacking the woman in white. Violent power surged towards the woman in white with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. What? The white-clothed woman was shocked. This was definitely not the power of the self-awakening realm. The other party was actually not suppressed by this world and displayed his true battle prowess. Buzz! The divine sword thrummed and 18 beams of sword light shot up into the sky, hacking down on the silver-clad cultivator. Every beam of sword light radiated a heart-palpitating sword energy. This was the power of a powerful emperor-level expert. The sword light illuminated the void. Clang! A large hand appeared, directly sending the 18 streaks of sword light flying. Then, it grabbed towards the white-clothed woman. This was a primordial spirit great hand, possessing great power. The Guanxing Immortal sword is only so-so. The person who came was incomparably powerful. His entire body was surrounded by divine light, and there was a great Tao rhyme lingering around him. His divine eyes emitted 2 sharp divine lights that were like divine weapons. Kill! The white-clothed woman shouted. The 18 streaks of sword light that had been sent flying flew back in an instant. Under the full power of the white-clothed woman, the sword light became even more dazzling. Boom! The 18 beams of sword light fused together and burst out with a powerful light. A terrifying sword chi suddenly burst out, slashing the huge hand into millions of pieces before dissipating into the void. What? That person was shocked. Unparalleled sword chi spread out, and even the void was cut apart, forcing him to retreat. However, the white-clothed woman was equally powerful. She didn't give the person a chance to breathe and chased after him like a shadow. The sword light flashed and slashed towards the person. Roar! The person roared again and again, his hands constantly dancing. Divine patterns of the Great Tao condensed between his hands, drawing the power of the Great Tao to suppress the sword light. The power of the seal kept colliding with the slashing sword energy, and clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Dongfang Wu, I didn't expect you to be able to ignore the suppression of the virtual sky world. A cold voice rang out. Although the white-clothed woman spoke, her attacks weren't slow either. Guanxing Celestial Sword. I underestimated you. The young cultivator in silver armor was forced to retreat by the sword energy. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. This person's cultivation and strength were indeed worthy of her reputation. The battle between great sovereign realm cultivators erupted. The cultivation of the white-clothed woman and Dongfang Wu were not suppressed by this world, so they could display their true strength to their heart's content. How did they do it? In the virtual sky world, if one hadn't cultivated an inner world, they would be suppressed by the laws of the world. Only those who had cultivated an inner world could survive. Both of them were extremely talented. Perhaps they really had some means to ignore the laws of the world in this world. But the others weren't so lucky. The battle between the great sovereign realm cultivators wasn't as terrifying as the battle between ancient half-saint Join and old man Joey. However, the power of the great sovereign realm cultivators was still too great. The battle between the white-clothed woman and Dongfang Wu shook the whole area, and no one dared to approach. In the distance, Gu Fei was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. Could it be that both the white-clothed woman and Dongfang Wu had cultivated an inner world? Senior, what's going on? The little Daoist next to Gu Fei was also stunned by the scene in front of him. These people were too terrifying. They could actually ignore the pressure of the world in the virtual sky world. It's the aura of the world. Soon, Gu Fei sensed something strange about the white-clothed woman and the man named Dongfang Wu. Someone had injected the power of the world into their bodies, allowing the two great sovereign realm cultivators to ignore the laws of the world in the virtual sky world for a short time. It had to be said that the white-clothed woman was really strong. The divine sword in her hand actually showed signs of suppressing Dongfang Wu. The white-clothed woman's swordsmanship was different from the little Daoist's swordsmanship of the sovereign path. It was the sword of immortals, the secret flying immortal swordsmanship of Guanxing immortal sect. Swoosh. The light of the flying immortal swordsmanship shattered the void and kept attacking Dongfang Wu. Even Dongfang Wu had to deal with it carefully. If it weren't for the divine armor he was wearing, he would probably have been injured. Damn it. Dongfang Wu knew he couldn't continue in this state forever. As soon as the power of the world in the Jade Talisman was exhausted, his cultivation would be ruthlessly suppressed by the world. He wanted to kill this female sword immortal of Guanxing immortal sect in the shortest time possible. However, he was wrong. The white-clothed woman's cultivation and strength were actually so powerful. Moreover, she cultivated the flying immortal swordsmanship, the #1 offensive technique in the path of immortals. The attack of a sword cultivator was extremely powerful, far more powerful than other cultivators of the same level. On a mountain peak in the distance, Gu Fei was watching the battle. The more he watched, the more he felt that he seemed to have seen this mysterious white-clothed woman somewhere before. Unfortunately, this mysterious woman was wearing a veil hat and her face was covered. Even with Gu Fei's eyesight, he couldn't see the true appearance of this white-clothed woman. She can't be that person, right? Gu Fei muttered to himself. In the entire Guanxing immortal sect, she was probably the only one who could cultivate the flying immortal swordsmanship of Guanxing immortal sect to this level. At this thought, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The little Daoist stood next to Gu Fei. When he saw Gu Fei's eyes flickering, he couldn't help but feel curious. That senior took a fancy to this white-clothed woman. At this time, the battles in other places had gradually ended. The Zhou clan of the Ancients and the Dongfang clan were basically evenly matched. More than 10 disciples of the Dongfang clan were either dead or injured. They were no longer as high-spirited as they were when they first entered the virtual sky world. The Zhou clan of the Ancients couldn't gain any advantage either. More than half of the disciples of the Zhou clan died. Even though the Zhou clan of the Ancients had the upper hand, they still paid a huge price. After all, the outstanding disciples of the Dongfang clan weren't that easy to deal with. Roar. Zhouyin, I'm going to kill you. 10,000 miles away, old man Zhouyi roared angrily. The stone tower had 13 floors, and each floor was blooming with dazzling divine light. 13 beams of divine light of the great path fell from the stone tower like 13 huge dragons, constantly colliding with the water-blue divine sword. Every time they collided, countless Tao patterns would vanish in the void. Old man E, the one who will die is you. Ancient half-saint Zhouyin roared. Old man Zhouyi was going all out, which made him feel great pressure. The stone tower was a flawless divine tool. At this time, the imprint of the great path in the stone tower had completely recovered. Every attack launched by the stone tower resonated with the great path. Ancient half-saint Zhouyin had to go all out and couldn't hold anything back. The Taiyin divine sword blossomed with the most brilliant sword light, piercing through heaven and earth. The area where the two ancient half-saints were had been enveloped by the terrifying power of the divine tool. No one knew what was going on inside. Even those who had cultivated the divine eyes couldn't see inside. These two guys, Gu Fei was paying attention to this battle. Ancient half-saint Zhouyin was not a good person, and old man Zhouyi was not a good person either. It was best if these two guys perished together. Senior, watch over that side. The little Daoist was a cultivator from the southern wilderness. This time, he was able to enter the virtual sky world because the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity wanted to gather the human cultivators of the southern wilderness. He hoped that old man Zhou could defeat ancient half-saint Zhuin. I'm not optimistic about that side. Gu Fei was expressionless. He was wondering whether he should take advantage of the situation when these two peerless cultivators fought to the point where they were both injured, so that he could take advantage of the situation and get rid of the two major threats in one fell swoop. If he grasped the situation well, it wasn't impossible to succeed in one fell swoop. Senior, could it be that you, the little Daoist seemed to have thought of something, and his expression couldn't help but turn a little unsightly. Humph, in this world, I only think highly of myself, Gu Fei said as he glanced at the little Daoist expressionlessly. Chapter 1679. Boom! The stone tower collided with the Taiyin divine sword. The whole world seemed to be collapsing. Most of the virtual sky world could feel the terrifying fluctuations of power. AI Guofu. It was too powerful. Roars came from all the forbidden areas in the virtual sky world. Some terrifying existences were alarmed, but they couldn't leave the forbidden areas. Roar. In the ancient ominous city, the huge figure that had disappeared stood up again. A terrifying aura of death swept through the world. The battle between saints destroyed an area. Even the mysterious existence in the ancient ominous city was watching. Are these two old guys really fighting with their lives on the line? Although Gu Fei had retreated far enough, the real saint's power still made him feel great pressure. It was as if an ancient sacred mountain was pressing down on him. The little Daoist beside Gu Fei was only at the Immortal King level, so he couldn't bear the saint's power at all. If it weren't for Gu Fei protecting him, he would have died long ago. Even a wisp of saint's power wasn't something cultivators below the great cultivator level could bear. Saints were existences that transcended the world. They had great divine abilities and spells that could destroy the world. Without reaching that realm, it was impossible to know how powerful saints were. Once they became saints, all living beings were like ants. They could kill a large number of them with a wave of their hand. Even Gu Fei couldn't intervene in a battle of this level unless he used the clone of the sacred body of immortal cultivation that he hadn't used for a long time. However, Gu Fei knew that if he relied too much on the clone of the sacred body of immortal cultivation, it wouldn't help his cultivation. After all, the clone of the sacred body of immortal cultivation was an external force. Only the power that he had cultivated himself was the foundation. At this time, the battle between the Zhou clan and the Dongfang clan was gradually coming to an end. On the Zhou clan's side, there were 3 strong cultivators who weren't suppressed by the virtual sky world. On the other hand, there were only 2 people from the Dongfang clan who could fight with their full strength. However, the decisive factor was still the white-robed woman from the Huanggu family. The soaring immortal swordsmanship, the soaring immortal swordsmanship. This swordsmanship possessed great power, causing the silver-robed cultivator from the Dongfang family to retreat again and again. Although the members of the Dongfang family who had come this time were all outstanding disciples of the family, Dongwang was not among them. If Dongwang was here, perhaps they could turn the tables. However, it was a pity that Dongwang of the Dongfang family, who could battle the mysterious woman in white, did not come. Dongfang Wu was dead. His forehead was pierced by the mysterious woman's flying immortal sword. This sword destroyed his Naiwan palace and destroyed his primordial spirit. 108 swords. You're pretty good to be able to block my 108 swords. However, you won't be able to block my 109 swords. The woman in white's tone was very calm. The flying immortal sword light flew back and entered the woman in white's body. Dongfang Wu, a powerhouse second only to Dongwang in the Dongfang clan, died just like that. The trip to the virtual sky world was a path of no return for him. Dao is dead. How is that possible? How could she kill cousin Wu? The disciples of the Dongfang family who witnessed this scene were extremely shocked. Dongfang Wu's fighting strength was definitely the strongest among the disciples of the Dongfang family who entered the virtual sky world with ancient half-saint Zhuin. If even he was killed, then the others were even less of a match for the woman in white. The disciples of the Dongfang family in the vicinity immediately fled in all directions. Could it really be her? Gu Fei had been watching from the sidelines and did not make a move. The swordsmanship displayed by the woman in white reminded him of that person from 100 years ago. That person had a special feeling for him. However, this woman in white was very mysterious. She wore a curtain hat on her head and her face was covered with a white veil. Even Gu Fei's martial Dao heavens I couldn't see through the white veil on her face. After killing Dongfang Wu, the woman in white didn't stop. She directly attacked the other disciples of the Dongfang family. As the flying immortal sword moved, people constantly fell under her sword. Roar! Thousands of miles away, an angry roar was heard. Then, a water-blue sword light broke through the 18 divine lights of the Great Path and instantly soared thousands of miles, slashing toward the woman in white who was chasing after the disciples of the Dongfang family. A terrifying holy might spread out, and all the creatures in the area trembled. What? The woman in white was shocked. She never thought that ancient half-saint Jiuyin, who was fighting with Elder Zhou Yi, could actually attack her from thousands of miles away. This was the shocking sword light that was unleashed after the Great Path imprint in the Taiyin divine sword was completely awakened. The sword light was unstoppable, as if it could split the world in half. It was peerlessly terrifying. With the cultivation and strength of the woman in white, it was impossible for her to dodge this sword. Even someone as powerful as an almighty emperor could only wait for death in the face of the ancient sage-to-be strike. This was the difference between an almighty emperor and a sage. Although the ancient sage-to-be wasn't a true sage, his sword strike was like an attack from a true sage. You, Elder Zhou Yi roared angrily. He wanted to save the woman in white, but ancient half-saint Jiuyin attacked him with all his might at this time, making it difficult for him to save her. The woman in white was a genius who had risen in the Zhou family of the ancients in the past 100 years. Her flying fairy swordsmanship was already invincible among the younger generation of the Zhou family. Even some of the elders of the Zhou family of the ancients were no match for the woman in white. If such a disciple with unlimited potential was killed like this, even Elder Zhou Yi would probably go crazy. Such a loss would be too great. It was absolutely impossible for the woman in white to withstand this attack from ancient half-saint Jiuyin. As long as the sword light fell, her body and soul would be destroyed. Elder Zhou Yi's eyes were red. He madly urged the stone tower to smash towards ancient half-saint Jiuyin. He wanted nothing more than to smash her into minced meat. Just as the woman in white closed her eyes and waited for death, a figure instantly appeared in front of her. Buzz! An ancient cauldron rushed out from the top of this person's head, emitting an extremely ancient aura. Chaotic primordial qi lingered on it. Boom! The terrifying water-blue sword light fell and fiercely struck the ancient cauldron. The ancient cauldron did not move at all, but the sword light collapsed. What, is this the legendary mountain and river cauldron? Even ancient half-saint Jiuyin and Elder Zhou Yi were extremely shocked. No one had expected that someone would suddenly appear and block ancient half-saint Jiuyin's sword. Strands of primordial qi fell from the ancient cauldron and enveloped the two people below. The pervasive sword qi was completely blocked outside. It's you? When the water-blue sword light completely dissipated, the woman in white saw the person who had saved her. Who else could it be but Gu Fei? Chapter 1680. An all-out attack from the ancient half-saint Jiuyin was no trivial matter. It should be known that the Great Path brand within the lunar divine sword had been completely awakened. This was equivalent to an ancient saint attacking. Empress Dowager, an ancient saint, was definitely an invincible existence in ancient times. Apart from extreme path supremes and human emperors, no one could suppress such an existence. Everyone thought that the woman in white was dead for sure. However, when the sword light from the lunar divine sword fell, a figure stood in front of the woman in white. An ancient cauldron rushed out from the top of that person's head and shattered the terrifying sword light. It protected the two people below and left them unscathed. This outcome shocked everyone to the extreme. What kind of cauldron was this? It could actually withstand an attack from a saint weapon? Could it be the legendary mountain and river cauldron? Could the essence surrounding the cauldron be the primordial chaos chi from the creation of the world? Seeing the ancient cauldron above Gu Fei's head, Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint Jiuyin were moved. The extreme path saint weapon, the mountain and river cauldron, was something that only existed in myths and legends. The mountain and river cauldron had appeared too long ago. No one knew its origins, but what was certain was that it was a supreme divine weapon refined by an extreme path supremacy. At the woman in white's critical moment, Gu Fei had acted in time and used the mountain and river cauldron to shatter the sword chi of the lunar divine sword, saving the mysterious woman in white. "Are you all right?" Gu Fei did not know what to say for a moment. Moreover, he was not sure if the woman in white before him was the same person from back then. The woman in white did not speak. She seemed very calm. Rumble, at this moment, a terrifying saint might rapidly approached from afar. Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint Jiuyin were rapidly approaching. They wanted to obtain the mountain and river cauldron. There was no doubt that Old Man Zhou and the ancient half-saint Jiuyin only had eyes for the mountain and river cauldron. Go! Gu Fei waved his right hand and a great force immediately wrapped around the woman in white. The woman in white could not help but fly thousands of miles away. "It's you?" When Old Man Zhou and the nine ancient half-saint arrived and saw the person beneath the mountain and river cauldron, they were extremely shocked. The person who used the supreme artifact to save the woman in white was Gu Fei. The cauldron of mountain and river was too precious. One must know that the primordial chaos chi could only be formed when the sky was split open. It was the ancestor chi of all things, and everything in the world came from it. The primordial chaos aura was definitely a peerless divine material. Even an extreme Tao sovereign would be envious of such a peerless divine material and would not hesitate to make a move for it. The old man of Zhou and the ancient sage-to-be could not sit still at this time. These two old fellows, not only did Gu Fei not feel nervous or fearful in the slightest when he saw the two ancient half-saints charging over with their fully awakened sacred weapons, his battle intent surged instead. He had already teleported the little Daoist far enough. A battle between martial sages wasn't something that ordinary people could witness. However, even if one could witness a battle between martial sages, there was still the danger of being affected by the battle at any time. The little Daoist was very careful as he retreated far away. "Leave the mountain river cauldron behind. The cauldron of mountain and river is mine." Two loud shouts rang out as the old man of Zhou and the ancient sage-to-be made a move. They wanted to snatch the cauldron of mountain and river before the other party did. However, they had overlooked Gu Fei, who was in control of all this. Buzz! Gu Fei slammed his palm on the bottom of the cauldron of mountain and river, and a rumbling sound rang out. Then, divine patterns of the great path appeared on the surface of the cauldron of mountain and river. The divine patterns of the great path intertwined on the cauldron of mountain and river, drawing upon the power of the great path and forcing the old man of Zhou and the ancient sage-to-be to retreat. The stone pagoda in the old man of Zhou Yi's hand and the ancient sage-to-be's lunar divine sword were both sent flying. A wave of primordial chaos chi spread out, and both the old man of Zhou and the ancient sage-to-be suffered a little. "Since you want to fight, then let's fight." Gu Fei didn't hesitate. Since he had already made a move, all words became incomparably useless at this time. The old man of Zhou and the ancient sage-to-be each displayed their supreme divine power and attacked Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei held the cauldron of mountain and river in his hand and directly smashed it towards the old man of Zhou. In front of the cauldron of mountain and river, all power seemed extremely fragile. Even if it didn't display its supreme divine power, it could still smash all weapons except for the supreme divine weapon. The old man of Zhou didn't dare to use the stone pagoda to take on the other party's supreme divine weapon. The cauldron of mountain and river came crashing down, and the old man of Zhou had no choice but to retreat. If he was hit by the supreme divine weapon, even a peak mighty figure would probably die. "Leave the cauldron of mountain and river, and I can spare your life." The ancient sage-to-be's words were full of killing intent. No one would be stupid enough to believe his words. In ancient times, this guy had killed many people. Haha. Gu Fei laughed. This ancient sage-to-be was too arrogant. It was still unknown who would have the last laugh. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Gu Fei stopped smiling. At the same time, his entire body was filled with mighty essence qi. He held the cauldron of mountain and river in his left hand, and his divine eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Humph. A supreme divine weapon won't be able to protect you. The ancient sage-to-be was extremely powerful. His first move was a terrifying saint-level sword technique. The lunar divine sword in his hand turned into a bright blue sword light, cutting through the void of heaven and earth. It instantly slashed in front of Gu Fei. Swoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky and avoided the sword. He used the universal void steps and displayed the world's fastest speed. With just one step, he had already appeared above the old man of Zhou Yi's head and stomped down on the top of the old man of Zhou Yi's head. A great battle broke out. Gu Fei fought 1 against 2. Because he had the cauldron of mountain and river, the old man of Zhou Yi and the ancient sage-to-be could not suppress him for a while. Kill. Gu Fei was like a god of war from ancient times who had returned. His entire body was filled with killing intent and endless battle intent. His fists shattered the void as he fought the 2 ancient sage-to-be. He's actually so powerful. The human race's martial body is too powerful. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Gu Fei was challenging the ancient sage-to-be. Moreover, these 2 ancient sage-to-be had divine weapons. Gu Fei was attacking with all his strength. All the martial way true power in his body was circulating rapidly. Buzz! The cauldron of mountain and river vibrated. This ancient cauldron was already floating above Gu Fei's head. Streams of primordial chaos qi fell from above, protecting Gu Fei. In this way, the old man of Zhou Yi and the ancient sage-to-be were in a tragic situation. No matter how they activated the divine weapons in their hands, they could not break through the defense of the cauldron of mountain and river. To a certain extent, Gu Fei was already in an invincible position. How could they fight? The old man of Zhou Yi and the ancient sage-to-be were already in a difficult position. Chapter 1681. The holy might spread in all directions, intimidating the heavens. More than half of the virtual sky world was affected by this supreme pressure. Countless creatures trembled as if the end of the world had come. If the virtual sky world hadn't been refined by a supreme martial artist, it would have been blown up countless times. Rumble, old man Zhou and ancient half-saint Ninin attacked with all their strength. They weren't attacking each other, but attacking Gu Fei together. No one didn't want to obtain the mountain river cauldron. In order to obtain the mountain river cauldron, old man Zhou and ancient half-saint Ninin temporarily put aside their grudges. Everyone retreated far away. Not everyone could withstand the supreme saintly might, and even that mysterious white-robed woman had no choice but to retreat 10,000 miles away. You 2 old fellows are really shameless. The mountain river cauldron floated in the air. Primordial chaos qi fell and blocked all the attacks. Although old man Zhou and ancient half-saint Ninin attacked with all their strength, they couldn't break through the mountain river cauldron's automatic defense. A fully awakened holy weapon was nothing in front of the mountain river cauldron. Even if a fully awakened holy weapon could destroy heaven and earth, it couldn't shake a true supreme divine weapon. Although he was under the protection of the mountain river cauldron, Gu Fei still suffered a significant impact. If his cultivation hadn't broken through to the 6th heaven of Almighty Realm, the mountain river cauldron might have been blown away by these 2 old guys. Rays of divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. That was the martial path true power in his body quickly circulating and overflowing out of his body. A single strand of chi aura was even more terrifying than a true peerless divine weapon. It can actually withstand the attack of a holy weapon. This ancient cauldron is definitely the legendary mountain river cauldron. Old man Zhou and ancient half-saint Ninin's eyes were red. Existences at their level naturally knew how precious a supreme divine weapon was. It was a unique and powerful divine weapon in the world. Take the mountain river cauldron for example. In the 3 realms and 6 paths, there was only one such ancient cauldron, and the god inside the ancient cauldron was also unique. Every supreme artifact refined by an extreme-grade sovereign was unique. Every extreme-grade sovereign would only refine an extreme-grade divine artifact that was most suitable for them. Although Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron had been refined again and the gods within it was different from before, his current cultivation base and strength were not enough for him to use the mountain and river cauldron to attack his opponents. Otherwise, as long as the mountain and river cauldron unleashed an extreme Dao attack, even if hundreds or thousands of Elder Zhou Yi or ancient half-saint of 9 Yin attacked together, they would still be annihilated. Give up. Otherwise, when I awaken the god in the cauldron, none of you will survive. Gu Fei said. Although he could not use the mountain and river cauldron to attack his opponent at any time, as long as he had enough time to prepare, he could still use the mountain and river cauldron to attack. Young man, hand over the mountain and river cauldron and I can guarantee your life. Elder Zhou Yi did not stop. Instead, he activated the stone pagoda again and again, wanting to break through the defense of the mountain and river cauldron as soon as possible. The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head. This ancient cauldron had not awakened and was only instinctively defending. It seemed that the power of the sacred weapon was not enough to awaken the god in the mountain and river cauldron. I must get the mountain and river cauldron. The Tai Yin divine sword vibrated and released a terrifying transparent sword wave, shattering the void and splitting the world. It wanted to break through the primordial chaos chi that fell from the mountain and river cauldron. However, the sword light that slashed down was all blocked by the primordial chaos chi. It could not harm Gu Fei, who was below the ancient cauldron. Such an attack was equivalent to an ancient saint's attack. If it had been anyone else, they would have been killed countless times. Only Gu Fei could withstand it. In that case, just you wait. With that, Gu Fei sat down cross-legged and entered the 3 inner worlds with his divine will. He mobilized the power of the 3 inner worlds and poured it into the mountain and river cauldron. A steady stream of inner world power was guided out from Gu Fei's heart, glabella, and dantian. The 2 ancient half-saints outside sensed the changes in Gu Fei's body and their expressions became extremely solemn. Could it be that this young man had cultivated 3 inner worlds? How was this possible? Even the most talented person could not cultivate 3 inner worlds in his body. Even the legendary extreme supremes, invincible existences in the 3 realms and 6 paths, had not opened up 3 inner worlds in their bodies when they were young. Buzz. Very soon, the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head began to vibrate. The primordial chaos chi began to change and some of the ancient patterns on the mountain and river cauldron began to light up. What? Both Elder Zhou Yi and ancient half-saint Jiuyin were extremely shocked. An extremely obscure and powerful aura spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. This was a signal of extreme danger. Ancient half-saint Jiuyin's expression was extremely ugly. The mountain and river cauldron seemed to be recovering, but this process was very slow. However, this legendary extreme divine weapon was really recovering. Bam! The stone tower was sent flying. The divine light emitted by this saint weapon dimmed and countless divine patterns of the great path dissipated in the void. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Elder Zhou Yi's mouth. The power of the mountain and river cauldron was gradually recovering. Even though this process was very slow, it was not something that a saint weapon could contend with. Buzz! The divine sword of Tai Yin was also sent flying. The divine sword let out a mournful wail and trembled. Even saint weapons had times when they were afraid. The imprint of the great path in the saint weapon felt threatened. What should we do? At this time, the 2 ancient half-saints knew that the situation was serious. Once the mountain and river cauldron recovered, even if it was not completely recovered, it could still kill them countless times. Even a wisp of the power of the extreme path could wipe out an area and cause heaven and earth to collapse. Let's go. Elder Zhou Yi was the first to retreat. He recalled the stone tower and used it to protect himself. Then, he turned into a ray of divine light and rushed into the distance. At this time, he no longer doubted Gu Fei's ability. This guy named Gu Fei was definitely a super monster. As long as he was given enough time, he could even revive an extreme divine weapon. In particular, ancient half-saint Jiuyin. The Dongfang family and Gu Fei were mortal enemies. Gu Fei could actually use an extreme divine weapon. This was definitely a disaster for the Dongfang family. They should not have offended such a person in the first place. However, it was too late now. Everything could not go back to the past. Ancient half-saint Jiuyin had no doubt that once the mountain and river cauldron recovered, Gu Fei would definitely be the first to attack him. Buzz! The divine sword of Tai Yin flew back. Ancient half-saint Jiuyin and the sword merged, turning into a dazzling sword light that soared into the sky and rushed toward the entrance of the virtual sky world. The change of the mountain and river cauldron directly scared away the two ancient half-saints. Chapter 1682. As a last resort, Gu Fei had to use the power of his three inner worlds to revive the mountain and river cauldron. The price of doing so was very high, and the spiritual aura in his three inner worlds would rapidly decrease. Alice, this would affect the normal operation of his inner worlds. Unless he had no other choice, Gu Fei wouldn't use this method. However, just as Gu Fei mobilized the power of his three inner worlds to gradually revive the mountain and river cauldron, Old Man Zhou and ancient semi-holy Jiuyin actually ran away. These two cowardly old guys, seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but curse inwardly. No wonder. Who wanted to stand and wait for death? Once the mountain and river cauldron revived, they would definitely die even if they had holy weapons. No one wanted to throw away their lives. Even ants wanted to live, especially ancient semi-saints like Old Man Zhou and ancient semi-holy Jiuyin who had lived for countless years. Such existences would cherish their lives even more. This is outrageous. At this time, Gu Fei found that the speed at which the mountain and river cauldron devoured the spiritual aura of his three inner worlds gradually increased, and a huge amount of spiritual aura entered the mountain and river cauldron. It was as if a sleeping supreme being of the extreme path was gradually waking up, and a wisp of aura of the extreme path that made all living beings tremble began to appear in the virtual sky world. It's really revived. Old Man Zhou, who had already fled into the distance, was extremely shocked. That was the aura of the extreme path. There was no mistaking it. He had felt this kind of aura before. Old Man Zhou didn't dare to stop and directly rushed forward. He wanted to stay far away from the area where Gu Fei was. No one could withstand the attack of a holy tool of the extreme path. Even if a real saint came, the result would be the same. The result wouldn't change. All the living beings in the entire virtual sky world sensed this aura of the extreme path, and even the several forbidden areas in the virtual sky world calmed down. Roar! Gu Fei roared. Endless spiritual essence surged out of his body and entered the ancient cauldron above his head. The sleeping god in the ancient cauldron began to wake up. Those two old guys ran really fast. At this moment, the old man of Zhou and the ancient half-saint of Jiuyin were nowhere to be found. But now, Gu Fei had awakened a trace of the power of the extreme Tao in the ancient cauldron. The deity within the mountain and river cauldron had not completely awakened, but this was enough. Looks like that's the only way. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He had lost his target, but at this point, he had no choice but to use the mountain and river cauldron to attack. Bam! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and a stream of primordial chaos chi turned into a beam of primordial chaos divine light, which shot out from the mountain and river cauldron. It instantly crossed thousands of miles and entered the depths of the desolate battlefield. This was the might of the extreme path. Although it was only a wisp of the extreme path's power, it was enough to destroy any existence below the extreme path. Although the ancient desolate battlefield was terrifying, it was still struck into the deepest part of the ancient desolate battlefield by this extreme divine might. The great destruction had taken place there, and the terrifying fluctuations were sensed by all living creatures in the virtual sky world. What's he doing? The people around didn't know why Gu Fei attacked the ancient desolate battlefield, especially Old Man Zhou. Gu Fei's attack just now was definitely enough to blast him into pieces. Buzz! Right at this moment, a deafening sound came from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. Then, a tyrannical and terrifying aura spread out from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield. What? This tyrannical aura instantly spread throughout the entire virtual sky world, causing all living creatures to tremble. This was the divine might of the extreme path. The ancient desolate battlefield actually emitted the divine might of the extreme path. How was this possible? Could it be that there was a divine weapon of the extreme path left behind by a supreme of the extreme path in the ancient desolate battlefield? In today's great world, not to mention legendary existences like the supreme of the extreme path, even saints had already become extinct. Logically speaking, powerful saints had long surpassed heaven and earth and were no longer part of the five elements. They could live as long as heaven and earth, so they shouldn't have died. In the distant past era, an unimaginable great change must have taken place, which was why all the saints disappeared. No one knew what terrible thing had happened back then, but some people already vaguely felt that this matter must have something to do with the ancient demons. At this moment, the people near the ancient desolate battlefield could see a huge dragon rushing out from the depths of the ancient desolate battlefield and leaping into the sky. This is an extremely tyrannical aura spread out from the dragon, causing all living beings within a radius of 100,000 kilometers to prostrate themselves on the ground in fear. Even old man Joey had no choice but to protect himself with the stone tower to resist this aura. The others couldn't withstand this kind of aura at all. They all either lay on the ground or knelt on the ground. Even the white-clothed woman who killed Dongfang Wu was trembling all over, almost unable to stand. Swoosh! At this moment, a divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. An equally tyrannical wave spread out from that divine light, shocking the surroundings. The divine light wrapped around half of the broken saber. A dragon's roar seemed to resound between heaven and earth. Then, the half of the broken saber that rushed out from Gu Fei's body also turned into the shadow of a dragon and rushed towards the huge dragon in the sky. Auras of the same origin. How is this possible? This time, even old man Joey was dumbfounded. How could there be two identical divine weapons of the great path in this world? At the exit of the virtual sky world, the ancient half-saint of 9 suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of the aura of the great path. His face was full of shock. Clang! The two huge dragons collided with each other high up in the sky, creating a metallic clang that resounded throughout the entire virtual sky world. In an instant, the tyrannical aura between heaven and earth became more than 10 times stronger in an instant. Bam! The white-clothed woman finally couldn't bear this pressure and knelt down. Even old man Joey, who was protected by the holy weapon, trembled. The mark of the great path in the stone tower seemed to sense danger and actually showed signs of fear. The stone tower trembled gently, like a prey that was being stared at by a ferocious beast. In front of a divine weapon of the great path, a holy weapon was like a newborn baby. How could a newborn baby be a match for a middle-aged man? They've finally fused. When Gu Fei saw this, he couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. The fusion of the peerless ominous saber was his purpose for entering the virtual sky world. After the ominous saber and ominous saber fused, they would be perfect. Rumble, the two huge dragons kept entangling in the sky, emitting a terrifying wave that shook the heavens. The aura of the great path terrified the hundreds of millions of creatures in the entire virtual sky world. Each of the two halves of the ominous saber had an incomplete deity. At this time, the deity of the peerless ominous saber was fusing. The fusion of deities required a process. At this time, the entire virtual sky world was silent. Even the terrifying existences in the ancient ominous city had settled down, and the several restricted areas were rarely peaceful. Chapter 1683. Two huge dragons soared and danced in the sky. It was a vision formed by two parts of the peerless ominous sabers. They emitted a terrifying aura that could dominate the world and intimidate the world. The two parts of the peerless ominous sabers met, and the incomplete extreme ominous sabers began to reassemble. The incomplete divine power contained in the ominous sabers was fusing, and countless extreme Tao patterns appeared around the two huge dragons. The weather between heaven and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Terrifying lightning flashed from time to time, tearing the void between heaven and earth. No one dared to approach, they were all extremely shocked. The extreme divine weapon of the Great Path has appeared. Old man Joey was extremely excited, but he couldn't do anything. Under the supreme divine might of the extreme Great Path, even a real saint had to bow his head. Moreover, old man Joey was not a saint. Rumble, it was as if two real ancient dragons were colliding. The whole world was shaking, countless extreme Tao patterns were vanishing, and the two parts of the peerless ominous sabers were connected. However, it was difficult for this extreme divine weapon of the Great Path to recover in a short time. On the ground, an ancient cauldron floated on a mountain peak, blocking all the mighty divine might of the Great Path from the sky. Gu Fei stared at the changes in the sky. The vision produced by the extreme divine weapon of the Great Path was so vast that all the powerful existences in the virtual sky world lost their voices. The terrifying existences in the ominous city also fell completely silent. Groups of ancient corpse soldiers had disappeared, and the terrifying aura of death had completely vanished. The extreme divine might shocked the whole world, and no one dared to come out at this time. Sensing the changes in the ominous city, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel excited. At this time, all the living beings in the virtual sky world were lying on the ground, trembling in fear. No one could stand up at this time, not even old man Joey. At the exit of the virtual sky world, ancient semi-saint Joey found it difficult to move his feet. The extreme Tao's divine might descended from the sky, making him feel as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him. He almost couldn't straighten his back. At this time, perhaps only Gu Fei could walk freely in the entire virtual sky world. Let's go in and have a look. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak. With the mountain and river cauldron on his head, he walked down the mountain. At this time, it was difficult for him to fly in the air. However, Gu Fei's physique was incomparably strong. Even though his martial Tao true force was suppressed, his martial body was still as strong as ever. With a single step, his entire being transformed into an afterimage, appearing in the distance. Very quickly, he arrived near the Millennium Ominous City. However, this ominous city was floating in the air. It was difficult for him to fly, so it would be difficult to enter the ominous city. The ground within 1,000 miles of the ancient ominous city had sunk so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Gu Fei came to the side of this huge pit and couldn't help but frown. The place where he was standing was definitely more than 400 miles away from the eternal ominous city, if not 500 miles. Such a distance, of course, was not difficult for him under normal circumstances. But now, the extreme Tao's divine might was vast and mighty in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, intimidating all directions. No one could fly in the sky under this kind of divine might. Even if Gu Fei had the cauldron of mountain and river, it was no exception. Jumping 500 miles, with Gu Fei's current cultivation and capabilities, he could do it. But the problem was that he couldn't do it now. He could only rely on the power of his martial body. Even though the martial body was powerful, jumping 500 miles in one go, Gu Fei really wasn't confident. He looked around and saw a huge rock not far from him. It was a rock with a diameter of a few meters. He had an idea and walked over. The rock that was close to 5,000 pounds was lifted up by Gu Fei with one hand. He walked to the edge of the crater and smashed the boulder with one hand. Then, his body sank and he stomped on the ground with both feet. Bang! The ground beneath Gu Fei's feet caved in. His entire being shot up into the sky and leaped a few hundred miles, catching up to the rock that he threw earlier. He stepped on the rock and his divine body once again soared into the sky. Like a giant bird, he flew across hundreds of miles and landed in the ancient city. Buzz! The moment he entered the ancient city, the mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head suddenly let out a buzzing sound, which made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. The street was quiet and there wasn't even a shadow. The ancient corpse soldiers that appeared before were nowhere to be seen. A skull was rolling on the ground. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be cautious. This was an ancient city that even a fully awakened saint weapon couldn't break. Nobody knew what terrifying existences were in the depths of this city. Occasionally, there would be flashes of light from treasures in the city. There must be treasures in this ancient city. This wasn't the first time Gu Fei had entered this ancient city. The last time he came here, he obtained the mountain and river cauldron. The appearance of the mountain and river cauldron changed his life. He was looking forward to seeing what other treasures there were in this ancient city. As soon as he entered the ancient city, Gu Fei immediately sensed that the extreme divine might descending from the sky had weakened significantly, allowing him to feel a lot more relaxed. Bang! Gu Fei tried to throw a punch. A layer of earth chi rushed out from his fist, causing the void to tremble. I can use true power of the martial way. Gu Fei was surprised and happy. In this ancient city, there were dangers everywhere. If he could recover his strength, he would have more capital to protect his life. Even under the intimidation of the extreme Dao's aura, there was still a sinister and terrifying aura coming from the depths of this ancient city. This place was really not ordinary. Inside the extreme Dao divine city, there was a terrifying force. Shua! Gu Fei flipped his right hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. This was the divine sword that he had refined himself, the 9 Heaven Stars sword. This divine sword had been refined by him using a special method, and the water chestnut had been polished off. The divine sword became simple and unadorned. The 9 ancient words that were imprinted on the sword body had Dao rhymes circling around it. As a martial artist, there was no need to refine a divine weapon. One must know that a martial artist's martial body was already the best divine weapon for a martial artist. A martial body of great success could directly clash with a divine weapon that was refined by a peak great saint and could shatter an ordinary divine weapon. The indestructible martial body was even more powerful. The strength of his physique had reached the level of being indestructible. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter a peak great saint's divine weapon. Even a quasi-supreme divine weapon would not be able to harm the indestructible martial body in the slightest. With such a powerful martial body, why would he need a divine weapon? However, the path that Gu Fei had taken was different from ordinary martial artists. He had accidentally obtained a primordial spirit and could cultivate both immortal and martial arts. However, he still focused on the martial way and the immortal way as a supplement. Since he had an immortal divine material, it would be a pity if he did not refine an immortal divine weapon. Just as Gu Fei was walking towards the depths of the ancient city, a sigh suddenly came from a corner of the ancient city without any warning. Chapter 1684. There was no sound in the ancient city as if even the air was still. In the dark corners of the city, skeletons could be seen scattered on the ground. Countless ancient corpse soldiers were nowhere to be seen, as if they had never appeared. This ancient city seemed to be deserted, like an empty city. However, Gu Fei knew that this ancient city was definitely not empty. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron floated above Gu Fei's head, gently vibrating. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He carefully walked on the street with the 9th Heaven Star's sword in his hand. Above the sky, the aura of the extreme path was vast and mighty. The peerless ominous saber was still evolving. The divinity inside the saber was fusing and the extreme path Dao patterns were lingering. In the end, countless extreme path Dao patterns formed a huge cocoon, wrapping the 2 halves of the peerless ominous saber inside. The peerless ominous saber was metamorphosing, about to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. Countless extreme path Dao patterns intertwined. A wave of extreme path power that could make even the heavens tremble was being nurtured inside. The domineering aura spread in all directions. The entire virtual sky world was silent. All creatures were trembling. This wave of extreme path divine power even spread from the spatial passage to the outside world. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the 100,000 mountains as if a terrifying existence was alarmed by this wave of extreme path divine power. Although it was only a wisp of aura, it made the 100,000 mountains boil. What's going on? Is there a divine weapon of extreme path? All the cultivators sensed a supreme and sacred aura coming from the 100,000 mountains, and all of them were shocked to the extreme. The birth of a divine weapon of extreme path was a big event. At this time, the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had already sealed the spatial passage to the virtual sky world. People outside could enter and people inside could come out at any time. With the appearance of the aura, the other cultivators from the southern wilderness who couldn't find the exact location finally sensed the exact location of the virtual sky world's entrance. Boom! The void shook. A ball of fire wrapped around a mountain-sized divine phoenix swept across the sky. The terrifying heat descended from the sky, causing all the plants in the vicinity to wither rapidly. Roar! From another direction, a dragon roar could be heard. A huge dragon soared through the clouds and flew towards the broken sky valley at high speed. A terrifying draconic aura could be felt in the surroundings. The experts of the southern wasteland 100 races had arrived. The arrival of these peerless experts increased the pressure on the Zhou clan. These people were all existences that had lived for countless years. Their cultivation was so strong that it could cause others to feel despair. The 100 races of the southern wasteland were a powerful force that could contend against the ancient Desolate Era's forces. The depth of their foundation was probably something that no ancient Desolate Era's forces could compare to. After all, the 4 great ancient clans of the southern wasteland were all inheritances of extreme divine beasts. If the 4 great ancient clans were to join forces, it would be sufficient to sweep through the entire mortal dimension. A great war inevitably broke out. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity wouldn't let people from other forces enter the virtual sky world so easily. Rumble, in the sky above the sky-splitting valley, flames covered the entire sky. The divine phoenix was fighting with a middle-aged Taoist, causing the void to shatter and collapse. It was incomparably terrifying. Meanwhile, in another direction, a great battle erupted as well. A great dragon tore apart an immortal Tao supreme being. The scene was incomparably bloody. After searching for hundreds of years, the entrance to the virtual sky world is actually here. On the peak of a mountain thousands of miles away from the sky-splitting valley, a blood-haired youth muttered to himself. Not only did he have long blood-red hair, but even his pupils were also blood-red. Devil Monarch of 6 Paths, you actually dared to come here. All of a sudden, a divine light rushed over from afar and landed on a mountain opposite the blood-haired youth. Cold words echoed in the mountains. The person who came was a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe. He wasn't some human emperor. His demonic aura soared into the sky, and the shadow of a dragon could be faintly seen on his body. This was a terrifying great demon that could transform into a human. An imperial aura emanated from the middle-aged man's body. Demon Lord Huang Long, after seeing the middle-aged man, the blood-haired youth's blood-red pupils couldn't help but contract. This person was actually his old enemy. For hundreds of years, the demon and the demon had fought countless times, but the 2 great experts couldn't really kill each other. Although there were victories and defeats, they couldn't truly decide life and death. I'm afraid this is the end of your reign as the demon lord of the human realm. Devil Monarch of 6 Paths sneered. The return of the demon lord of the wilderness was a huge blow to demon lord Huang Long. After all, the demon lord of the wilderness was a demonic quasi-saint. What's the point of having an empty reputation? Power is the most important thing, said demon lord Huang Long. The 2 great experts didn't say much. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths stretched out his hand, and a monstrous amount of demonic chi rushed out of his hand. The demonic chi condensed into a giant hand, which grabbed at the demon lord Yellow Dragon. A powerful demonic aura spread out. Azure Dragon strikes the sky. Demon Lord Huang Long immediately used a killing move. A huge shadow of a dragon rushed out from his body and collided with Demon Monarch of 6 Paths' demonic hand. The force of this collision caused the whole world to move, as if the whole world was going to suppress Demon Monarch of 6 Paths. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The shadow of the dragon and the huge hand collided. Demon Monarch of 6 Paths' huge hand was instantly destroyed. Demon Lord Huang Long's attack had caused the whole world to move. The shadow of the dragon rushed towards Demon Monarch of 6 Paths. Its powerful force caused the whole world to tremble. Good! Demon Monarch of 6 Paths shouted. He soared into the sky and dodged the dragon. Then, he attacked Demon Lord Huang Long. A blood-red light rushed out from his body and slashed at Demon Lord Huanglong. Bang! With a muffled sound, Demon Lord Huanglong's dragon collided with Demon Monarch of Six Paths' blood-red demonic light. The dragon dissipated, and the blood-red demonic light also collapsed in the void. Demon Lord Huanglong rushed forward and started a life-and-death battle with Demon Monarch of Six Paths. While the experts were fighting in the innumerable huge mountains, inside the virtual sky world, in the ancient ominous city, Gu Fei was also in danger. Just when Gu Fei was about to reach the center of the ancient city, the window of a building next to the street suddenly flew out with a bang. A terrifying figure appeared in the window, and a gloomy aura spread out from the window. Gu Fei was shocked. The evil people in the city finally couldn't hold back anymore. Whoosh! A black figure jumped out of the window and directly pounced on Gu Fei, who was on the street. A rotten smell assaulted Gu Fei's nostrils. Gu Fei almost vomited. The smell was too unpleasant. Chapter 1685. When Gu Fei approached the center of the ancient city, the evil in the city finally appeared. A black shadow rushed out from a window on the side of the street. A putrid stench that made people want to puke immediately filled the air. When Gu Fei saw this evil creature, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This was a rotten corpse. To be precise, it was a rotten corpse that could attack people. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out, and the rotten corpse that was surrounded by a rancid smell was immediately smashed into more than a dozen pieces by his fist force, exploding in the air. The stinking black blood splattered in all directions. The mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head vibrated, blocking all the black blood outside. It couldn't get close to him at all. Drops of black blood dripped onto the ground, and black gas rose from the ground. The rotten blood of the rotten corpse actually had a terrifying corrosive power, and countless black spots appeared on the ground. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. After dealing with this rotten corpse, he continued forward. With the mountain and river cauldron protecting him, he could go anywhere. He had no scruples. Even if he encountered a terrifying existence in the city, he could escape unscathed. At this time, in the sky above, the extreme ominous saber reassembled and displayed all kinds of strange phenomena. Around the giant cocoon that was formed by countless extreme Tao patterns, faint and illusory scenes constantly appeared. Someone noticed these strange phenomena. In the blurry images, there seemed to be a figure holding a large saber and fighting with some unknown creatures. Rumble, the world shook, and many figures appeared around the extreme Tao cocoon. The figure holding the large saber was fighting with a demonic figure, and there was a mighty extreme Tao aura. Suddenly, the scenes changed, and a blood-red land appeared. A figure holding a large saber stood in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and in his left hand was the head of a great demon. Is this the reappearance of what the extreme Tao divine saber and its master experienced? 10,000 miles away, under the protection of the stone pagoda, Zhouyi old man saw this scene with his divine eyes. He was shocked to the extreme. The peerless ominous saber had a great origin. This ominous saber was most likely an extreme ominous saber refined by that legendary person. Within the giant cocoon formed by the interweaving Tao patterns of the extreme path, there seemed to be a life being nurtured, a life of the extreme path. The aura of the extreme path gradually became stronger. The billions of creatures in the virtual sky world all trembled in fear. Even though this sort of extreme godly might was strong, it could only intimidate all living beings in the world. One must know that the peerless ominous saber had reformed itself in the sky. As long as he didn't get close to the peerless ominous saber, he wouldn't be in any danger. But even so, all the creatures in the virtual sky world were kneeling on the ground, trembling all over as they kowtowed to the huge cocoon in the sky. The appearance of the fluctuation of the extreme path also affected the outside world. The spatial passage connecting the virtual sky world and the outside world became unstable. At this time, Sky-Splitting Valley was already empty. Not a single person could be seen. The supreme aura of the great path seeped out from the spatial passage. No one dared to approach it. Even those who were 10,000 miles away could feel the boundless pressure. The battle in the 100,000 mountains continued. A great ancestor of the Vermilion Bird clan came out of seclusion and fought with a peerless figure from the Zhou clan of the ancients. A supreme elder of the Azure Dragon clan came out of seclusion. The aura of a true dragon filled the world. This old dragon was fighting with an elder of the Dongfang clan. The appearance of the divine weapon of the extreme path made everyone's eyes red. It was a supreme divine weapon that could make all the cultivators in the world of cultivation go crazy. The most intense battle was the one between Demon Monarch of Six Paths and Demon Lord Huang Long. Azure Dragon strikes the sky. Demon Lord Huang Long displayed the secret technique of the Dragon Clan. He turned into an Azure Dragon and borrowed the momentum of the whole world to launch a powerful attack on Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Under this attack, the entire void was annihilated. This attack sent Demon Monarch of Six Paths into the chaos. Buzz. Blood-colored demonic light rushed out of the chaos. Demon Monarch of Six Paths used the demonic saber in his hand to break through the chaos and rushed out. His whole body was surging with demonic aura. Celestial Demon Slaughtering Saint. Demon Monarch of Six Paths roared. The blood-colored demonic saber in his hand shot out billions of demonic lights. The whole world was illuminated by the blood-colored demonic light. Whoosh. The blade light of the Celestial Demon Slaughtering Saint rushed out from the Celestial Demon Saber. An extremely terrifying and powerful demonic energy suddenly burst out. Demonic runes could be vaguely seen in the blood-colored saber light. Demon Lord Huang Long knew how powerful it was. He soared into the sky and dodged the attack. The Celestial Demon Blood Saber was Demon Monarch of Six Paths' trump card. He would never use it unless he had no other choice. Demon Monarch of Six Paths was going to risk his life. Was he really going to fight to the death with Demon Lord Huang Long here and now? Large areas of the mountains were crushed by the power of the two experts. This was the power of a peak expert. The aura of a peak expert could shock the whole area. In the past 100 years, people like Demon Lord Huang Long and Demon Monarch of Six Paths' cultivation levels had improved by leaps and bounds. They were no worse than some heaven-defying monsters. The arrival of the Great Era in the human world caused the emergence of countless experts in the cultivation world in just 100 years. Some people said that this was a great era where people could become saints, and there were even supreme beings. The growing prosperity of the cultivation world was the best proof. Demon Lord Huang Long and Demon Monarch of Six Paths were only one step away from becoming half-saints. In the end, the two experts fought their way into the depths of the innumerable mountains. No one knew the result of the battle because everyone's attention was attracted by the virtual sky world. At this time, in the virtual sky world, in the ominous city of eternity, Gu Fei was fighting against the evil in the city. Roar! A 3-meter-tall golden divine ape rushed out from the depths of the ancient city, roaring as it pounced towards Gu Fei. The divine ape's entire body shone with a dazzling golden light, as if it was made of pure gold. Golden Spiritual Ape. When Gu Fei saw this divine ape, he couldn't help but be shocked. He moved his feet and instantly retreated hundreds of meters away. He saw a small hole between the divine ape's eyebrows. Golden divine blood was flowing out of the small hole, and the blood seemed to have not dried yet. There's no fluctuation of life. It's a corpse. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. A golden spirit ape had died here. It seemed to have been killed by a finger. The small hole on its forehead should have been the result of someone piercing through the golden spirit ape's Naiwan palace. The golden spiritual ape was extremely ferocious, and its movements were also very fast. When it moved, it was like a golden bolt of lightning that swept across the void in an instant. However, the eyes of this golden spiritual ape were gray and lifeless. Bang! Gu Fei punched, wanting to smash the golden spiritual ape into pieces. Unexpectedly, his punch landed on the golden spiritual ape's body, but it couldn't hurt it at all. Gu Fei's ferocious fist force only sent the golden spirit ape flying. The golden spirit ape once again pounced on him, still as fierce as ever. The golden spiritual ape bloodline was sparse. The golden spiritual ape clan in the human realm had long been extinct. Only the branch in the heaven realm stubbornly survived. Could this golden spiritual ape be Yuanhong's ancestor? Gu Fei thought of Yuanhong in the heaven realm. He didn't know how Yuanhong was now. There was an ambitious Eastern Emperor Xian in the eastern land of the heaven realm. Emperor Xian of the eastern land had a great enmity with Gu Fei for killing his son and was also a great enemy of the golden spiritual ape bloodline. Because two tigers couldn't live on the same mountain, there could only be one ruler in the eastern land of the heaven realm. Could it be that the golden spiritual ape of the human realm had fallen here? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that this golden spiritual ape had directly blocked his punch with its body and was unharmed. Such a physique was probably comparable to the indestructible martial body. Roar! The golden spiritual ape roared wildly. It was once again sent flying by Gu Fei, but just like before, Gu Fei's attack couldn't do anything to this divine ape. Even though it had fallen, it still had a strong body. It was controlled by the evil in the ancient city and became a terrifying evil corpse, guarding this ancient city. I'm sorry. Gu Fei put away the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and took out the purple gold divine sword. This was an extreme sword weapon. Even though it couldn't display its extreme divine power, there weren't many things in the world that could block the purple gold divine sword. The golden spiritual ape rushed over again. Its body was full of golden essence. Even though it had died countless years ago, the essence of this golden spiritual ape had not been lost. It had to be said that this physical body was really powerful. It was hard to imagine how high this golden spiritual ape's cultivation had reached when it was alive. Swoosh! A sword shadow flashed in an instant. Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape passed by each other. Then, the golden spiritual ape stopped moving and stood there motionlessly. There was silence all around. Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape just stood there. Whoosh! A breeze blew and a line of golden blood seeped out of the golden spiritual ape's neck. Then, the golden spiritual ape's head fell and rolled to the side of the street. Bang! The golden spiritual ape's body fell and the ground shook. Even the golden spiritual ape's powerful physical body couldn't withstand the purple gold divine sword's blade. The murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword directly destroyed the divine sense in the golden spiritual ape's body. After Gu Fei killed the golden spiritual ape, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded on the street in front of him. It wasn't the footsteps of a single person. The footsteps got closer and closer. Soon, Gu Fei saw a team of ancient corpse soldiers walking towards him. There were more than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers in this team, and each of them had experienced hundreds of battles. Swoosh! Before the ancient corpse soldiers came close, they had already attacked Gu Fei. The ancient corpse soldiers raised the bronze spears in their hands and pierced towards Gu Fei. Bang! More than a dozen divine lights gathered together and erupted with a shocking power. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he faced such an attack. He was shaken back a few steps. This was something that had never happened before.